save for the sound of keyboards clattering. Minutes later, the technical department's head, Chun, reported, following an urgent inspection, we preliminarily determined that Xinghai Technology has tampered with the Internet Cafe management system, restricting PP's operational speed, resulting in significant lag. General Manager Xiao Ma could not suppress a roar of frustration. Xinghai Technology is merely a small company. How could they possibly implement such a feature in such a short amount of time? The conference room fell into a deep silence, everyone bowing their heads. Too intimidated to meet General Manager Xiao Ma's fury. Chun, the head of the technical department, stiffened and explained, based on our observations. The Internet Cafe management system under Xinghai limits CPU resource usage during PP's operation, causing PP to respond extremely slowly to user commands. Although this computer resource management technology is not particularly intricate, it necessitates a high level of administrative authority, a domain in which the Internet Cafe management system inherently excels. The head of the public relations department remarked, currently, public opinion is decidedly against us. The issue of PP's lagging performance has been fervently discussed, and numerous users are voicing their grievances, with some even questioning the integrity of our technology. Xiao Ma, rubbing his temples, turned once more to the technical department, pondering whether the existing technology could surmount the constraints imposed by the Internet Cafe management system through updates. Minister Chun shook his head decisively, stating that PP is merely a social application and cannot directly acquire computer management permissions. If it were only a few computers, we might employ special methods to enable PP to function normally. But the Internet Cafe management system of Xinghai Technology encompasses over 1 million computers, rendering such methods utterly impractical. The so-called special methods refer to hacking techniques, an unspoken understanding among them. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ma's expression grew grave. From a legal standpoint, is there any recourse for us? For instance, could we sue them for maliciously interfering with the normal operation of third-party software? The head of the legal department adjusted his glasses and explained that, according to the cybersecurity law and the anti-unfair competition law, Xinghai Technology's actions are certainly unlawful. But gathering evidence poses a significant challenge. The court proceedings could take months, and even if we were to win, the victory would hold little significance. Moreover, Xingliao could just as easily countersue us, given that we have blocked their software, which is an even more blatant violation. Realizing the implications, everyone understood that the legal department did not advocate pursuing this matter through legal channels, especially since they were the initial offenders. The head of the marketing department interjected, Chairman, the current online user count for the PP software is only 76 of what it used to be. If we do not resolve the network lag issue, this month's revenue and profit will plummet significantly, potentially leading to a mass exodus of PP users. A flicker of hesitation crossed Xiao Ma's eyes as he contemplated the potential losses if the stalemate continued. How long could Xinghai Technology endure? After some discussion among the senior executives in the marketing department, the supervisor spoke up. Based on the current data, we estimate that our monthly revenue will decrease by around 100 million. As for Xinghai Technology, they're a nascent company with a relatively small scale. While their income will undoubtedly shrink, they're unlikely to go bankrupt. Xiao Ma drummed his fingers on the conference table, surveying the room. So, we cannot afford to prolong this, while they can afford to wait us out. A heavy silence enveloped the meeting room, no one daring to respond. The marketing supervisor steeled himself and continued, at present, that seems to be the case. Their core revenue stems from Happy Farm and advertisements, while our PP's revenue structure is far more complex. User attrition is significantly more detrimental to us. At this moment, everyone in the conference room turned to Xiao Ma, awaiting his final decision. What is the status of our Internet Cafe management system? Can we compete with Xinghai Technology? Xiao Ma suddenly inquired. The head of the market research department explained, currently, fewer than 500 Internet cafes are utilizing our management system. The recent incident has had a considerable impact, and many cafe owners are reluctant to install our system again. Xiao Ma rapped his fingers on the table, his gaze sweeping across all present. The development of Xingliao has already posed a threat to us. Although our offensive against Xingliao feels somewhat rushed, it is an endeavor we must undertake sooner or later. We must intensify our efforts against Xingliao until it no longer poses a threat. The Internet Cafe management system must also be promoted, even if it incurs losses. Marketing department, contact the businesses currently advertising on Xingliao and urge them to cease their collaboration. We will compensate for their losses. Additionally, reach out to other affiliated companies to collectively besiege Xinghai Technology. Investment department, get in touch with Xinghai Technology and explore the possibility of acquiring their Xingliao and Happy Farm businesses. Since we have declared war, there is no turning back. By any means necessary, we must eliminate the threat posed by the Xingliao software. With Xiao Ma's orders issued, all departments sprang into action. As matters unfolded online, more information came to light. The conflict between Xinghai Technology and Goose Factory became a hot topic across major forums and social platforms. Those events from that year. The workload that night was absurd, equivalent to an entire month's worth of tasks. By dawn, the PP software forcibly shut down Xingliao. And by morning, PP was lagging to the point of crashing. I'm just a junior network administrator. How can I resolve these issues? Looking at the present, Xinghai Technology is already enduring pressure from Goose Factory. Given the current circumstances, both sides seem poised for a decisive confrontation. Will Xingliao rise to prominence? Or will PP continue to dominate? The answer lies in this National Day holiday. Legal zealots. Goose Factory is limiting user choices under the pretext of security risks, which evidently constitutes an abuse of market dominance. The lagging performance of PP software should be seen as a technical countermeasure from Xinghai Technology, exceeding the bounds of normal commercial competition. Both parties' actions carry legal risks. Programming experts. In terms of technical prowess, Xinghai Technology is indeed top tier. Within hours of detecting that Xingliao was being targeted, they effectively nullified PP software detection and implemented reverse restrictions. Such efficient technical responsiveness far surpasses industry norms. Chapter 56. Xinghai's deployment in the office of Chu Qianlan at Xinghai Technology. Several members of the management team were gathered. President Chu. The online user count for Xingliao has stabilized at approximately 1 million, with about 80 concentrated in internet cafes using our management system. Zhou Yuan reported, glancing at his laptop screen. 1 million, splendid. Our foundation remains intact. Was the current online sentiment? Chu Qianlan inquired, directing her gaze toward Zhang Yuanmei. The outcry against Goose Factory is quite pronounced, with some individuals lamenting that our competition is adversely affecting the lives of ordinary internet users. The most discontented seem to be the internet cafe owners, Zhang Yuanmei reported, rising to provide her update. President Chu. I've received numerous calls from internet users urging the company to swiftly resolve the issue of Xingliao's inability to run concurrently with PP. Customer Service Manager Chi Hong added promptly. Such issues are currently insurmountable. If more calls come in, direct them to contact Goose Factory, Chu Qianlan instructed. We must closely monitor the online situation. Should any widespread detrimental developments arise, notify me immediately. Manager Chun, given the current circumstances, how much do we anticipate our revenue will decrease this month? Chu Qianlan shifted her focus to Chun Tiexin from the business department. Based on my understanding of the data, Xingliao's advertising revenue is expected to drop by about half. While Happy Farm, even without Xingliao, can still be accessed directly through the web, resulting in a lesser impact, approximately a 25% decrease. All things considered, this month's revenue should be around 65 of last month's. Chun Tiexin paused before providing his estimate. Close to 30 million, sufficient to cover various expenses. Just as Chu Qianlan let out a sigh of relief, Chun Tiexin brought forth troubling news. President Chu, we just received a call from an advertiser. They intend to compensate us for breach of contract and withdraw their advertisements, although they did not specify the reason. I suspect it may be due to pressure from Goose Factory. Are there many advertisers breaching contracts? Upon hearing this, Chu Qianlan remained relatively unfazed. The company isn't lacking in such advertisers. Should they withdraw, we can simply replace them with others at slightly lower rates. The penalties from these advertisers will sufficiently offset our losses. There are only 3. It's not a significant issue. My concern is whether Goose Factory will continue to exert pressure, prompting more advertisers to leave. Chun Tiexin's expression revealed his apprehension. Manager Chun, do not worry. No matter how formidable Goose Factory is, they cannot monopolize all advertisers. If we can endure this challenging period, dawn will break for us. Zhou, upon your return, please adjust the Internet Cafe management system to operate free of charge. Increase the promotional budget by an additional 50 yuan. And allocate the new funds directly to those responsible for the promotion. As for the Public Relations Department, I shall assign you a task this afternoon, at which point you may coordinate with Duming. If there are no further matters at hand, everyone is free to resume their duties, except for Manager Zhang Zhenshan, who should stay behind. As Chu Qianlan's words echoed in the air, the others gradually departed. Zhang Zhenshan had only come to the company upon hearing of a crisis, never expecting to be summoned for his own matters. Chu, you have something for me? Noticing the puzzled expression on Zhang's face, Chu Qianlan chuckled softly. Manager Zhang, my request is unrelated to the issue with the Goose Factory. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhanshan visibly relaxed. He truly was not adept at managing the company's specific affairs. Isn't the company adequately staffed at present? Recently, he had ensured that all departments were fully equipped. For a moment, the human resources manager found himself without tasks. Manager Zhang, I currently require a vice general manager to oversee the daily operations of Xinghai Technology, Chu Qianlan stated plainly. Everyone has their own responsibilities. You can maintain the broader vision. Which should suffice, no? Zhang Zhanshan looked quizzically at Chu Qianlan. The position of vice general manager is somewhat delicate, and indeed, he found it challenging to fill. Manager Zhang, in light of the recent attack from the Goose Factory, we will undoubtedly weather this storm. For a considerable time thereafter, Xinghai Technology will experience stable growth. I need to extricate myself from the company to pursue other endeavors. Chu Qianlan asut gone feed in, as if dismissing the attack from the Goose Factory with a mere wave of his hand. Zhang Zhanshan's eyes brightened at this, for he was aware of Chu Qianlan's intentions to develop within the mobile phone industry. I will be on the lookout for talent in this area. May I inquire if you have any specific requirements? Chu Qianlan pondered briefly. The professional capabilities of the vice general manager in the internet sector are self-evident. My sole core requirement is absolute loyalty. I have no desire to squander my energy on internal strife with dissenters. Zhang Zhanshan nodded slightly at this. Who could truly like a dissenter? Yet, how many could resist the lure of immense profit? Chu, I shall expedite the search for a suitable candidate, he affirmed. Additionally, the research at Xingyuan Exploration is nearing a breakthrough, necessitating a responsible person to coordinate daily operations, primarily overseeing laboratory logistical support while possessing robust negotiation skills. Chu Qianlan continued. Xingyuan Exploration is on the verge of producing results? How incredibly swift, Zhang Zhanshan exclaimed. He had some acquaintance with the companies under Chu Qianlan's purview. Yet he was astonished that Xingyuan Exploration had achieved research outcomes merely months after its inception. Indeed, we have made progress with lithium battery electrolytes. I plan to submit a patent application and subsequently authorize external production. This endeavor requires someone to lead it. Chu Qianlan briefly outlined his future plans. Very well. I shall immediately seek relevant talent. I assure you that your plans will not be delayed. Zhang Zhanshan, who had previously appeared somewhat lackadaisical, now seemed invigorated. Throughout this exchange, Du Ming had remained seated in the corner of the office, only speaking up once everyone else had departed. Qianlan, what do you require of me? Given that Chu Qianlan had instructed him to coordinate with the public relations department, it was evident that there were matters he preferred they not directly handle. Please install the software I sent you, utilizing it to search for explicit images and videos within the PP space, and then pass those PP accounts to the public relations department. They will know how to proceed from there, Chu Qianlan instructed while opening his computer. You are intent on dismantling PP entirely. Du Ming's eyes lit up as he immediately grasped Chu Qianlan's intention. They have already attempted to destroy me, so I shall not hold back, Chu Qianlan replied, but upon not receiving a response from Du Ming, he raised his gaze to the latter. At that moment, a flicker of hesitation crossed Du Ming's eyes. Qianlan, I have conceived a method that may mitigate some losses for Xingliao, though I am uncertain of its feasibility. We'll see. Do not dawdle. If the plan is viable, then splendid. If not, it is of no consequence. No need for hesitation. Chu Qianlan nun Jialen. Qianlan, Manager Chun from the business department has informed me that the Happy Farm webpage is functioning properly. If we were to migrate the Xingliao features entirely to the web, we might evade the restrictions imposed by the PP software. Chapter 57. The new version of Xingliao, copying the homework. Upon hearing Du Ming's suggestion, Chu Qianlan paused momentarily. In this era, software is predominantly installed on computers, with very few transferring functionalities to the web. This limitation arises from the web's inability to execute complex functions, as well as the constraints of contemporary perspectives. However, the suggestion put forth by Du Ming seemed exceptionally well suited for the current iteration of the Xingliao software. Presently, most features of Xingliao could indeed be implemented on the web. For instance, Happy Farm, online meetings, and email. All of these functionalities on Xingliao serve merely as shortcuts without additional utility. The only complex feature is the multi-user voice chat, which processes data on the server, requiring only the transmission of audio files between the web and the server, a task that is not particularly intricate. Chu Qianlan swiftly contemplated the feasibility of a web-based Xingliao and ultimately concluded that the proposal was indeed workable. Your idea is commendable. It should alleviate the company's current predicament. Then what are we waiting for? Let us promptly transition Xingliao to the web. Du Ming exclaimed with delight. I will assign this task to the technical department. You should proceed as I previously instructed, locating the corresponding PP accounts and delivering them to the Public Relations Department. Chu Qianlan rose and headed toward the technical department. Du Ming, upon hearing this, could only return to the 12th floor. Using his own computer to search for certain illicit images and videos in the PP space via the software provided by Chu Qianlan. Xinghai Technology possesses its own official website. Creating a web version of Xingliao merely requires the addition of a subpage beneath the main site. Thanks to Xinghai Technology's technical capabilities, the technical department completed the web version of Xingliao in just over 2 hours after Chu Qianlan's request. Although the layout was somewhat haphazard and the various icons appeared a bit crude, the essential functionalities of the Xingliao software had been successfully implemented. Immediately update the official website and launch the web version of Xingliao, while also notifying all registered users through a pop-up in the Xingliao software. After preliminary testing, Chu Qianlan issued the command without delay. Chu, should we not have the company's graphic designer modify it before going live? Zhou inquired, eyeing the crude web page with uncertainty. Let us first deploy the functionalities. The aesthetic enhancements can be refined once the designer arrives. Chu Qianlan's gaze was intense as his fingers lightly tapped on the desk, rapidly calculating the potential impact of the web-based Xingliao in his mind. Zhou Yuan received the directive, and swiftly the technical department entered a state of urgency. The sound of keyboards clattering intensifying. Chu, the official website has been updated, and the web version of Xingliao is now live. Zhou Yuan reported 20 minutes later. Chu Qianlan nodded, his eyes scanning the large screen in the technical department. As soon as the Xingliao pop-up notification was dispatched, the website's traffic surged dramatically, with many Xingliao users logging directly into the web version. Notify the marketing department to promptly create a concise tutorial to instruct users on how to utilize the web version of Xingliao. Chu Qianlan turned to Zhang Yuanmei, instructing the public relations department to collaborate by pinning tutorial posts across major forums and message boards, emphasizing the advantages of the web version that requires no installation, occupies no memory, and is unaffected by PP software restrictions. Zhang Yuanmei set off to fulfill her assignment, while Chu Qianlan turned his attention to Qi Hong, directing the customer service department to prioritize guiding users in utilizing the web version. If any calls were received urging the restoration of the Xingliao software, they would be directly advised to use the web version instead. In the office, Chen Tiexin gazed at the steadily rising number of online users on Xingliao, a hint of exhilaration illuminating his face. General Chu, with the launch of the web version of Xingliao, the company's revenue this month shall not diminish as significantly. However, it is regrettable that the web version lacks advertising space. Manager Chen, do not be anxious. The web version of Xingliao was hastily launched and remains a work in progress. Yet, within a day, the features you desire will be implemented. Chu Qianlan mused thoughtfully, offering words of comfort. Once Chen Tiexin departed, only Chu Qianlan and Du Ming remained in the office. Du Ming was intently operating his laptop, the screen brimming with data streams from PP space. Qianlan, a preliminary scan has uncovered thousands of violating accounts associated with lewd images and videos, Du Ming reported, looking up. Should we hand this over to the Public Relations Department now? First, compile a list of the most egregious accounts along with a chain of evidence, and then submit it to the Public Relations Department. In the coming days, the Goose Factory will undoubtedly take further action. At that time, we will allow the PR department to expose them, striking the serpent at its vital point. Chu Qianlan moved to the window, surveying the bustling streets below. Du Ming acknowledged with a nod and commenced organizing various screenshots and documents. The news of the web version of Xingliao swiftly spread, prompting players in internet cafes, accustomed to using Xingliao for gaming and communication, to promptly visit the Xinghai Technology official website and log into their Xingliao accounts. A young man in one internet cafe exclaimed, I was about to uninstall the PP software to use Xingliao for gaming, but now it's fantastic. I can utilize both PP and Xingliao simultaneously. A girl in the adjacent cafe cursed, Xinghai Technology has launched a web version of Xingliao, yet why hasn't the Goose Factory released a web version of PP? Are they truly inferior to a small company? A computer novice marveled. The web version of Xingliao is directly embedded on the official website, requiring no installation. How splendid. I no longer fear accidentally deleting files. Meanwhile, a netizen remarked on a forum, the rivalry between these two companies is intensifying. With Xinghai Technology's web version of Xingliao, they have completely circumvented the limitations of the PP software. I wonder what countermeasures the Goose Factory will deploy against Xingliao. Another netizen, while using the web version of Xingliao, lamented, how is it that the design standards at Xinghai Technology are so lacking? I could draw better graphics with my feet. An industry insider commented, from a technical standpoint, Xingliao's decision to transfer core functionalities to the web is a masterstroke, making it increasingly challenging for the Goose Factory to force PP users into a binary choice. However, this also sets a precedent for the Goose Factory. It is only a matter of time before the web version of PP emerges, and the competition will return to a level playing field. At the Goose Factory headquarters, General Xiao Ma stared at his computer, where the newly launched web version of Xingliao was displayed. Is this what you call infallible? General Xiao Ma's expression was ominously dark as his gaze, sharp as a blade, swept across the technical team. Now, they have produced a web version. How could you not foresee this? Minister Chun of the technical department, beads of cold sweat on his forehead, stammered, Chairman, we truly did not anticipate that Xinghai Technology would migrate functionalities to the web. This defies conventional software development logic. Enough. General Xiao Ma brusquely interrupted. Immediately commence development of the web version of Pages. It is one thing to be outdone in creativity, but surely you can manage to copy the homework. You must transfer the core functionalities of the PP software onto the web with utmost urgency. Embed the web page within PP Space. But Chairman, PP Space is also restricted by Xinghai Technology's management system, leading to significant lag. Minister Chen's countenance reflected his concern. Chapter 58, Web PP, once more. Upon hearing this, General Xiao Ma's expression darkened further. The only competitors to the software under Xinghai Technology were the PP software and Happy Fishing Ground, while the Internet Cafe management software restricted the Goose Factory's applications. It did not spare the web version of Happy Fishing Ground. As the gateway to Happy Fishing Ground, PP Space was not exempt from the difficulties. If PP Space encounters lag, we shall utilize the official website. In any case, the development of the web version of PP must be expedited. I do not wish to see comments online suggesting that the Goose Factory's technology is inferior to that of a small company. General Xiao Ma seethed quietly. By the evening of October 4th, the number of online users on Xingliao had rebounded to over 90% of its usual count, with more than 40% utilizing the web version. At this point, the web version of Xingliao had undergone multiple updates, erasing its previous rudimentary and crude appearance, replaced instead by an elegant and polished interface. With the crisis averted, the atmosphere in the company was no longer tense as it had been that morning. Aside from a few personnel on duty, the rest had departed for the day. At around 5 in the morning, the Goose Factory launched the web version of PP, for which they sent pop-up advertisements to all PP users. Although the on-call personnel at Xinghai Technology noticed this, they chose not to report it. This development had been anticipated by many and was not regarded as a significant issue. When Chu Qianlan heard the news the following morning, he paid it little mind. He had already devised a counter-strategy the day prior. A mere glance at the web version of PP was sufficient for him to discern that, like Xingliao, it had been hastily constructed. Although they had improved the aesthetics and certain details, it ultimately remained a direct linkage of functionalities from the PP software to the web, lacking any originality. Even so, the Goose Factory had managed to address its immediate predicament. Logging in via the web version of PP allowed users to bypass the Internet Cafe management system's restrictions, enabling smooth utilization of various PP functions within the cafe. Thus, both the Goose Factory and Xinghai Technology had evaded each other's attacks, returning once more to the same starting line. However, Chu Qianlan was not inclined to relinquish his advantage. If he could restrict the PP software and PP space through the management system, he surely could target the web version of PP as well. This time, he limited the web version of PP's internet speed. Whenever a computer detected a browser opening a specific web page, the speed would decrease, returning to normal once the browser was closed. After adjusting the program, Chu Qianlan instructed Zhou Yuan to update the Internet Cafe management system again. This update merely adjusted some parameters and did not notify the cafe owners. At 9:30 that morning, users of the web version of PP suddenly experienced lag once more. Just moments ago, sending voice and video messages had been seamless. But now even switching pages had become laborious. At this point, the web version of PP exhibited comparable performance to the computer client, both suffering from similar lag. The sole advantage lay in the relatively smooth transmission of text messages, which was slightly superior to the client. General Chu, you are cornering the Goose Factory into a desperate position, Chen Tiexin remarked with a smile from Chu Qianlan's office. In direct competition, I would have feared their larger user base, but in terms of technology, I hold no trepidation toward them. Chu Qianlan declared confidently. In internet cafes covered by our management system, PP struggles to operate, causing the Goose Factory to lose over 20% of its online users, while our losses remain minimal. The Goose Factory will likely continue to counterattack us Chu Qianlan cautioned. Indeed, that is certain. I hope to force the Goose Factory to reveal all its trump cards at once, so they will cease their incessant antics in the future. Chu Qianlan expressed without a hint of concern. If we can withstand all their assaults, one tea that render the Goose Factory fallible? Chu Qianlan's eyes sparkled with hope, sensing a promising future for the company. Manager Chun, you are overly optimistic. The Goose Factory possesses deep-rooted foundations that we at Xinghai Technology cannot rival. If they find themselves at a disadvantage, they can easily summon official support. At that point, all restrictions will be lifted, and we will once again stand on equal footing. Chu Qianlan shook his head. He had never envisioned that Xinghai Technology could surpass the Goose Factory in a short span. According to his plan, Xingliao and Happy Farming were merely tools for him to secure his first pot of gold. As for future developments, they remain contingent upon circumstances. After all, Chu Qianlan's aspirations lie within the realm of high-tech industries. While instant messaging software and gaming do not exhibit significant technological sophistication, you suggest that the authorities might intervene? Chu Qianlan expressed some surprise. The practices of Goose Factory's PP software, which coerces users into making a binary choice, are evidently illegal. Although our company's methods are more surreptitious, they nonetheless flirt with the edges of legal boundaries. This conflict affects 90% of internet users, and the authorities will surely not remain passive for long. Chu Qianlan understood that Goose Factory's preemptive strike before the National Day was also a strategy to evade governmental intervention. Once the holiday concludes, a cessation of hostilities between the two parties will not be far off. Naturally, Chu Qianlan would not voluntarily cease fire. Having finally gained the upper hand, it would only be prudent to ensure that Goose Factory bears a heavier toll. Meanwhile, some PP users who had eagerly awaited the launch of the web version were met with yet another bout of lag shortly after its release. What a dreadful web version of PP. Just as it became usable, it lagged horrendously. Is it even possible to have a decent conversation? In an internet cafe, a youth engaged in a video call with friends abruptly tossed his headset onto the table. Brothers, come quick. The PP web version has crashed again. I've been sending a file for 20 minutes, and the progress is still less than 1. On a gaming forum, a post by the player known as Night Ranger garnered thousands of likes, with many recommending he use Xingliao to send files. Others lamented on the forum, insisting that a complaint must be lodged with PP's technical department, for this product is utterly subpar. Even a tech blogger chimed in, suggesting that Xinghai Technology must have anticipated Goose Factory's move to launch the web version of PP, which is why they swiftly and decisively throttled PP's internet speed. To engage in a tit-for-tat with an internet giant truly speaks volumes about Xinghai Technology's capabilities. As public opinion swelled online, Goose Factory's headquarters found their complaint hotline nearly overwhelmed. The customer service center was in utter disarray. Hello, regarding the lag issues with the web version of PP, we have escalated this to the technical department. Meanwhile, in the company's conference room, General Manager Xiao Ma and a cadre of executives were fixated on a group of technical experts diligently typing away at their keyboards. Chairman, we can now confirm that Xinghai Technology's Internet Cafe Management System, upon detecting our web address, has restricted the browser's internet speed, resulting in the lagging of the web version of PP, explained Minister Chun from the technical department. Looking up, can this be resolved through technical means? Xiao Ma inquired, his expression grim. The Internet Cafe is Xinghai Technology's stronghold. Any changes we attempt will inevitably be countered. Minister Chen shook his head. Upon hearing this, a flicker of disappointment crossed Xiao Ma's eyes, and he turned to the others. How are negotiations with other companies progressing? Are they willing to join us in our campaign against Xinghai Technology? Chapter 59, A Comprehensive Assault and Counterattack. Chairman, Chengdu Company and Yingshan Software Company are willing to collaborate with us. As for the other major firms, they are reluctant to take action, reported the marketing department head. Investment department, have you reached out to Xinghai Technology? What was their response? Xiao Ma did not seem overly surprised, instead directing his gaze toward a middle-aged man. Xinghai Technology just replied, they are offering to sell Xingliao and Happy Farm for 4.5 billion. If we do not agree, then there is no need to pursue this further, the middle-aged man stated. 4.5 billion. Xinghai Technology has truly lost its mind. This suggests that their profits last month were at least 40 million, which is lower than our estimates. Many participants in the meeting voiced their dissatisfaction with this price. While Xingliao and Happy Farm pose a threat to Goose Factory, their acquisition would not yield substantial benefits. Two software applications that have been online for just a few months dare to demand tens of billions. Do they truly believe our funds are as easily acquired as a gust of wind? Xiao Ma shook his head, clearly displeased with the price. Let us refrain from engaging with Xinghai Technology for now. After the holiday, we shall assess the outcomes of both parties. Xinghai Technology. In Chu Qianlan's office, Chen Tianxin asked with some concern, General Manager Chu, you don't truly intend to sell these two businesses, do you? While Goose Factory's revenue is substantial, their expenditures are enormous, and they may not be able to muster such a sum. Moreover, Xingliao and Happy Farm are cash cows for us, but for Goose Factory, they are merely superfluous. Their shareholders would never consent to this acquisition price. Chu Qianlan shook his head. In truth, had Goose Factory agreed to this price, he might indeed have considered selling these two ventures. After all, he established Xinghai Technology to raise funds, and if he could achieve his goal ahead of schedule, he could fully devote himself to the mobile industry. According to the negotiation styles of these giants, failure to reach an agreement would inevitably lead to a wave of suppression. So we must remain vigilant. On October 4th and 5th, the confrontation between Goose Factory and Xinghai Technology intensified, with various public sentiments echoing across the internet. On the 6th, Goose Factory refrained from launching new attacks, while Xinghai Technology enjoyed a period of calm. On the morning of October 7th, shortly after Chu Qianlan arrived at the office, she received an urgent report from the PR department's Zhang Yuanmei. General Manager Chu, Goose Factory has just released an announcement, launching another attack against us, this time in collaboration with Qiandu Company and Xinghai Company. Upon hearing this, Chu Qianlan promptly logged onto Goose Factory's official website and perused the latest announcement. The gist of the notice stated that the Internet Cafe Management System under Xinghai Technology had engaged in malicious interference with the normal operation of third-party software, and that the information pertaining to the Xingliao software posed security risks. The company would join forces with Qiandu Company and Xinghai Company to collectively besiege Xinghai Technology. Effective from the morning of October 7th, Internet cafes utilizing the Xinghai Technology Management System would no longer be able to use PP software. Additionally, other computers would need to uninstall Xingliao before using PP software. A united assault? Chu Qianlan. Then follow the link below to find the announcement from Qiandu and Xinghai companies. Qiandu Company search engine would adjust its algorithms to significantly reduce the search weight of products related to Xinghai Technology. Xinghai Software went so far as to mark all software under Xinghai as risk programs within its security suite. General Manager. Currently searching for Xingliao on Qiandu results in PP software appearing directly, along with other similar instant messaging software. Xingliao is listed on the second page. The company's official website traffic has plummeted by 40, and downloads of various software have nearly ground to a halt. According to back-end monitoring, the installed base of Xingliao software is being rapidly uninstalled. Even the number of simultaneous users for the Internet Cafe Management System is gradually declining. Chen Tianxin hurried into the office, his expression grave as he reported. Chu Qianlan lightly tapped her fingers on the desk, suddenly asking, how is the compilation of the illicit accounts from Du Ming's side coming along? We have compiled an initial batch of 900 accounts related to illicit content. With a complete chain of evidence, Zhang Yuanmei promptly responded. Your PR department should mobilize an online army, using the compiled evidence to anonymously report to various official departments and media outlets, while simultaneously disseminating some uncompiled evidence online. We must portray PP software as a hub for online prostitution. In addition to forums, major Tieba sections should be closely monitored, especially educational forums. The fighting spirit of parents often surpasses that of many young people. Chu Qianlan rose, a glint of steely resolve in her eyes. Worker Zhou, please return and adjust the Internet Cafe Management System, removing all installation packages from Xinghai Company from the one-click installation feature. As for Qiandu Company, since they lack desktop software, we shall address that later. By the way, the Public Relations Department should issue another announcement, firmly stating that our software poses no security issues. Let the wording be assertive. As the commands were issued, the staff became engrossed in their tasks, leaving only Chu Qianlan in the office. He understood that, compared to the besiegement tactics employed by the three major internet giants, his countermeasures were rather feeble. Particularly against Qiandu Company, he had no effective means of retaliation. While he could utilize the Internet Cafe Management System to throttle Baidu's search speed, the repercussions of such actions would be too significant, and he was uncertain. The recent measures taken against PP software had already displeased many Internet Cafe owners. If he were to further limit Baidu's search capabilities, it was likely that numerous cafe proprietors would turn to alternative management software. Xinghai Technology was merely a nascent company, established only a few months prior, with limited influence and few available strategies. Fortunately, Chu Qianlan had anticipated this, and the Goose Factory was not reaping any benefits from this turmoil. Upon Zhang Yuanmei's return to the Public Relations Department, She promptly released a statement on the official website, vehemently countering the unfair competition from the goose factory, Chengdu, and Yanshan, while affirming that Xinghai Technology would fight to the end. In the subsequent days, the Public Relations Department operated with remarkable efficiency, dismantling the evidence chain surrounding 900 accounts related to inappropriate content in hundreds of reports, which were sent to various official complaint centers via anonymous email. Simultaneously, numerous enthusiastic netizens exposed screenshots and accounts from various PP spaces across blogs, forums, and message boards. PP space shockingly reveals underage pornographic transactions. Harboring filth, PP space becomes a shield for the obscene industry. Beware of new forms of sexual transactions. The internet is not a lawless land. Internet giants should not break the law. Eye-catching titles proliferated in forums and blogs, thrusting PP software into the spotlight. Chapter 60. Public Sentiment and Direct Measures. In the conference room of the Goose Factory headquarters, General Manager Xiao Ma fixated on the computer screen, which was inundated with negative public sentiment, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the desktop. The discussions surrounding PP Space's inappropriate content had spread across major forums, with the comment sections filled with parents' denunciations and netizen skepticism. The hastily prepared clarification announcement from the Public Relations Department was met with indifference. After all, the various pieces of evidence circulating online had been verified by many, making it difficult for the Goose Factory to bury the matter. This wave of public opinion emerged quite suddenly. It must have been orchestrated by Xinghai Technology, who likely had prepared for this situation long ago. The head of the research department asserted confidently, "We must urgently rectify PP Space, especially regarding those accounts surfacing online. They must not be allowed to reappear." The head of the legal department interjected, "With such a considerable online uproar, the authorities will undoubtedly intervene once the holiday concludes." The head of the technical department appeared troubled. Banning accounts is the right move, and it is not a difficult task. However, these PP accounts likely number beyond those that have been exposed. In the short term, we will struggle to ban all related accounts. General Manager Xiao Ma cleared his throat and stated, "Regardless of the circumstances, we must adopt a decisive stance. All accounts appearing online must be immediately suspended and frozen. Notify all users with a pop-up alert requiring the removal of all illegal content from PP Space. Failure to comply will result in account termination." The Public Relations Department promptly issued a handling announcement and organized a team to suppress the burgeoning public sentiment. According to the Strategic Department's analysis, it was projected that the Xingliao software would be uninstalled by over 30% today. The Investment Department continued to reach out to Xinghai Technology, offering a bid of $1 billion solely for the acquisition of Xingliao, informing them that this was their final opportunity. In the office of the general manager at Xinghai Technology, Chu Qianlan expressed his astonishment. "Are you saying that the Goose Factory is willing to offer $1 billion to acquire Xingliao?" "Yes." The call from their investment department earlier conveyed just that. Assistant Su Fong confirmed with a nod. "Respond by stating that it's for $5 billion, non-negotiable. Xingliao software is not for sale individually." Chu Qianlan. Both parties were currently engaged in a life-and-death struggle, and even if discussions of acquisition arose, now was not the time. Although he was uncertain of the Goose Factory's intentions, he would not easily fall into their trap. It was the last day of the National Day holiday, and once normal operations resumed, the authorities would surely not allow such chaos to persist for long. Now, Xinghai Technology merely needed to endure until the officials intervened. The various restrictions imposed by the Goose Factory would inevitably be lifted, and Xingliao would return to its previous state. By the afternoon of the 7th, when the Goose Factory did not launch a new offensive, Chu Qianlan, along with Du Ming, returned to Shenzhen University. According to the estimates from the business department's Chun Tiexin, Xinghai Technology had sustained a loss of at least $3 million during the National Day period while contending with the Goose Factory, not accounting for the subsequent impacts. As for the Goose Factory, their revenue would likely decrease by at least $20 million. "Hey, you two are back. How did the company's battle with the Goose Factory go?" As they entered the dormitory, Zhang Lei, the second roommate, asked. He and Liu Daocheng had been visiting several cities as part of their entrepreneurial club and had only returned to school today. Although they were aware of the fierce skirmish between the Goose Factory and Xinghai Technology, they felt powerless to assist and had not contacted Chu Qianlan. "We've stabilized for now. If we can hold out a few more days, it will all pass. Though there have been losses, they are manageable." Chu Qianlan replied with a smile. "You two have been gone for 7 days. I imagine you've gained quite a bit," Du Ming remarked, eyeing the two curiously. Liu Daocheng, upon hearing this, expressed regret. "We only visited a few companies briefly and listened to a lot of entrepreneurial platitudes." Had I known that the third one's company would face so many issues, I should have gone to his company. I would have certainly learned more there. Chu Qianlan nodded. Such pivotal moments indeed offered valuable lessons. Unfortunately, these situations were often unforeseen. After chatting for a while, Duming suddenly seemed to remember something. Old two, how have things been with Lin Shireen? Did you not find an opportunity to get closer during this trip? Chu Qianlan, intrigued, also turned his gaze to Zhang Lei. At that moment, Lu Daoqing spoke up. I know a bit about this matter. Old two, with a shameless spirit, has finally managed to bridge the gap between them. I've seen them talking privately several times. Zhang Lei immediately defended himself. I was merely seeking advice on matters concerning the entrepreneurial club. How does that equate to being shameless? Chu Qianlan teased. The means are insignificant. What matters is that you're drawing closer. Duming echoed. Old two, keep at it. Strive to be the first among us to find a partner. Zhang Lei, however, shook his head dejectedly. In just 2 months, Lin Shireen will be heading out for an internship. I likely won't have any opportunity. Upon hearing this, a heavy silence fell over the group. Lin Shireen was a senior, and her courses were nearing completion. Her internship was merely a matter of time. Meanwhile, Zhang Lei had just entered his junior year and would be studying for over a year more, making it difficult for their schedules to align. At this moment, Lu Daoqing spoke up. Old two, this problem is not insurmountable, but you must take the initiative. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lei's eyes lit up. Old one, what do you suggest? If I succeed, I'll treat you to a week's worth of meals at the cafeteria. If Lin Da's beauty knew that she was worth a week's worth of cafeteria meals in your eyes, you'd certainly be out of luck. Lu Daoqing shot a glance at Zhang Lei and continued. Our third Xinghai Technology is now a renowned company on the internet. Have old three help Lin Shireen secure an internship position. Would you then have the chance to get close? Zhang Lei immediately turned to Chu Qianlan. Old three, my happiness depends on you. At this moment, Chu Qianlan had not anticipated that this matter would ultimately fall upon him. However, with several of his companies poised to recruit in the near future, the addition of an intern was scarcely significant. Securing an internship position was undoubtedly feasible, but it was imperative that Lin Shireen attend the job fair and proactively submit her resume. After a brief contemplation, Chu Qianlan acquiesced to this arrangement, albeit with a stipulation for Zhang Lei. No problem, just inform me when your company is hiring, and I will ensure that Lin Shireen submits her resume. Zhang Lei replied with evident delight. After thwarting the wave of attacks from Goose Factory, the company would be hiring a fresh batch of recruits. That much was clear. Following a casual exchange among the group, they readied themselves for sleep. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the deep market, the conference room of Goose Factory remained ablaze with light. General Manager Xiao Ma, his expression grim, perused the reports submitted below. After 4 days of confrontation with Xinghai Technology, the user engagement of PP had plummeted by 21, while the online presence of Happy Fishing Grounds had been halved, plunging the company into a quagmire of public opinion. He had not felt this beleaguered in quite some time. Chairman, must we resort to more direct and aggressive measures? The head of the technical department, Minister Chun, inquired in a hushed tone. Chapter 61. The dismissal of StarChat at 3 o'clock in the early morning of October 8th. A telecommunications facility in the deep market suddenly erupted with a piercing alarm. The duty technician swiftly operated the computer to check the server status. In an instant, his complexion shifted dramatically. Quickly notify Engineer Zhou and General Chu. The StarChat server is under attack and is operating at full capacity. At that moment, Chu Qianlan had already retired for the night. Upon receiving the call, he immediately activated his computer and began reviewing the server status. With a mere glance, he issued commands to the on-call personnel on the other end of the line, instructing them to monitor the server status and prepare for disconnection at any moment, ensuring that no data would be lost or compromised. Within the facility, hundreds of dedicated StarChat servers were functioning at high speed. However, the proprietary Golden Shield security software was not operating efficiently. Chu Qianlan quickly mobilized a mini-program to analyze the traffic flowing into the servers. All data appeared normal, with no indications that this was a deliberate assault. Yet, the number of operational requests received by the server at that moment far exceeded the normal threshold, which was evidently illogical. Chu Qianlan casually traced back one of the commands, instantly identifying the source of the instruction. It was a computer in standby mode. Under normal circumstances, the logged-in StarChat software would not engage in data exchange with the server. Puzzled, Chu Qianlan did not scrutinize the computer further. Instead, he continued tracing other commands, ultimately arriving at similar conclusions. The computer's owner had not operated the StarChat account, yet the account was inexplicably engaging in data exchanges with the server, resulting in the server's overload. As Chu Qianlan pondered the cause, the server was already overwhelmed, and the on-duty personnel began the disconnection process. In an instant, StarChat accounts nationwide were forcibly logged off, halting all data exchanges with the server. Chu Qianlan's gaze remained fixed on the fluctuating data streams on the screen. His expression grave. After preliminary analysis, it was evident that this DDoS attack was not a traditional traffic bombardment, but rather an orchestrated effort to forcibly awaken the StarChat client, generating false operational requests to execute a distributed load attack. General Chu, the StarChat server has been completely shut down, and Happy Farm has also been forced to cease operations. Zhou Yuan called in. Have the technical staff inspect the servers to confirm data integrity and be ready to bring them back online at any moment. I will investigate the source of the attack. After a brief pause, Chu Qianlan continued, post an announcement on the official website stating that the StarChat server is down due to a hacker attack, and it will definitely be back online today. After hanging up, Chu Qianlan realized that the others in the dormitory had already awakened. Old 3, what happened? It's the middle of the night, and even you, a general, are stirred. Lu Daoqing inquired, puzzled. The StarChat server has come under attack, and all software under the company, except for the Internet Cafe management system, has gone offline, Chu Qianlan explained. So serious. Who's behind this? Have you identified them? Zhang Lai exclaimed. It must be Goose Factory. No one else has the motive. Lu Daoqing asserted confidently. Qianlan, is there anything you need me to do? Du Ming had already opened his computer. Never mind. You all should rest. There is nothing you can assist with in this matter. Chu Qianlan shook his head. Although Du Ming possessed commendable programming skills, hacking was an entirely different domain. At this juncture, Chu Qianlan had formulated preliminary thoughts. Verification would reveal who was meddling behind the scenes. He swiftly launched the mini-program again, logging into the previously data-sending computer for the StarChat server. The computer remained in standby mode, and the StarChat software was likewise inactive. However, with the server offline, the StarChat software no longer transmitted data externally. Chu Qianlan rapidly reviewed various records on the computer, but still could not locate the source triggering the data transmission from the StarChat software. After an extensive search, he finally uncovered traces of several deleted logs. Notably, the timing aligned with operations conducted after the StarChat server was shut down. Upon restoring the logs, Chu Qianlan's suspicions were validated. It was indeed PP that had issued commands from the backend, manipulating the StarChat client to continuously send false requests to the server. Subsequently, Chu Qianlan logged into several other computers, discovering the same situation. The operational logs had long been erased. He saved these logs as evidence, taking screenshots to store on his computer. While these pieces of evidence might not be recognized by the court, they could certainly generate discourse on forums. After preparing various screenshots and methods for investigation, he bundled them and sent them to Zhou Yuan. Chu Qianlan then launched the mini-program to scan the PP application on the computer. The attack on the StarChat server, which forced it offline, was an unforeseen development. After all, the Golden Shield security software he had previously developed could thwart most illegal intrusions. This time, however, PP's attack had traversed legitimate data channels, rendering the security software ineffective. The shutdown of the StarChat server meant that all StarChat users were unable to log in, causing significant damage to the reputation of Xinghai Technology. Having confirmed that Goose Factory was the puppet master, Chu Qianlan was determined not to let them off the hook. Utilizing his self-developed mini-program, he breached multiple layers of defenses within mere minutes, gaining access to the server cluster of the PP software. Chu Qianlan did not act immediately. Instead, he diligently analyzed the current servers, collecting valuable intelligence. The PP software's server cluster was vast, interconnected with hundreds of happy fishing ground servers. The facility he accessed contained over 2,000 servers, nearly 10 times the scale of Xinghai Technology's facility. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Qianlan rewrote a mini-program to implant into the server, erasing all traces of his entry before exiting the server entirely. He chose not to act straight away, but planned to wait until the StarChat software was restored online. Although the number of StarChat users had diminished since the server's forced closure, there were still hundreds of thousands of active users. These individuals merely sensed their teammates' voices becoming distorted before silence ensued. Upon inspecting the StarChat software, they discovered it was impossible to connect to the server. At that moment, an announcement from Xinghai Technology had already spread across forums and message boards. The ripple effect was tremendous, igniting a frenzy across the entire internet. While engaged in a guild battle, StarChat suddenly logged off, disrupting unified command and resulting in significant losses for the guild. In a popular gaming guild, the president erupted in anger on the forum, and beneath his post, hundreds of replies echoed the players' frustrations and helplessness. In the morning, The Goose Factory initiated an assault on Xinghai Technology. By noon, explicit transactions were exposed on the Goose Factory's PP space. And by night, the StarChat server was compromised. The conflict between the two companies was intensifying, leaving one to ponder whether the Goose Factory's PP servers would face a similar fate by dawn. A certain netizen appeared to be preparing to enjoy the spectacle. The law of the jungle prevails even in the digital realm. One can only hope for the emergence of a rivalry that would elevate StarChat to prominence. I had just prepared a document for tomorrow's meeting, but with StarChat down and the online conference canceled, I am at a loss for whether to feel elated or despondent. In a shocking twist, evidence surfaced indicating that the Goose Factory had employed PP to issue commands that orchestrated an attack on the StarChat server. Who would have thought that both you and I could be deemed culprits? Chapter 62, Evidence. An official statement was released. Upon learning of the StarChat server's shutdown, the president, Xiao Ma, returned to rest. When he arrived at the company the following morning, his spirits remained high. The abrupt closure of the instant messaging software server, which forced users offline, is a grave taboo that breeds skepticism regarding the software security. The recent shutdown of StarChat's server will undoubtedly result in a decline in various metrics for the foreseeable future. For the Goose Factory, this is fortuitous news. However, as Xiao Ma entered the conference room, he sensed an unsettling atmosphere. Chairman, the StarChat server was attacked yesterday and has yet to come back online, reported the head of the Public Relations Department. This is a positive development for us. Why the grim expression? Xiao Ma responded, his brow furrowed in confusion. Chairman, there are rampant rumors on the forum suggesting that the Goose Factory orchestrated the attack on the StarChat server, complete with rather detailed evidence. The public relations supervisor continued. Is that so? Xiao Ma's gaze shifted to Minister Chun of the technical department. While only a few key personnel in the technical department were aware of the assault on the StarChat server, other executives might suspect the Goose Factory's involvement, but were oblivious to the specifics of the plan. Noticing Xiao Ma's scrutiny, Minister Chun quickly interjected. The so-called evidence circulating on the forum consists merely of a few screenshots and some technical restoration documents, all of which are easily fabricated and should not be taken seriously. This is clearly a smear campaign by Xinghai Technology. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ma understood the implication. There was no need to heed the evidence circulating online. Given the emergence of public discourse, the Public Relations Department should monitor the situation and issue a clarifying announcement, asserting that the attack on the StarChat server was unrelated to us, while striving to shield the company from any fallout. Seize this opportunity while the StarChat server is offline to promote the PP software and attract more StarChat users. The investment department should continue negotiations with New Sea Technology, raising our offer to $1.5 billion, but still only for the StarChat software. Additionally, bolster our server defenses. StarChat has suffered in this regard before, and we must not repeat their mistakes. After delegating the tasks, the attendees gradually left the meeting, while Xiao Ma opened the forum to peruse the circulating information. After 6 or 7 hours of intense speculation, the news of the StarChat server's attack had spread throughout the internet, capturing the attention of major media outlets. By early morning, numerous articles had emerged online. Most of the articles painted a bleak picture for StarChat, asserting that Xinghai Technology's technology was insufficient to safeguard the platform's proper development. However, some articles posited that the hacker attack on StarChat was undoubtedly orchestrated and premeditated, subtly insinuating the Goose Factory's involvement. Meanwhile, Zhou Yuan confirmed that there was no data loss within the server and, alongside Chu Qianlan, adjusted the parameters of the Golden Shield security software. The data from the attack on the server all originated from the StarChat client. The Golden Shield software deemed this data secure and thus did not intercept it. Following the parameter adjustments, the Golden Shield software would block the majority of traffic in any future similar incidents, ensuring stable server operations. Before 8 o'clock, all StarChat servers were back online, and Chu Qianlan tidied up before heading towards the second teaching building. News of the StarChat server's reboot rapidly spread across the internet, eliciting cheers from gamers and sighs of relief from office workers awaiting online meetings. On her way to class, Chu Qianlan's phone buzzed incessantly with real-time data sent by Zhou Yuan. Within just half an hour of coming back online, the number of users on StarChat had rebounded to 60 of the usual figures for that time slot, with Happy Farm and Smart Meeting software also experiencing a significant resurgence. Last night, Zhou Yuan had already published the log data he received from Chu Qianlan on the forum, leading the majority of netizens to believe that the Goose Factory had indeed attacked the StarChat server. This belief was precisely why the Goose Factory's clarifying announcement was swiftly drowned out by a torrent of comments. At 10 a.m., Assistant Su Fong sent a message stating that the Goose Factory's investment department had once again extended a purchase offer, willing to pay $1.5 billion for the StarChat software. Without hesitation, Chu Qianlan instructed Su Fong to decline outright, affirming that the conditions for acquiring StarChat would remain unchanged. As noon approached, Su Fong sent another message, reporting that the Ministry of Information Industry had published an article titled Upholding the Rule of Law Principles to Promote Orderly and Standardized Development of Internet Enterprises. After lunch, Chu Qianlan returned to her dormitory and quickly scanned the article on her computer. The content was succinct, emphasizing the need for legality in the competition among Internet enterprises, ensuring that it does not disrupt the lives of ordinary citizens. The objective was glaringly evident, to admonish both the Goose Factory and Xinghai Technology. Inquiring about the company's situation, Chu Qianlan learned that the Goose Factory's major players had not relented, continuing their siege on Xinghai Technology. Thus, she chose not to alter the current state of affairs. The conflict had been instigated by the Goose Factory. As long as they persisted, Xinghai Technology would not abandon its countermeasures. Following the publication of the Ministry of Information Industries article, neither the Goose Factory nor Xinghai Technology took any action. While netizens erupted in celebration on forums and message boards, dominating the scene, the official intervention, the internet war between the two companies is finally coming to an end. Their feud has repeatedly entangled my gaming guild. What bad luck. Peony in the Mountain City. To use both StarChat and PP, I had to trek several kilometers to a cyber cafe. Those days will soon be over. Xingyuan Legal Aid. The official voice is something we anticipated. After all, the battle between these two companies impacts the normal lives of many. If they do not rein in their actions, the authorities will intervene swiftly. Arc Cyber Cafe. The official has issued clear directives. Why have these two companies not yet acted? The recent holiday has not seen a noticeable increase in foot traffic in my cafe, all due to their ongoing battle. Forum jokers. Surely these two companies do not intend to continue their confrontation? Are they not afraid of official intervention? Tempest. Something feels amiss. In recent days, after a wave of attacks from the Goose Factory, Xinghai Technology invariably retaliates. However, following the attack on the StarChat server at dawn, they have remained silent. Are they hiding a trump card? Some netizens expressed relief. Others relished the spectacle, while many awaited a return to normalcy. Yet, the Goose Factory and Xinghai Technology remained conspicuously silent, as if oblivious to the official article's release. As time passed and night fell, the peak online hours arrived once more. Many users suddenly experienced severe lag on PP, followed by an abrupt disconnection. Chapter 63, Official Mediation. Business Suspension. After a day of laborious work, the senior executives of Goose Factory convened to deliberate on their forthcoming strategies. Suddenly, the head of the operations department received a text message, causing his countenance to pale dramatically. Our PP server has come under attack. All CPUs have been instantaneously rendered inoperable, and numerous files have been obliterated. The Happy Farm server in the data center is also affected. As the words of the operations manager hung in the air, the conference room fell into a profound silence. Xiao Ma abruptly rose from his seat, the sofa scraping against the floor with a jarring noise. What did you say? Repeat that. Chairman, the PP server and the Happy Farm server have been assaulted. All CPUs have been forcibly overclocked and burned out, while the hard disk data has been formatted. The operations manager stammered, swallowing hard. His voice trembled as he continued. Throughout this ordeal, our defense system showed no response, as if the attackers were already privy to our vulnerabilities. The head of the technical department, Chun, appeared ashen. Impossible. Our server defenses are world-class. How could an intrusion occur so silently? The operations manager replied with unwavering conviction. During the attack, external traffic showed no anomalies, and our defense system issued no alerts. If it were not for our on-duty staff's intervention, it means someone bypassed all defenses and infiltrated the server. Xiao Ma waved his hand, insisting, "Let's not engage in arguments at this moment. We must focus on damage control. Immediately replace the server components and restore the hard disk data. How long until we can bring it back online? Restoring deleted data is not a grievous challenge for a colossal enterprise like Goose Factory. However, our inventory of spare parts is insufficient to repair all servers. Yet, we can reach out to suppliers. They should have stock available. Replacing all CPUs will take merely 3 to 4 hours. The current dilemma lies in data recovery. There are numerous hard disks within the servers, and achieving complete restoration will require at least 7 to 8 days." The more he spoke, the graver his expression became. The other executives, upon hearing this, also darkened in countenance. If the PP server remains offline for 7 to 8 days, a substantial number of users will inevitably migrate to StarChat software. resulting in a significant loss for Goose Factory. 7 to 8 days? Absolutely unacceptable. We must expedite the server's return to service. The head of the marketing department interjected vehemently. But with so many hard disks formatted, recovery will inevitably take time. The operations manager lamented. Then let us first recover the data from the last 3 days. The remaining data can be restored gradually after the server is back online. Additionally, assign half of the technical department personnel to assist the operations team. We must resolve the server issues as swiftly as possible. Xiao ma decisiva commanded. The operations and technical department staff hastily departed, leaving only the management team in the conference room. This incident is undoubtedly the handiwork of Xinghai Technology. The head of the marketing department seethed. With the PP server offline, StarChat will surely seize the opportunity to expand. We must take action to delay their growth. Following the research department head's words, all eyes turned towards Xiaoma. At this juncture, their sole strategy to retain market share hinged on preventing PP users from switching to StarChat. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaoma began issuing commands. Public Relations Department, draft an announcement immediately to explain to users the reasons behind the PP server's downtime. Furthermore, swiftly organize a social media campaign to disseminate the narrative that the attack on the PP server is the work of Xinghai Technology. Investment Department, contact Xinghai Technology tomorrow and acquiesce to their terms. Offer for $5 billion to acquire StarChat and Happy Farm, insisting they halt all promotional activities while our technical staff assumes operations. Your goal is to delay StarChat's growth. Administration, liaise with the authorities to encourage them to mediate, ideally leading to Xinghai Technology's temporary closure for restructuring. We are prepared to make certain sacrifices for this. With Xiaoma's directives, Goose Factory commenced a meticulously orchestrated response, particularly the Public Relations Department, which recalled all off-duty employees. At 9 o'clock that evening, Goose Factory's official website published an announcement, claiming that the PP server had suffered a hacker attack resulting in substantial data loss, and that the company was exerting every effort to effect repairs. Subsequently, a flood of online commentators inundated various forums, convincingly attributing the attack on the PP server to Xinghai Technology. However, they were merely bots, generating speculation without any substantial evidence. Meanwhile, Xinghai Technology had also prepared for this eventuality, as Zhang Yuanmei organized her own cohort of commentators to counteract the narrative, alleging that PP was manipulating StarChat to attack Xinghai Technology's servers. With visual evidence and explanations, their posts proved far more persuasive. Amidst the swirling online discourse, many netizens remained indifferent to the truth. Their primary concern was when PP would be restored and how they would manage their work without it. Following Goose Factory's announcement, the number of new registrations for StarChat surged exponentially, with the pace accelerating. Clearly, those with pressing needs began to contemplate transitioning to StarChat in lieu of Pages. Within a single evening, StarChat amassed over 800,000 new users, bringing its total user count perilously close to 10 million. On the morning of October 9th, while attending a class, Chu Qianlan received a text from her assistant, Su Fang. The Shenzhen Communications Administration had issued a notification, requesting a company representative to attend a meeting at the Transportation Administration at 1 p.m. Though the content of the meeting was not disclosed, everyone understood the underlying implication. A discussion between Xinghai Technology and Goose Factory aimed at swiftly resolving the turmoil. After some contemplation, Chu Qianlan decided to send Chen Tiexin and Zhou Yuan to attend the meeting. With the PP server offline, Xinghai Technology had lifted all restrictions on PP, but limitations on other software remained intact. Compared to PP, Xinghai Technology's blockade of other software could be deemed excessive, yet it did not cross into illegal territory. As such, during the meeting with the Communications Administration, Xinghai Technology would not be liable for any wrongdoing. Simply sending representatives to await the outcome would suffice. Nevertheless, at noon, Chu Qianlan still felt compelled to call and remind Chen Tiexin and Zhou Yuan. Goose Factory must lift all restrictions, including the ban on the term StarChat. For Xinghai Technology to reciprocate by removing limitations on Goose Factory's other software. However, the developments soon exceeded Chu Qianlan's expectations. Around 2 p.m., Zhou Yuan sent a message stating that the Communications Administration had mandated Xinghai Technology to cease operations for 3 days for rectification. During this period, all software must halt operations. Upon reading this demand, Chu Qianlan distinctly felt that the Communications Administration was biased. With the PP server offline, it was the perfect opportunity for StarChat's growth. Now mandating Xinghai Technology to shut down for 3 days was blatantly extending Goose Factory's reprieve. After a prolonged period of contemplation, Chu Qianlan sent a message. A shutdown is acceptable, and software operations may cease, but the Communications Administration must issue an official document. Furthermore, Goose Factory, Chengdu, Yingshan, and all other internet companies collaborating to besiege Xinghai Technology must also cease operations and halt network services. Chu Qianlan's stance was unequivocal. As a company besieged by numerous others, it was unjust for Xinghai Technology to bear the consequences alone. If problems could not be resolved, they must be magnified. This was Chu Qianlan's strategy. She did not believe that the Shenzhen Communications Administration would dare to bring so many enterprises to a standstill simultaneously. If the authorities truly issued a document mandating Xinghai Technology to temporarily suspend operations for StarChat, Chu Qianlan would simply post the official document on her own website and cease operations for StarChat, thereby revealing who would truly suffer. As for the missed development timeline of Xingliao, Chu Qianlan remained unfazed. If he could cause the PP server to shut down once, he could orchestrate a second closure. The developmental advantage he had secured over the past few days was firmly in his grasp. After Chen Tiexin conveyed Chu Qianlan's sentiments, a palpable silence enveloped the conference room of the Communication Management Bureau. As the government officials exchanged glances, the atmosphere thick with tension. Particularly, the two representatives from Chengdu and Yingshan wore expressions of dismay. Was Xinghai Technology intent on dragging everyone down with them? Murmured a young staff member. The head of the bureau rapped the table, his expression grave. The demands of Xinghai Technology are not without merit. We shall deliberate on this matter later. He then turned to the representative from the Goose Factory, inquiring about the progress of the server repairs. The Goose Factory representative wiped the cold sweat from his brow, estimating that basic services would be restored by the following morning, though complete data recovery would take an additional 5 days. The head pondered briefly before decisively stating, before 10 a.m. tomorrow, all internet enterprises must lift their mutual restrictions. Just as the Communication Management Bureau reached this resolution, news of it swiftly reached Chu Qianlan. At that moment, it signified the impending conclusion of a week-long internet war. At 5 o'clock that evening, in the presence of the Communication Management Bureau and various media outlets, Goose Factory, Chengdu, Yingshan, and Xinghai Technology jointly signed the commitment to competitive compliance, officially declaring a ceasefire. That night, Xinghai Technology lifted the restrictions of its Internet Cafe management system on all software under Goose Factory and Yingshan. Chengdu and Yingshan promptly followed suit, rescinding their aggression against Xinghai Technology. As for the Goose Factory, they would have to wait for the PP server to come back online before executing their corresponding actions. Nevertheless, all companies published the commitment to competitive compliance on their official websites, alleviating fears of subsequent reneging by any party. Following media coverage, the news spread rapidly across the internet. Although users had yet to witness mutual compatibility between PP and Xingliao, various software under the Goose Factory operated normally within the management system of Xinghai Technology. By the morning of the 10th, when PP was relaunched, the registered users of Xingliao had already surpassed 11.6 million. Despite a recent decline in various metrics due to the clash with Goose Factory, the increase in registered users made it all worthwhile. According to Chen Tiexin's projections, this month's revenue was unlikely to decrease and might even witness an uptick. Conversely, the Goose Factory, after a week of fierce confrontation, saw no reduction in PP's registered users. Yet their activity levels had noticeably diminished. Moreover, the player count for Happy Fish had nearly halved. Most critically, the Goose Factory's stock price plummeted by 12 over the course of the week-long conflict. This outcome stemmed not only from the Goose Factory's failure to obliterate Xinghai Technology, but also from the realization that the PP software could no longer monopolize the instant messaging market, leading to a significant decline in investor expectations. With the relaunch of the PP server and the update of a new version of the PP software, which no longer required the uninstallation of Xingliao prior to logging in, the rivalry between Xinghai Technology and the Goose Factory came to a conclusive end. In the ensuing period, the company operated in a state of tranquility, while Chu Qianlan remained at Shenzhen University to continue his studies. Recently, Zhang Jinshan had leveraged his previous connections to find a managerial talent named Chu Feng, who had once been the head of the Mobile Technology Research Center at KJ Technology. With KJ Technology exiting the market, the entire research center had been disbanded. While Chu Feng was not particularly adept in technical research, he excelled in the logistical management of research departments. Due to his prior employment, he was well versed in the rules surrounding patent technology licensing and possessed strong negotiation skills. Such capabilities would suffice for overseeing the daily operations of Xingyuan exploration. However, whether he could eventually steer the entire development of Xingyuan exploration remained to be seen. With Chu Feng on board, The mundane affairs of Xingyuan exploration no longer demanded Chu Qianlan's attention. He could now await the laboratory results before considering future developments. The recruitment process for the position of vice president at Xinghai Technology had, however, progressed at a sluggish pace. Zhang Zhunshan, having limited knowledge of talent in the internet sector, could only rely on headhunting firms to sift through suitable candidates gradually. How are things progressing with Lin Shireen? Chu Qianlan suddenly reminded from his dormitory. Rest assured, I've already spoken with her, Zhang Lei assured, a grin betraying his excitement. Ever since Chu Qianlan had offered an internship opportunity, he had been keenly seeking chances to encounter Lin Shireen. Recently, he had even deliberately hinted to her that he knew people at Xinghai Technology who were preparing to recruit. Lin Shireen, intrigued by Xinghai Technology, was considering submitting her resume to test her luck. What position are you preparing for, Lin Shireen? Can you divulge that in advance? Lu Daocheng inquired curiously. It's an administrative assistant role. The workload is relatively light, allowing for a swift understanding of company operations. Ideal for someone ambitious. Chu Qianlan replied while perusing code. However, whether she is accepted will depend on her performance. The interviewers will not be me. Despite this, he had already informed his assistant, Su Feng, that as long as Lin Shireen's performance was not particularly poor, she would be admitted. Zhang Lei, hearing this, grew anxious. Come on, can't you give a definitive assurance? What if she fails the interview? Chu Qianlan looked up, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. The interview process must be followed. As long as her values align and she performs normally, passing should not pose a challenge. However, do not disclose my identity to her. I do not wish for the news of my position as general manager of Xinghai Technology to stir up a commotion at school. Upon hearing this from Liang, Zhang Lei felt reassured. Provided no unforeseen circumstances arose, Lin Shireen's entry into Xinghai Technology appeared to be a certainty. Yet, he remained puzzled. With Shireen working in the same building as you at Xinghai Technology, isn't it inevitable that you will cross paths? What significance does it hold for you to keep your identity a secret? Unless there are special circumstances, she should not encounter me. On October 21st, Xinghai Technology would participate in this recruitment event, a responsibility typically shouldered by Zhang Zhunshan, thereby not necessitating Chu Qianlan's attendance. Early in the morning, Zhang Lei departed the dormitory, presumably to meet Lin Shireen for the job fair. Meanwhile, Chu Qianlan and Du Ming adhered to their usual routine and headed to the company. With the Goose Factory no longer directly suppressing the Xingliao software, Xinghai Technology entered a phase of stable development. Chu Qianlan relocated his office from the 15th floor to the 12th, intending to concentrate on the development of the mobile operating system. According to the current timeline, the core components of the mobile operating system were expected to be completed within a month. Based on the overall framework of the mobile operating system, the core programs being developed now accounted for 35 of the entire system. This core program, named the System Service Block, would provide various fundamental services essential for the system's operation. With the System Service Block in place, simultaneous development of the kernel and graphical system would commence. The former would manage hardware drivers, while the latter would facilitate the transition from programs to visuals, together comprising approximately 40 of the project. Given that both components would be developed concurrently, efficiency was anticipated to improve significantly. With these three components, the core of the mobile operating system will be effectively completed. However, to ensure an abundance of applications, the operating system would also require the construction of an application framework layer. This framework would establish unified rules and standard interfaces, providing developers with a foundational development environment and tools. The framework empowers developers to efficiently create applications that meet system requirements, thereby enriching the ecosystem of system applications. Chu Qianlan roughly estimated that, at the current pace of research and development, a minimum of 5 months would be necessary to complete the preliminary development of the entire mobile operating system. Moreover, there is an urgent need to recruit relevant research and development personnel. Otherwise, the time spent may be extended even further. Fortunately, the recruitment process is managed by Zhang Zhunshan himself, requiring minimal effort on his part. After lunch, Chu Qianlan made his way deep into the technology park. Upon pushing open the glass door of a laboratory, he was greeted by the sharp scent of disinfectant. Li Yang, wearing protective goggles, was intently observing the reaction curves of the electrolyte at various temperatures. President Chu, your timing is impeccable. We have nearly finalized the composition of the new electrolyte and are currently conducting extreme tests, Li Yang said, removing his goggles, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Oh, how are the experimental results? Chu Qianlan inquired with curiosity. The new electrolyte maintains a charging and discharging efficiency of 92 at 30 degrees Celsius. surpassing the industry average by 45. This is merely the efficacy of the electrolyte itself. The addition of various additives could further enhance its performance. Hearing Li Yang's enthusiastic introduction, Chu Qianlan appeared surprised, yet remained calm internally. The experimental performance of this electrolyte was somewhat inferior to the data provided by the technology library. However, since the electrolyte had only just been developed, there was still room for improvement. The breakthrough in low-temperature performance indicated that our electrolyte could be directly utilized in northern markets, and even in military applications. By the way, what is the cost of this electrolyte? Upon hearing Chu Qianlan's inquiry, Liang pondered for a moment, stating, "According to our estimates, the material costs are reduced by 35, and the production process is comparable to other electrolytes, resulting in an overall cost reduction of approximately 25. Quite competitive. How is the patent application progressing?" At this question, Liang appeared somewhat troubled. He had been so engrossed in experiments lately that he had not kept track of the patent applications. Just then, the Vice President Chu Feng, who had hurried over, interjected, "President Chu, the patents have been applied for in batches, and some have received acceptance letters. We have already begun applying for PCT international patents." Chu Qianlan nodded in acknowledgement of Chu Feng's efficiency. In the realm of technology, patents serve as a protective moat. No tech company would ever complain about having too many patents. Furthermore, with the acceptance letters in hand, the company could use them to authorize the production of the electrolyte externally. Since the patent applications have been accepted, Mr. Chu, please start gathering information on electrolyte manufacturers to prepare for the authorization process. Chu Feng swiftly opened his notebook. "President Chu, I've already identified several manufacturers, but I have not yet reached out to them. There are still a few questions that need clarification before we proceed with external authorization." Surprised by these insights, Chu Qianlan contemplated for a moment before replying, "Have the laboratory create 3 to 4 versions based on the electrolyte's performance and cost, and we will authorize the weakest version for external use. The best version will be produced in-house. As for the authorization fees, let us calculate them based on the selling price of the finished product. Our electrolyte has a long lifespan and can withstand harsher environments. Let us set the authorization fee for the first version at 10. The patent for the electrolyte will require external authorization for production, necessitating an expansion of the laboratory, along with the hiring of additional research personnel and equipment." In a rapid exchange of questions and answers, the two solidified the various matters that lay ahead for the company. "Liang, please discuss with Professor Zhang and expedite the writing of a paper for publication in a prestigious journal. It will serve as external promotion for our electrolyte." Before leaving, Chu Qianlan specifically instructed Liang, "Should a relevant paper appear in a reputable academic journal, the credibility of the electrolyte patent would significantly increase, thereby easing the challenges of future external authorizations." Upon reaching the 12th floor, Chu Qianlan exited the elevator, encountering Su Feng, who was hurriedly leaving with a folder. "President Chu, here is the report on the execution of the competition compliance commitment you requested, along with the budget applications from various departments for next month." Su Feng handed the folder to Chu Qianlan, adding, "Also, Lin Shirin, whom you inquired about, has passed the initial interview and will come in for a formal interview tomorrow. She still has 2 days of classes at school each week. How should we arrange her work schedule?" Chu Qianlan accepted the folder with a slight smile. "Just proceed with the standard onboarding process. She is merely an intern. You can manage the arrangements as you see fit." Entering his office, Chu Qianlan sat at his desk and perused the documents in hand. Several companies had signed the commitment letters over 10 days ago, with enterprises like Goose Factory, Chengdu, and Yingshan strictly adhering to the agreements, avoiding any further malicious competitive behaviors. Xinghai Technology had also seized this opportunity to develop steadily. The losses from the recent fierce competition had now been completely compensated. This month's revenue was set to reach a new high. Having addressed his work-related matters, Chu Qianlan redirected his attention to the computer. Since June, he had been composing the artificial intelligence system, and the progress had now approached 40, mirroring that of the mobile operating system. However, while the mobile operating system could expedite development by increasing research personnel, the artificial intelligence system could only be completed through Chu Qianlan's gradual coding efforts. Moreover, the artificial intelligence system he was crafting was somewhat unique. Ordinary computers could not run it. Chapter 66. Uninstall Project Exhibition. According to Chu Qianlan's plan, once the artificial intelligence system neared completion, he would acquire a medium-sized supercomputer to support it. His fingers danced across the keyboard, the code within the purple light editing software rapidly materializing. The intricate architecture of the artificial intelligence system gradually becoming clearer. The artificial intelligence he was replicating belonged to the management system of an interstellar spaceship housed within the technology library, already possessing a comprehensive set of logical programs. It did not require the constant training that a rudimentary artificial intelligence would need to develop. Hey, third brother, Lin Shireen has passed the initial interview. What will be covered in tomorrow's interview? Any chance you can give a hint? As soon as Chu Qianlan returned to his dormitory that evening, Zhang Lei eagerly probed for information. I'm not responsible for that area and have no idea about the interview content, but I've made the necessary arrangements. As long as there are no major issues, she should definitely pass the interview. Chu Qian Kasu Zetponde. Third brother, this is a matter of great significance for my life. Please don't mess it up. Zhang Lei still seemed unconvinced. Second brother, rather than worrying about Lin Shireen's chances of passing the interview, why not focus on yourself? Once Lin Shireen joins Xinghai Technology, being both beautiful and financially savvy, she will surely attract many suitors. Why would she even consider you? Lu Daoqing teased. The eldest has a point. If I were Lin Shireen, I certainly wouldn't choose you with your gaming habits. Du Ming chimed in. Zhuqian Zhuge, shaking his head as he observed Zhang Lei, who was anxiously tugging at his hair. If you wish to pursue that girl, you must possess qualities that attract her. Unless Lin Shireen also enjoys gaming, it would be wise for you to refrain from spending all your time in the dorm playing games. Upon hearing the trio's remarks, Zhang Lei felt a flicker of motivation. But if I'm not gaming, what else can I do? Shireen is now working at your company, and I'm only in my third year. There is no chance for me. Chu Qianlan shook his head. You'll need to ponder this on your own. But spending all day gaming will certainly be a disadvantage in Lin Shireen's eyes. Du Ming suddenly proposed, second brother, if you're free, why not go to Nanshan Technology Park every day to pick up Lin Shireen after work and cultivate some feelings? Lu Daoqing said with a mischievous smile. Girls are fond of ambitious men. Why don't you strive for next year's scholarship? Zhang Lei, feeling a bit uneasy under their teasing, suddenly had a flash of inspiration. What do you think about me learning programming from the third brother? After all, I have C language in my major, and can someone understand code? Chu Qianlan raised an eyebrow. Didn't you say programming is even harder than advanced mathematics? Can you really learn it now? It's different. Zhang Lei retorted defiantly. The monotony of lectures can't compare to pursuing a girlfriend. Du Ming adjusted his glasses. Theoretically, it's feasible, but while programming is easy to start, mastering it is quite difficult. Are you sure you can persist? By the time your skills are advanced enough to meet the standards of Xinghai Technology, Lin Shireen's child might already be running around. Hearing this, Zhang Lei felt a bit dispirited. Forget it, I'll think about it some more. But I definitely won't play games anymore. After saying this, he returned to his computer and deleted all his games. Chu Qianlan and the others were taken aback. They merely teased him about Lin Shireen. But they hadn't anticipated such a strong reaction from Zhang Lei, who actually uninstalled his games. It seems Lin Shireen holds a significant place in Zhang Lei's heart. Zhang Lei shut down his computer and lay on his bed, deep in thought, while Chu Qianlan and the others exchanged glances in silence, returning to their own tasks. The next afternoon, Su Fong sent a message saying Lin Shireen had passed her interview and would officially commence work on November 1st. Chu Qianlan casually dismissed the notification. He chose not to share this news with Zhang Lei and redirected his focus to the text projected from the technological library. As evening approached, upon learning the news, Zhang Lei was elated and treated himself to a late-night snack. In the following period, all of Chu Qianlan's companies were steadily progressing. En dehors que Fanxing intentionnel maneuvring. Several media outlets in the Shenzhen market reported that Xingyuan Exploration had developed a lithium battery electrolyte. By early November, a few manufacturers that produce electrolytes had approached Xingyuan Exploration, attempting to probe into the specifics of the new electrolyte. However, Chu Feng did not immediately engage with these manufacturers regarding authorization. He was waiting for the laboratory to provide the specific parameters needed for external authorization. Throughout October, despite a fierce competition with the Goose Factory, which significantly reduced various metrics, there was a surge in registered users for Xingliao due to the Goose Factory SPP server being offline for over a day. Although many of these users departed once PP resumed, a substantial number chose to remain. Ultimately, Xinghai Technology reported a revenue of 62 million in October, and after deducting various daily expenses, it retained 51 million, once again setting a new record. At this time, Xinghai Technology's account boasted over 100 million in reserves. Of course, this was merely the figure on paper. In reality, over 10 million had already been loaned out to Chu Qianlan's other two companies. Xingyuan Exploration would soon become profitable, allowing for the repayment of these loans, while Fanxing Technology remained in the research and development phase, necessitating continuous financial support from Xinghai Technology. As November arrived, Lin Shireen officially joined Xinghai Technology and would work on weekdays whenever there were no classes. Zhang Lei also became diligent, promptly heading to Nanshan Technology Park after his 4th class to pick up Lin Shireen after work. Fortunately, his earnings from promoting the Internet Cafe management system were sufficient to sustain his budding romance. With Lin Shireen starting her internship, her opportunities to appear at the Entrepreneurship Club diminished, leading many suitors to abandon their pursuits. Recently, as Zhang Lei picked up Lin Shireen after work daily, their relationship gradually warmed, yet they had yet to cross the boundary of mere friendship. One evening, Zhang Lei unexpectedly asked, "Third brother, when is your company's next recruitment?" Lin Shireen has a roommate who also wants to enter Xinghai Technology. Chu Qianlan shook his head. "We haven't received any recruitment plans from HR recently. There shouldn't be any new hiring within the next half month. The last recruitment added over 30 people to the technical department. We need to let this batch of new employees fully integrate before hiring more." "I see, then forget it." I heard Shireen say her roommate is just casually interested in Xinghai Technology. Zhang Lei continued, "By the way, our Entrepreneurship Club is hosting a project exhibition the day after tomorrow. Will you attend?" Chapter 67, Achievements Investment in Dajiang. The project exhibition is essentially a venue provided by the Entrepreneurship Club, where students with ideas can showcase their projects. Members of the Entrepreneurship Club and some interested outsiders will come to visit. If someone finds a project appealing, the two parties can negotiate on the spot. Each semester, the Entrepreneurship Club organizes such activities primarily to scout quality projects. However, quality projects are not easily found. Many students merely have an idea, create a PowerPoint presentation, and come to the exhibition lacking any persuasive power. The most reliable projects are likely those presented by the SciTech Innovation Club, as they usually have clear objectives and detailed experimental data. I participated in a drone project in the SciTech Innovation Club, which has now completed development. We plan to sell the results to a drone company at this exhibition. I'll join the fun. Chu Qianlan replied without hesitation. Duan Yulin's project had long been completed. He was just waiting to finish all his senior year courses before interning at Dajiang Drone. However, Wang Tao from Dajiang Drone decided to acquire the results at the project exhibition for promotional purposes. Duan Yulin felt indifferent. Both the SciTech Innovation Club and the Entrepreneurship Club were pleased with the arrangement, and thus it was settled. "Third brother, wherever you go, good things seem to happen," Lu Daochang said with a hint of envy. "Boss, you're mistaken. It's not that good things happen wherever I go, but rather that I bring good fortune wherever I am. Without my programming, that drone project wouldn't have yielded results this early." Chu Qianlan retorted with a chuckle. "Third brother, you really aren't humble," Zhang Lei playfully scolded, feigning a punch, which Chu Qianlan dodged with a smile. Du Ming, hearing this, looked away from his code. "How much did the drone project sell for?" "The drone company offered 50,000. Duan Yulin gets 50, I take 10, and the rest goes to the SciTech Innovation Club." Chu Qianlan opened a drawer and tossed a bag of snacks to Zhang Lei. "This project was incubated with club resources. Such distribution is quite reasonable." Lu Daocheng raised an eyebrow. 50,000. That recoups all the expenses from 4 years of college. If I had known, I should have joined the SciTech Innovation Club to get a project to my name. Chu Qianlan shook his head with a laugh. "You should focus on learning in the Entrepreneurship Club. After graduation, whether you come to my company or start your own venture, you'll be fine." Upon hearing this, Zhang Lei's eyes lit up. "Right, we can start a business. Relying on third brother's Xinghai Technology, we definitely won't fail." Chu Qianlan shot him a glance. "Do you think starting a business is that simple? Without a complete plan, relying on anything is futile. Just like the drone company, no matter how good the technology, without a market, they will incur losses. If they're losing money, why would someone offer 50,000 to acquire your project? Isn't that losing even more?" Lu Daocheng asked curiously. "Just because they're losing now doesn't mean they will continue to lose in the future. The drone market is currently undeveloped due to immature conditions. If they can weather the storm, substantial growth awaits. The acquisition of project outcomes signifies a strategic maneuver for the future." A flicker of inscrutable emotion passed through Chu Qianlan's eyes. Dajiang Drone, destined to become a titan in the industry of Manhwa, undoubtedly boasts a discerning overseer in Wang Tao. On November 18th, prior to the commencement of the project exhibition, Chu Qianlan was summoned by Wang Tao ahead of time. "Brother Chu, your Xingyuan exploration has been quite the sensation lately. Are you considering licensing your patents?" Wang Tao inquired with a smile as he stood outside the gymnasium. Initially, when he learned of Chu Qianlan's entrepreneurial ventures, he did not pay much heed. However, Recent revelations regarding Xingyuan Exploration's laboratory developing a lithium battery electrolyte with a full suite of patents piqued his interest in Chu Qianlan. The drone market currently languishes. Struggling to achieve a balance between income and expenditure, and continuous financing is the only means to sustain the company. Chu Qianlan had previously contemplated investing in Dajiang Drone, which stirred Wang Tao's interest. Casting a glance at Wang Tao beside him, a hint of amusement danced in Chu Qianlan's eyes. Brother Wang, your information is quite up to date. Our laboratory is in the process of finalizing the product's performance, but licensing will require a bit more time. A glimmer of envy flickered in Wang Tao's eyes. Congratulations, Brother Chu. I wish you great success with your product. Thank you in advance, Brother Wang. May I ask what prompted your early visit today? Chu Qianlan had already discerned that Wang Tao had ulterior motives for seeking him out. Wang Tao raised an eyebrow, his gaze tinged with anticipation. Brother Chu, last time you mentioned an interest in drones and a willingness to invest in Dajiang Drone. Was that sincere? Upon hearing this, Chu Qianlan's heart leapt with joy. Indeed, it was true. If Brother Wang is in need of funds, we can certainly collaborate. Wang Tao shook his head. The company still possesses some capital, but as you know, the drone market is unlikely to improve in the short term. With your financial backing, we could accumulate more technology during this winter period. Sensing the other's intentions, Chu Qianlan was forthright in his inquiry. How much funding do you require? And what percentage of shares can you offer? Wang Tao's gaze bore into Chu Qianlan's, and he candidly replied, to be frank, while the company has some funds left, they won't last long. I am willing to exchange a 20 stake for an investment of 2 million. Upon hearing the offer, Chu Qianlan furrowed his brow. He had visited Dajiang Drone's headquarters, and their total assets were unlikely to exceed 1 million, even with the addition of some intangible assets in the form of patents. The valuation would not reach 2 million. Wang Tao's assertion that Dajiang Drone was worth 10 million seemed excessively inflated. Nonetheless, considering the potential for Dajiang Drone to evolve into an industry giant, investing 2 million for a 20 share did not appear overly disadvantageous. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Qianlan responded, Brother Wang, we are both aware of Dajiang Drone's situation. A valuation of 10 million is indeed high. Since you assert it is worth 10 million, let's proceed with that figure. However, I have a condition. I will invest 2 million for a 20 stake, and it cannot be diluted for 3 years. In the event of future financing, I will follow suit to ensure my shares remain undiluted. Wang Tao fell silent for a moment before breaking into a grin. Brother Chu, you truly are forthright. However, let me be clear. If the drone market does not improve within these 3 years, you cannot withdraw your investment midway. He was quite pleased with this outcome, as the current state of Dajiang Drone warranted an inflated valuation of 2 million at best. Nevertheless, with Chu Qianlan's 2 million investment, the company's valuation would indeed reflect a genuine 10 million. As for the 3-year non-dilution clause, he was unconcerned. With this 2 million, he was confident in weathering the next 3 years. With a light chuckle, Chu Qianlan remarked, it's merely 2 million. I can afford the loss. I will send someone to your company tomorrow to sign a contract, as I have class and cannot attend in person. Chapter 68. A clash of wits. As Chu Qianlan entered the gymnasium, nearly all the exhibition booths were already set up. Unfortunately, close to half of them featured merely one person and a few promotional posters, exuding an air of unreliability. He navigated through several rows of booths, eventually locating Duan Yulin in the central area of the gymnasium. At that moment, Duan Yulin stood amidst a spacious exhibition booth, with a drone approximately 30 centimeters tall before him. Surrounding the booth were over a dozen posters promoting the drone. Upon spotting Chu Qianlan, Duan Yulin's face lit up. Junior Chu, you finally arrived. With a smile, Chu Qianlan approached the booth, his gaze settling on the drone. How is the debugging progressing? Our project is one of the main attractions today. Duan Yulin scratched his head, pulling out a remote control from his pocket. The obstacle avoidance function has been successfully debugged. However, the endurance remains an ongoing issue, currently limited to 25 minutes. This is a problem inherent to the battery industry, and it cannot be resolved immediately. Chu Qianlan took the remote and casually manipulated it. The drone gracefully maneuvered around obstacles on the booth and hovered in midair. You focus on the research and development. Wang Tao will handle the other matters. As they conversed, a group of individuals entered through the gymnasium's main entrance, making their way toward them. Why are the members of the entrepreneurship club here so early? Duan Yulin remarked with surprise, glancing at the approaching figures. They're likely here to inspect the venue's arrangements. Given that they are hosting the event, we should concentrate on our own tasks and not concern ourselves with them. Chu Qianlan casually glanced over, not pursuing the matter further. The entrepreneurship club comprised 18 members, including Chu Qianlan's roommates, Zhang Lei and Lu Daocheng, as well as his rival, Kong Linghua. Leading them were two women, one attired in purple and the other, Lin Shirin. Chu Qianlan had previously observed these two when Zhang Lei and Lu Daocheng joined the entrepreneurship club. At this moment, Zhang Lei stood beside Lin Shirin, their relationship well known among their dorm mates. In contrast, Kong Linghua trailed closely behind the woman in purple, eagerly seeking her favor, a fact apparent to any observant onlooker. Regrettably, the woman in purple wore an expression of haughtiness, occasionally conversing with Lin Shirin while completely disregarding Kong Linghua's advances. The group swiftly navigated through the booths on either side, arriving at the central area of the gymnasium, which was designated for today's key presentations. As they approached, the crowd's attention shifted toward them once more. Chu Qianlan noticed Kong Linghua, trailing behind the woman in purple. Sporting a funny smile. The sight of Kong Linghua, who was treated like royalty at home, now appearing so subservient, was truly astonishing. The woman leading the group was Zhong Wushuang, the president of the entrepreneurship club, rumored to be preparing to resign from her position. Duan Yulin cast a casual glance at the newcomers and remarked, "I've attended 3 project exhibitions, so I'm quite familiar with the entrepreneurship club." Just then, the group reached the drone exhibition booth. Among the crowd, Kong Linghua spotted Chu Qianlan's amused expression and his countenance darkened. He hastened his steps to stand beside Zhong Wushuang, pointing at the drone on display and loudly proclaiming, "President Zhong, what value can such a student project possibly hold? Even a random member from my father's company's R&D department could produce something superior." Chu Qianlan shot him a glance, unreservedly retorting, "Do not flatter yourself. Your father's R&D department is overwhelmed with work. Where would they find the time to develop drones? Our project has at least produced results. What qualifications do you have to criticize?" Both hailed from families engaged in similar industries, with scales that were comparable, hence they were well acquainted with each other's capabilities. The drone market currently lacks substantial demand. What use is there in having produced results when they go unnoticed? President Zhong, projects like this should be allocated to more obscure locations. Kong Linghua cast a triumphant glance at Chu Qianlan before addressing Zhong Wushuang. "Young Master Kong, do not be so hasty in your judgments. As I am aware, among today's guests, there is one from a drone company who has come specifically for this research achievement." Lu Daocheng interjected directly. Although he knew that Chu Qianlan's project had already been reserved, he refrained from stating it outright, as there were many others nearby. However, the entrepreneurial society members around had already discerned the implications of Lu Daocheng's words. In contrast, the mid-level executives from several entrepreneurial societies present did not display any surprise, clearly having been aware of the situation long before. Noticing this, Kong Linghua's face flushed with embarrassment. He abruptly shifted his gaze back to the exhibition stand. "Chu Qianlan, if your project is indeed so exceptional, why do you not invest in it yourself? Surely you haven't exhausted your funds?" "Chu Qianlan Chuka Lai Zet Ponding. My involvement in the drone project team is merely out of interest, unrelated to investment. Conversely, what about you? You joined the entrepreneurial society, but have yet to find a project, using the opportunity to reclaim funds from your father?" Kong Linghua had joined the entrepreneurial society in search of a reliable startup project, hoping to leverage it to regain management rights over company dividends from his father. Unfortunately, he had been preoccupied with pursuing Zhong Wushuang and had paid little attention to potential projects. Now, having been pointed out by Chu Qianlan, he finally recalled his original purpose for joining the society. Finding a startup project naturally requires thorough investigation to identify one with potential. "I'm not like you, who, with funds in hand, idly assists others in research and development," Chu Qianlan remarked with interest, casting a teasing glance at Zhong Wushuang. "Are you sure you are here to seek projects and not to find a daughter-in-law for your mother?" Their mutual disdain was evident, and it was typical for them to undermine each other. This exchange, however, caused a shift in the gazes of certain members of the entrepreneurial society. Having been in the society for 2 months, Kong Linghua's background had already been thoroughly assessed, and it was clear that Chu Qianlan, capable of standing toe-to-toe with him, possessed a comparable background. In the entrepreneurial society, those who could invest substantial sums were the most coveted resources. "All right, everyone, let us take a stroll around the vicinity. While observing the projects, also pay attention to the conditions of each exhibition stand to ensure the smooth conduct of this project exhibition," Zhong Wushuang suddenly commanded. Kong Linghua's face turned crimson as he was about to erupt, but Zhong Wushuang had already led the others toward the next stand. A few individuals strayed from the group, heading in different directions. He glanced around and ultimately decided to pursue Zhong Wushuang. "Old 3, you truly are impressive. Once again, you've put Kong Linghua in his place," Lu Daocheng said cheerfully as he entered the exhibition stand. Just then, Zhang Lei approached alongside Lin Shirin. He gently nudged Chu Qianlan's shoulder and smiled. Old 3. This is my friend Lin Shirin. Turning to the girl, he added, Shirin, this is our dorm mate, Chu Qianlan. He is remarkable. He was the one who informed me ahead of time about the recruitment news from Xinghai Technology. Chapter 69, Associated Units Speechless. Lin Shirin's eyes widened in surprise, and she politely extended her hand. Chu Qianlan, I am immensely grateful for your information, as it allowed me to secure an internship at Xinghai Technology. Chu Qianlan smiled as he shook her hand, his gaze flickering to Zhang Lei's anxious expression before teasingly commenting, Lin Qianlan, you are too modest. As Zhang Lei's friend, you are naturally a friend of our dorm, and it is only fitting that we assist one another. Is Chu Qianlan quite familiar with Xinghai Technology? If so, why did Shirin still need to interview to enter Xinghai Technology? A young man clad in white casual attire suddenly emerged from behind Zhang Lei and Lin Shirin. His tone suggested ill intentions, and he was likely a suitor of Lin Shirin. Lin Shirin's expression shifted slightly as she was about to offer an explanation. But Chu Qianlan chuckled lightly, casting a nonchalant glance at the young man. It seems this fellow places significant importance on social connections. However, one should strive for integrity. The young man's expression faltered. I'm merely curious. If Chu Qianlan is familiar with Xinghai Technology, why not facilitate Lin Shirin's direct employment, rather than subjecting her to the interview process? Chu Qianlan raised an eyebrow. If Lin Qianlan successfully passed the interview to join Xinghai Technology, it is because she meets their recruitment standards. If there were a company that allowed entry without an interview, I doubt Lin Qianlan would still choose to go. Lin Shirin quickly interjected, I'm already very thankful that Chu Qianlan informed me of Xinghai Technology's recruitment news in advance. The interview is a process of mutual understanding. How could one possibly forego it? She then turned to the young man, her tone carrying a hint of detachment. Song Hao, did you not previously mention that you were searching for projects at the exhibition? What are you still doing here? Upon hearing this, Song Hao's expression darkened. Searching for projects is not urgent. I will go later. Old 3, would you like to join us for a stroll? You might stumble upon some promising projects. Lu Daocheng suggested, giving Chu Qianlan a friendly pat on the shoulder. You all go ahead. I will wait until the exhibition officially commences before heading over. Chu Qianlan expressed his lack of interest in the projects. Once the group departed from Duan Yulin's exhibition stand, Song Hao, with a blank expression, inquired, Zhang Qianlan, what is Chu Qianlan's connection to Xinghai Technology? His father's enterprise is an affiliated company of Xinghai Technology. Chu Qianlan had already informed Zhang Lei about how to respond to such inquiries. Although this statement distanced Chu Qianlan from Xinghai Technology, it was not entirely untrue. Even if Chu Qianlan's identity were to be exposed later, it would not provoke excessive resentment. So it is due to his father's influence. I had assumed he was personally acquainted with the higher-ups at Xinghai Technology. A hint of disdain returned to Song Hao's face. Zhang Lei and Lu Daocheng exchanged glances but did not refute him. The group continued onward, examining the content of each exhibition stand while also checking for any violations. This project exhibition was, in essence, a benefit for the entrepreneurial society, allowing them to be among the first to view the details of various projects. Should they encounter a project with potential, they could gain an advantageous position. Unfortunately, there are not many individuals within the entrepreneurial society capable of directly investing funds, making it exceedingly rare for projects to catch their interest. In recent years, only once had a project been selected before the exhibition even began. At 10:30 in the morning, the project exhibition officially commenced, with a multitude of people flooding into the sports arena, including several media representatives from the Deep City. At this moment, Wang Tao had also arrived at the drone exhibition stand prepared by Duan Yulin. The group was merely discussing various drone technologies, without demonstrating the drone's obstacle avoidance capabilities. After a few minutes, several media personnel congregated in the center of the sports arena. Following a speech from a professor at Deep City University, Zhong Wushuang took to the stage. Dressed in purple, she stood confidently with a microphone, her voice resonant. Welcome, everyone, to the Deep University Entrepreneurial Project Exhibition. Today, we not only showcase the innovative achievements of our student teams, but also the cutting-edge technologies resulting from school enterprise collaborations. She gestured towards Duan Yulin's stand. For instance, this drone, equipped with autonomous obstacle avoidance functionality, has its core algorithm independently developed by our school's innovation society. As she spoke, Duan Yulin skillfully maneuvered the drone into the air, swiftly navigating it around the central podium. The various obstacles that appeared ahead were effortlessly evaded by the drone. By the time Zhong Wushuang concluded her introduction of the project details, Duan Yulin had guided the drone back to the stand for a smooth landing. Many intrigued individuals turned their attention towards this exhibition stand. Meanwhile, Zhong Wushuang began to introduce another project from the podium, another mobile system optimization project. Also born from the Science and Technology Innovation Club, is closely aligned with the evolution of the times. Upon hearing this, Chu Qianlan unconsciously directed his gaze towards the direction indicated by Zhong Wushuang. In another corner of the podium, there was a large exhibition booth, occupied by 4 or 5 young men. However, at that moment, Chu Qianlan could not discern the specifics. According to Zhong Wushuang's introduction, this project has optimized several core programs of existing feature phones, enhancing their operational speed and fluidity. When Chu Qianlan first joined the Science and Technology Innovation Club, he had intended to investigate this project further. If the technology proved innovative, he could consider acquiring the results, as either Xinghai Technology or Fanxing Technology would find it beneficial. Unfortunately, he had yet to encounter the person in charge of this project within the club. Were it not for Zhong Wushuang's introduction today, he might have completely forgotten about it. After a brief moment, Zhong Wushuang went on to introduce several representative projects before concluding his speech. The onlookers began to disperse in search of projects that piqued their interest. Among them, Duan Yulin's drone garnered significant attention, even attracting media coverage. "Brother Wang, you handle those people here. I'll go take a look around," Chu Qianlan called out before making his way towards the diagonal booth. As he approached, he noticed Kong Lingua standing at the stall, negotiating with a young man in a yellow shirt. Foreign countries have already launched smartphones, and yet you're still researching feature phone systems? My father's company S&D department has long since shifted to smartphone operating systems. If you sell me the code, I can secure some startup funds for a new project. Wouldn't that be more advantageous? Chu Qianlan overheard Kong Lingua's condescending pitch as he neared the mobile system optimization booth. The young man in yellow shook his head firmly. Kong, while smartphones have emerged, they will take a considerable time to penetrate the domestic market. Even when they do arrive, feature phones won't be immediately obsolete. Our optimized phones can enhance fluidity by 30, allowing low-end phones to surpass mid-range ones. I absolutely cannot agree to your offer of 20,000 for the code. Upon hearing this, Chu Qianlan shook his head in disbelief. Chapter 70. No data. Mechanical arm. Currently, low-end and counterfeit phones typically utilize MediaTek's turnkey solutions with ready-made chips, systems, and software. Although manufacturers modify these according to their own requirements, the alterations usually pertain to hardware drivers, page layouts, and similar functionalities. While manufacturers occasionally strive to optimize phone programs and enhance user experience for smoother operation, achieving a 30 increase in fluidity cannot be accomplished solely through software optimization. It requires collaboration with mobile chips, hardware, and hardware drivers. At this moment, Chu Qianlan could ascertain that the claims of this mobile system optimization project were either exaggerated or merely a ploy to extract money. Regardless of which, he was prepared to abandon this project. Just as Chu Qianlan was about to turn away, he caught sight of a mocking smile on Kong Lingua's face. "Huh, how eloquent. It seems you simply lack the capability to develop smartphone operating systems and are resorting to such soon-to-be obsolete technology to fool others. 20,000 is merely a token, considering our shared school affiliation. Are you not concerned that your father might entirely cut off your allowance for such naive remarks?" Chu Qianlan does it, decently. Approaching the booth, he cast a glance at the young man in yellow. The feature phone market still possesses at least 3 years of golden opportunity. Optimizing the system to enhance device competitiveness holds inherent commercial value. However, can you provide concrete data to substantiate your claim of a 30 increase in fluidity? The young man's expression shifted slightly, and he replied vaguely, "We do have data, but it is confidential and cannot be disclosed." It became apparent to Chu Qianlan that they were unable to produce any data. He casually picked up a sample device from the booth and swiftly navigated through several interfaces. While the phone exhibited a degree of smoothness superior to the most basic counterfeit models, it still fell short compared to the devices optimized by Xinghai Technology. The claimed 30 increase in fluidity was far from achieved. Chu Qianlan initially intended to leave, but suddenly noticed Kong Lingua beside him. His gaze shifted, and he said, "Senior, could you provide a contact number? If my father's company finds a need, I may reach out." A flicker of surprise crossed the face of the young man in yellow, who quickly retrieved a pen and paper, writing down his phone number and name before handing it to Chu Qianlan. "My name is Chun-Li, the project leader. If you're interested in this project, feel free to contact me anytime." Chu Qianlan took the paper, glancing at it casually, while catching a glimpse of Kong Lingua's darkened expression, which made him smirk inwardly. He turned to Chun-Li. "Your project concept is commendable, but it requires more solid data support. I hope you can refine that aspect." Of course. Shenli nudayajarli. Kong Lingua could no longer restrain himself, and sneered. Chu Qianlan, what are you up to? Do you genuinely intend to invest in this project? Chu Qianlan raised an eyebrow. I certainly will not invest, but Xinghai Technology might. When encountering such projects, it is imperative to report back. Whether the company invests is beyond my concern. Besides, weren't you just negotiating a collaboration? Why can you invest personally, but our company cannot? All right. You have had your allowance restricted. How could you possibly have funds to invest? Are you here to swindle? As he spoke, he regarded Kong Lingua with a peculiar expression. Kong Lingua's face turned crimson from the embarrassment, his fingers trembling as he pointed at Chu Qianlan. Do not slander me. After I joined the entrepreneurship club, my father allocated me a startup fund of 200,000. At this point, he seemed to regain some smugness. Dear Kong, you should be mindful of your surroundings when boasting. A mere 200,000 is insignificant compared to your annual dividends. It hardly constitutes a substantial amount for me to manage. Chu Qianlan, if you have money, why not seek out a worthwhile project? Ultimately, you are no different from me, relying on your parents' finances. Actually, I am in search of one, and perhaps I will soon discover a project. Maybe this mobile system optimization could be it. After all, I have the luxury of trial and error, whereas you do not. Chu Qianlan taunted Kong Lingua while moving towards other booths. Kong, what do you mean? Are you still interested in our mobile system optimization project? As Chu Qianlan took a few steps away, he heard Chun Li's voice inquiring about Kong Lingua. Clearly, Chun Li had not abandoned his intent to promote the project. Having experienced the system's optimization firsthand, Chu Qianlan understood that it could not compare to the R&D department of Xinghai Technology. This meant that even if he were to acquire the project's results, they would hold little utility. His request for the contact information was merely a tactic to send a misleading signal to Kong Lingua, making him believe that Chu Qianlan valued the project. Whether Kong Lingua would be foolish enough to pursue this project was beyond Chu Qianlan's considerations. Continuing towards other booths, Chu Qianlan inadvertently brushed against the paper left by Chun Li and casually tossed it into a nearby trash bin. He paid no attention to any stands that did not showcase finished products. In his view, anyone aspiring to entrepreneurship and seeking to attract investment must at least take the first step. Projects that exist solely on PowerPoint presentations, no matter how promising, would never sway him. Suddenly, he found his path obstructed by a throng of people. Chu Qianlan followed the gaze of the crowd and discovered that everyone was focused on a booth named Intelligent Mechanical Arm. On display was a sleek silver-gray robotic arm, executing parts assembly with remarkable precision and fluidity, which left the onlookers in awe. Senior, what is the precision of this robotic arm? Chu Qianlan squeezed to the front of the booth and inquired with keen interest of a representative. The representative's eyes brightened, and he eagerly responded, "This student. Our robotic arm's repeat positioning accuracy can reach 12 millimeters, and with the addition of high-precision sensors, it should be able to achieve 1 millimeter. The performance is still somewhat lacking." Chu Qianlan remarked with a slight shake of his head. "Is this robotic arm developed by your team, or is it a project of the school?" Robotic arms are frequently employed in industrial production. Even if you were to manufacture smartphones in the future, an assembly workshop would undoubtedly require robotic arms. Although this arm's precision was somewhat limited, he believed that with a few months of refinement and guidance from the knowledge acquired at the technology library, its accuracy could be significantly enhanced to suit smartphone assembly. The representative chuckled. "This project is neither from the school nor our own. It belongs solely to that individual." As he spoke, he gestured toward the figure standing inside the booth. Chapter 71, Lu Chuan, Investment Proposal. Following the direction indicated by the representative, Chu Qianlan observed a slender young man engrossed in adjusting the joint components of the robotic arm. Dressed in a dark hoodie with tousled hair, he was surrounded by an array of scattered parts and tools, clearly absorbed in his work, oblivious to the surrounding commotion. His name is Lu Chuan, my roommate, a fourth-year student from the School of Mechanical Engineering. This robotic arm is his independent development. Of course, my other roommates and I occasionally lend a hand, the representative continued, lowering his voice slightly. However, he prefers to avoid social interactions and has turned down several collaboration offers from companies in the past. Chu Qianlan raised an eyebrow, redirecting his gaze towards Lu Chuan. To independently develop a robotic arm with a repeat positioning accuracy of 12 millimeters is certainly impressive, even within a professional team, let alone as a solo student project. He circumnavigated the booth and approached Lu Chuan, quietly observing his adjustments. Is the drive module of the robotic arm using a stepper motor? Chu Qianlan. Lu Chuan paused momentarily, looking up at Chu Qianlan with a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Yes, due to cost constraints, I had to make do with a stepper motor for now. Chu Qianlan displayed a hint of confusion. Given your ability to develop the robotic arm independently, I would presume funding would not be an issue. Lu Chuan offered a wry smile. Our family business has been suffering significant losses lately. I feel embarrassed to ask for more money. Chu Qianlan was momentarily at a loss for words. It was indeed a compelling justification. He gently tapped the joint of the robotic arm, observing the evident limitations of precision inherent to the stepper motor. If you were to switch to a servo motor and optimize the PID control algorithm, you could enhance the accuracy by at least 30. Upon hearing this suggestion, Lu Chuan's pupils constricted, and he set down his tools. You understand robotic arm control? Chu Qianlan smiled. I have a basic understanding. The structural design of this robotic arm is quite ingenious, but the parameters for the end effector are not indicated. Are they still under testing? Lu Chuan promptly removed his gloves, retrieving a notebook from the side. Take a look at the end effector of this robotic arm. The two delved into a discussion regarding the technical specifications of the robotic arm, covering topics from reducer selection to sensor integration, and from control algorithm optimization to material replacement strategies. Lu Chuan gradually exhibited signs of excitement, his speech quickening as he occasionally jotted down notes. After Chu Qianlan proposed another solution to a problem, he abruptly asked, Senior Lu, what are your plans for the future? Lu Chuan did not hesitate to respond, stating plainly, my family owns a small mechanical factory, but it has been underperforming lately. I plan to persuade my father to start producing robotic arms once I return home. Surprised to learn that Lu Chuan's family owned a mechanical factory, Chu Qianlan expressed astonishment. You have a mechanical factory, and yet you still lack funding for research and development? Initially, he had presumed that Lu Chuan's family business was on the brink of bankruptcy. Lu Chuan shook his head. The workers haven't been paid for over 6 months. I can't bring myself to ask for more money. After a moment of silence, Chu Qianlan inquired again, is your project or your family's factory open to investment? In the realm of manufacturing, machinery is indispensable, and he was certainly inclined to invest in this area. However, he currently lacked the capital to invest in larger factories with core technologies. Thus, he could only nurture a promising small factory that could enhance its technology while simultaneously updating the equipment in his family's factory. Lu Chuan's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing Chu Qianlan's mention of investment. Investing in a robotic arm project is feasible. It would only require around 100,000 to allow me to continue my research. But if you're considering investing in the factory, the required funds would be vastly different. Despite the factory's continuous losses, it still held assets worth several million, and revitalizing it would necessitate an investment of over $1 million. As a student, Chu Qianlan found it difficult to imagine how Lu Chuan could procure such a substantial sum. Lu Chuan scrutinized Chu Qianlan, skepticism flickering in his eyes. Do you fully grasp the current situation of my family's factory? To restore it to normal operations would require at least several million in cash. Yet, Chu Qianlan remained unfazed. In terms of funding, you need not worry. I can easily allocate several million. If we proceed with investing in the robotic arm project, I can sign an agreement immediately. However, for your family's factory, I must first assess the specific circumstances. It is essential to evaluate not only the company's operational status, but also the structure of its shareholders. If there are too many shareholders, I cannot justify an investment. Upon hearing this, the glimmer of hope in Lu Chuan's eyes dimmed. Lu Chuan, I believe it would be wiser for you to start anew and establish a new factory. Your family's mechanical factory has too many stakeholders involved. Even with your robotic arm, it wouldn't sustain itself for long. The speaker was the representative who initially introduced Chu Qianlan to the robotic arm. It was clear he had some knowledge of Lu Chuan's family factory. Chu Qianlan shifted his gaze between Lu Chuan and his roommate, keenly observing the complex exchange of glances between them. After a brief moment of silence, Lu Chuan spoke. Most of the shareholders in the factory are relatives and friends of my father. When he borrowed money to establish the factory, they came in as investors, and now that the factory is incurring losses, they frequently demand dividends. Chu Qianlan shook his head in response. Such a factory, after investment, would only lead to a myriad of complications. It would indeed be more prudent to establish a new mechanical factory. To speak candidly, Senior Lu, even if you were to bring your robotic arm to such a factory, it would be challenging to turn the situation around. Those shareholders would not permit you to reinvest profits into the development of new technologies. Ultimately, your robotic arm would become obsolete due to the lack of technological advancement. Lu Chuan's expression darkened upon hearing this. But if I don't bring the robotic arm back to the factory for production, it will become insolvent within 2 years. What will happen to the workers then? They would certainly blame my father. Noticing the solemn expression on Lu Chuan's roommate's face, It was evident that he had often heard such sentiments. Chu Qianlan pondered for a moment and said, Senior Liu, if you wish to accept my investment, I can offer you two options. The first is to establish a new mechanical factory directly. I would invest 3 million, acquiring 70 of shares, while you contribute your technology for the remaining 30. In the event that your old factory encounters problems, the new factory could invest in a buyout and provide for the workers. The second option is that I could lend you a sum of money to repurchase the scattered shares of your family's factory, allowing me to invest in the old factory. Lu Chuan gripped the control panel of the mechanical arm tightly, his knuckles turning pale from the exertion. This was his last glimmer of hope for saving his family's factory. Opting for the first plan would mean that the new factory would take at least 6 months to commence production, and the old factory could not afford to wait. However, if he were to buy back the shares, suddenly, he lifted his gaze, his eyes fiercely fixed on Chu Qianlan. Would you be willing to lend me 2 million to repurchase the shares and then invest in the old factory with technology? Before Chu Qianlan could respond, his roommate interjected. Lu Chuan, perhaps you should discuss this with your father first. Buying back shares is not a trivial matter. Chapter 72. Doubt after a series of agreements were signed. Chu Qianlan's gaze lingered on Lu Chuan's somewhat conflicted expression. He gently tapped the metal frame of the mechanical arm and spoke in a low voice. Senior Liu, your father has managed the factory for many years. He should be more aware of the old factory's core issues than we are. How about this? First, communicate with your uncle, and I will await your response. If you choose the second plan, I can lend you 2 million up front. If you opt for the first plan, please come up with a company name, and I will arrange for the necessary paperwork. As for the materials needed for research and development, just provide me with a list, and I will have someone deliver them to you. As he spoke, Chu Qianlan produced a business card and handed it to him. Observing Lu Chuan accept the card, he exchanged a few more words before departing from the mechanical arm exhibition, continuing onward. Do you think this Chu Qianlan is reliable, or is he merely toying with me? Lu Chuan pondered, glancing at the card he had just received, a look of confusion crossing his face. He is Chu Qianlan. Last semester, his affair with Lin Qingxue from the Arts College stirred quite a commotion at school. It said he comes from a wealthy family, so he should have some savings. His roommate remarked, appearing enlightened. However, the card contained only a name, phone number, and email, lacking even a company title, which felt somewhat dubious. Lu Chuan examined the card in his hand, still harboring skepticism. Though simplistic, the card was of good quality. Moreover, the collaboration proposed by Chu Qianlan involved him making the initial investment. What was there to fear? If it felt wrong, he could always choose not to cooperate. Hearing his roommate's words, a flicker of determination appeared in Lu Chuan's eyes. In that case, I will contact my father tonight to see what he thinks. Lu Chuan, while you lean toward reclaiming the old factory shares, I would wager that your father would not agree. Your family's old machinery factory is already quite difficult to revive. After Chu Qianlan left Lu Chuan's exhibition stand, he wandered among other displays, his eyes scanning the myriad project posters. Upon passing the Intelligent Waste Classification System booth, he paused to observe for a moment. A group of students was demonstrating how to sort plastic bottles and paper using image recognition technology. But the algorithm's accuracy was evidently lacking, often confusing water bottles with aluminum cans. Such technology, even if highly developed, was ill-suited for promotion in Manhwa. Subsequently, he reviewed a dozen more projects, each either lacking maturity in technology or devoid of market prospects, with some relying solely on personal imagination. Around 2 in the afternoon, Chu Qianlan's phone suddenly vibrated. He pulled out his device to find a message from Zhang Lei. Old 3, hurry to the podium. Wang Tao is about to sign with Duan Yulin. Chu Qianlan hastened toward the podium, catching sight of Duan Yulin standing nervously before the display, holding a drone remote control. Wang Tao stood nearby, engaged in hushed conversation with several impeccably dressed men, occasionally glancing toward Duan Yulin's position. At the podium, Zhong Wushuang was delivering a brief opening speech. Today, we are fortunate to witness the signing ceremony of the collaboration between the Shenzhen University Innovation and Technology Society and the Dajiang Drone Company. As her words trailed off, scattered applause erupted from the audience. Just as Chu Qianlan arrived at the edge of the display, he overheard a murmur behind him. This drone looks impressive, but will it sell? The market for drones is too niche. It's only enthusiasts who engage with them. I've seen Dajiang Drone Company online. It's merely a small firm with less than $1 million in capital. Acquiring this technology will hardly yield significant results. Chu Qianlan frowned slightly, turning to observe the speakers, who appear to be in their 30s and likely from outside the university. He chose to ignore them, refocusing on the stage. At that moment, Wang Tao stepped up to the podium, shaking hands with Duan Yulin. while the large screen behind them prominently displayed the collaboration signing between Dajiang Drone and Shenzhen University Innovation and Technology Society. Thank you for the trust the Shenzhen University Innovation and Technology Society has placed in our company. We will take this collaboration as a starting point to jointly promote the commercialization of drone technology. Wang Tao's voice resonated through the microphone, imbued with a hint of feigned fervor. Duan Yuan, somewhat awkwardly, took the microphone. We appreciate the support from Dajiang Drone Company and hope our technology will deliver value in practical applications. The signing ceremony concluded swiftly, and Wang Tao engaged in conversation with Duan Yuan and several friends, while Chu Qianlan spotted Lu Daocheng tidying up materials in a corner of the display. Boss, is that it? It feels rather simple. Chu Qianlan inquired, raising an eyebrow. Lu Daocheng nodded. It was merely a formality. Our two major societies at Shenzhen University gained recognition, and Dajiang Drone will benefit from media exposure. Each party gets what it needs. If other projects finalize cooperation, they can also sign at the podium. How many projects were signed today? Chu Qianlan asked, curiosity piqued. Only 4. Old 3. Do you have any projects in mind? There's one still under negotiation, but it will take some time to finalize. As they conversed, Zhang Lei approached with Lin Shirin, whispering, Old 3, Kong Lingua and a senior are coming over. It seems they are preparing to sign. Chu Qianlan raised an eyebrow and followed Zhang Lei's gaze. Kong Lingua was seen pulling a bespectacled student toward the podium, the latter clutching a thick project proposal. Isn't that Chun Li from the Mobile System Optimization Project? Chu Qianlan squealed, remembering how Kong Lingua had disparaged the project earlier that morning, only to now be dragging him to sign. It was quite a drastic change. As he spoke, an inexplicable glimmer flashed in his eyes. If Chun Li's project were to be funded by ordinary capital for assembling counterfeit devices, it could still yield some profit. However, Kong Lingua's family already owned a mobile assembly factory, and their R&D department would surely optimize mobile systems far better than Chun Li could. This meant that Chun Li's mobile system optimization plan would be of no use to Kong Lingua's factory. Kong Lingua, oblivious to his own products and unaware of the company's situation, had good intentions but was ultimately engaging in futile efforts. He would surely face criticism upon returning home. The 4 approached the podium discreetly. Kong Lingua produced a check and handed it to Chun Li, stating, on behalf of Kong's Technology, I hereby acquire all technical achievements of the Mobile System Optimization Project for 50,000 yuan. He raised his chin, deliberately raising his voice. Casting a provocative glance toward Chu Qianlan, a ripple of whispers surged through the audience, with some students murmuring, Kong's Technology? I've never heard of it. Do they even have a mobile brand? I've heard of the Kong Group. It's merely a counterfeit mobile assembly factory producing 70 to 80,000 phones annually. For a counterfeit mobile factory to grandly acquire a mobile system optimization plan. Are they out of their minds? Chapto by Muiba, Ostato Jukian, observing Kong Lingua's provocation from below the stage, simply turned his gaze elsewhere. Just from listening to the surrounding students' discussions, he felt that Kong Lingua was being overly ostentatious. The counterfeit mobile phone assembly factory, even if not engaged in tax evasion, embodies a fundamentally non-compliant business model. Such ostentation renders it susceptible to being swiftly targeted. Furthermore, as a manufacturer of mobile devices, the acquisition of a student system optimization proposal implies a deficiency in one's own technical prowess. Should this be uncovered by certain vendors, they would undoubtedly raise doubts and might even cease to procure goods from his company. Chu Qianlan redirected his gaze from Kong Lingua, a faint smile gracing his lips. Zhang Lei leaned closer, lowering his voice. Old 3, Kong Lingua is clearly vying with you. Will you merely stand by and watch? Chu Qianlan shook his head, remarking that the proposal he purchased was utterly worthless to them. Only a naive individual like Kong Lingua, lacking in technical understanding, could be so easily deceived. In the midst of their conversation, the voice of Zhong Wushuang echoed from the podium. We now invite Kong Technology to finalize the signing of the Mobile System Optimization Project. As the flashbulbs illuminated the scene, Chun Li appeared remarkably composed, while Kong Lingua exuberantly waved at the cameras, as if this were an extraordinary achievement. Immediately following the signing, Kong Lingua rushed over to flaunt his success before Chu Qianlan. Chu Qianlan, this mobile system optimization project is now mine. He brandished the USB drive containing the data. Meanwhile, Chun Li had already vanished from sight. Congratulations, young Master Kong. But do you think Uncle Kong will be pleased with your ostentatious display over a mere 50,000 yuan project? Jukian DZ. Kong Lingua's expression paled instantaneously, his earlier bravado freezing on his face. His father frequently advised him to remain low-key, Yet he had cast all caution aside during the signing. Now, with Chu Qianlan's words ringing in his ears, Kong Linghua's grip on the USB trembled, his voice weakening. I am merely engaging in normal business cooperation. What is there to fear? Chu Qianlan chuckled softly, his gaze sweeping over the eager journalists behind Kong Linghua. Normal cooperation? Are you prepared for the reporters to come and interview you now? Upon hearing this, Kong Linghua felt cold sweat bead at his temple and instinctively glanced back, only to discover a reporter approaching with a microphone. In that moment, he disregarded everything else, pivoting swiftly and making a hasty exit towards the gymnasium's exit. Chu Qianlan observed his retreating figure, shaking his head in amusement. Zhang Lei leaned in, whispering, Old 3, do you think Kong Linghua will catch a beating from his father? He might escape a thrashing, but a scolding is undoubtedly in store, and he may even have the remaining entrepreneurial funds taken from him. Chu Qianlan. His attention then shifted to Duan Yulin, who was being interviewed in the distance, though it bore no relevance to them. Let us go see the follow-up on Duan Yulin's drone signing. The group navigated through the crowd and soon arrived at the drone exhibition. Wang Tao spotted Chu Qianlan from afar and waved cheerfully. After finally extricating himself from the interview, Duan Yulin, his eyes still gleaming with excitement, exclaimed, Chu Xiuedi, I'm so grateful you came to support me today. Otherwise, I would have been too nervous to speak. Chu Qianlan patted him on the shoulder. The technology is your doing. Merely being a support is a trivial matter. How did things go with Brother Wang? Duan Yulin lowered his voice, since it was agreed upon beforehand. There should be no hiccups. Besides, I'll be interning at his company soon. He can't possibly use my project for free. Chu Qianlan nodded with a smile, his gaze drifting over the drones on display. Brother Wang has a far-sighted vision. The drone market is bound to experience a surge eventually. When you start at the company, remember to work diligently on research and development. Duan Yulin grinned and nodded. Chu Xiuedi, as we agreed earlier, you'll receive 10% of the drone project, and here is your 5,000 yuan. As he spoke, he handed over a stack of cash. Chu Qianlan did not hesitate to accept it. Duan Xiuedi, you certainly act swiftly. The previous payment was in check, but now it's cash. Lu Daoqing remarked, somewhat astonished. I handed the check to the club. They deducted their share and gave me the remainder in cash. Duan Yulin explained with a smile. Old 3, you've made money. Treat us to dinner tonight. Zhanggulai Suden Breitend. No problem. You pick the place, and you can bring your family. Chu Qianlan replied, glancing at Lin Shireen beside Zhang Lei. Shireen, does your roommate have time? We could all go together. Zhang Lei turned to Lin Shireen. He understood that inviting her alone would likely yield no results, but extending the invitation to her entire dormitory might increase the chances. Lin Shireen looked at Zhang Lei in surprise and then nodded. They should all be free tonight. I'll send a message. She then lowered her head to type on her phone. Lu Daoqing nudged Chu Qianlan's shoulder, teasing in a low voice. Old 2 is quite adept at this roundabout way of making connections. Chu Qianlan chuckled, not minding Zhang Lei's attempt to invite Lin Shireen. Duan Xiuedi, shall we grab a bite together later? Forget it. I need to accompany Brother Wang shortly. Duan Yulin shook his head. At 6 o'clock, the group gathered at the school gate. At this time, Du Ming had returned from the company, and Lin Shireen's 3 roommates appeared simultaneously. To Chu Qianlan's surprise, Zhong Wushuang was also one of Lin Shireen's roommates, along with the petite Li Meng and the ordinary-looking Zhao Qingqing. Upon seeing Chu Qianlan, Li Meng teased, So, you're the old 3 that Zhang Lei talks about incessantly. It's a pleasure to meet you. I hear you have connections at Xinghai Technology? Chu Qianlan smiled and nodded. I have some acquaintances there. Why? Do you wish to intern as well? Li Meng's eyes brightened. Really? I do want to try my hand at an internet company. Not just her, but Zhong Wushuang and Zhao Qingqing also turned their gaze toward him. According to their plans, there wouldn't be any recruitment this month, but they could wait until mid-next month when Xinghai Technology is expected to hire a new batch of employees. Chu Qianlan pondered for a moment before responding. Is that true? That is fantastic. Li Meng shut. Just then, a taxi arrived, and the group piled in, heading toward the restaurant. The atmosphere at the dining table was lively, with Lin Shireen's roommates chattering excitedly, while Zhang Lei dutifully passed around the menu and poured drinks, making Lu Daoqing roll his eyes in exasperation. From the girls' self-introductions and interactions, it seemed that Zhao Qingqing hailed from a rural background, while Lin Shireen and Li Meng came from more affluent families. As for Zhong Wushuang, her family must have some business, otherwise, it would be difficult to cultivate her haughty demeanor. Du Xue, I heard from Shireen that you often work part-time. What kind of jobs do you usually take on? Zhao Qingqing expressed interest in Du Ming, who also shared a rural upbringing. The 4 girls each exhibited distinct personalities. Lin Shireen was gentle, speaking in soothing tones. Zhong Wushuang was more reserved. Li Meng was the most vivacious, easily engaging in conversation with anyone, while Zhao Qingqing tended to be cautious, rarely voicing her opinions. Despite their varied characters, they were all genuinely warm-hearted. After a little over an hour, the group finished their meal and returned to campus. Shireen, you really seem taken with that Zhonglei, huh? Li Meng, lying on her bed, asked curiously. Who knows what the future holds? One step at a time. Lin Shireen shook her head. Even now, she hadn't truly agreed to be Zhang Lei's girlfriend. From how he acts, it's clear he is quite infatuated with you. Upon returning to the dormitory, Zhao Qingqing chimed in more energetically. Lin Shireen, hearing this, felt her cheeks flush and immediately countered. And I see you're quite interested in that Duming. Do you have a crush on him? Zhao Qingqing's cheeks were instantly tinged with crimson as she hurriedly waved her hands in denial, exclaiming, No, I was merely curious about him, a junior, who manages to earn money through part-time work. Lin Shireen chuckled lightly. Qingqing, I've heard from Zhonglei that Du Ming earns a daily wage of 100 from his part-time job, along with project bonuses, which averages out to be higher than that of an ordinary programmer. If you're interested, I could ask Zhonglei to inquire further. No. Zhao Qingqing frantically gestured. I was just making casual conversation. I wouldn't dare entertain any other thoughts. Besides, someone as accomplished as him would never give me a second glance. Li Meng leaned closer to Lin Shireen's bedside, propping her chin on her hand and blinking playfully. Shireen, though Zhonglei appears simple-minded, he genuinely cares for you. Just look at how he busily attends to everyone in our dorm. Lin Shireen lowered her gaze to tidy her bedding. Speaking softly, he is indeed attentive. But matters of the heart must be approached gradually. Moreover, he is only a junior. Who knows what the future holds? Zhong Wushuang turned around, her gaze sweeping over the three of them. Have you all noticed? That Chu Qianlan is quite remarkable. I heard from Kong Lingua that his family is involved in the production of counterfeit phones, and their scale is not particularly large. Yet today, at the exhibition, President Wang from Dajiang Drone treated him with remarkable courtesy. Zhao Qingqing chimed in. Du Ming's part-time job was introduced by Chu Qianlan, and it was he who disclosed the news about Shireen's internship at Xinghai Technology. He also mentioned that there will be recruitment at Xinghai next month. Chu Qianlan certainly possesses some influence. Li Meng turned to Zhong Wushuang, teasingly asking, What, has our proud princess taken a liking to Chu Qianlan? You two do indeed seem quite suited. Zhong Wushuang shot Li Meng a glare, saying, We've only met once. How could I have developed any feelings? What are you thinking with that little brain of yours? Suddenly, Lin Shireen asked, Chu Qianlan mentioned that Xinghai Technology will be hiring new employees next month. Are you all planning to apply? Of course. Finding a job is so challenging nowadays, and if there's an opportunity for an internship, I must seize it. Moreover, Xinghai Technology is quite a reputable internet company. Li Meng replied without hesitation. I want to try as well. If I succeed, I can earn salary. Zhao Qingqing added, her face alight with aspiration. I think I'll pass. I received an invitation today, and I've already accepted. Zhong Wushuang shook her head. It wouldn't happen to be from Kongling's company, would it? Li Meng Kira Tantatibeli. Certainly not. If it were his company, I wouldn't even consider it. Zhong Wushuang's face revealed a hint of disdain. Li Meng, upon hearing this, squinted teasingly. Why not just win over Chu Qianlan and become a wealthy lady? Laughter erupted in the dormitory as the conversation shifted back to internships and classes. Meanwhile, in the boys' dormitory, Zhonglei proudly boasted to Chu Qianlan and Du Ming, See, my judgment is impeccable. Indeed, quite impressive. You must keep at it. The better the girl, the more sought after. Chu Qianlan nodded in agreement. She's a fine girl, but if you fail to win her heart, she will no longer be yours. Du Ming chimed in. TCH, I have no common language with you single folks. Zhonglei scoffed lightly before continuing. Shireen's 3 roommates are all quite nice. Haven't you found any of them appealing? We only had 1 meal together. Do you expect us to fall head over heels like you do at the sight of girl? Chu Qianlan shot a sidelong glance at Zhonglei, teasingly retorting. Look at Zhong Wushuang. She is not only beautiful, but possesses grace. And the key point is that she is the object of Kong Lingwa's affections. If you manage to win her over, it would surely infuriate him for a lifetime. Zhonglei said with a grin. Kong Lingwa stands no chance with Zhong Wushuang. She'll be leaving school soon for an internship. He wants to even have a chance to see her. Chu Qianlan shook his head firmly, asserting that while Zhong Wushuang had admirable qualities, he had no intention of seeking a girlfriend at this time, no matter how exceptional she was. She simply did not pique his interest. As night deepened, the clamor of the campus gradually subsided. Chu Qianlan lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling, contemplating his next steps. Suddenly, his phone screen lit up. It was a message from Lu Chuan. Chu, I've decided to establish a new machinery factory, which I will name Hengchuan Machinery. Additionally, I require some materials for the robotic arm I am developing. Please have someone deliver them promptly. The list has been sent to your email. Chu Qianlan replied with a simple acknowledgement, then opened his email to forward the newly received message to his assistant, Su Fong. After a moment's reflection, he sent Su Fong another message, instructing her to contact suppliers for the research materials tomorrow and also to have the administrative department register the new company. According to Chu Qianlan's vision, he planned to invest in several companies in the future. To streamline management, he intended to place unrelated investments under a management company. The superlative asset management company, which Su Fong was set to register tomorrow, was prepared for overseeing Chu Qianlan's investments. This would be his fourth company, with Hengchuan Machinery dedicated to producing robotic arms, serving as the first investment asset of this new venture. Once Su Fong's tasks were arranged, Chu Qianlan sent a message to Chu Feng, the general manager of Xinghai Exploration, instructing him to visit Dajiang Drone the following day to represent the company in signing the investment contract. By the afternoon of the next day, Chu Feng relayed that he had signed the investment contract with Wang Tao and transferred 2 million yuan into Dajiang Drone's account, awaiting Wang Tao to update the shareholder information. Meanwhile, Su Feng had already dispatched individuals to procure the equipment and materials mentioned in Lu Chuan's email. As evening approached, the first batch of equipment and materials for the development of the robotic arm was delivered to Lu Chuan. Some of the rarer equipment would take an additional day or two to arrive. In the subsequent days, Chu Qianlan was met with a succession of favorable updates from the company. On Tuesday afternoon, Chu Qianlan received news from Li Yang that Xinghai Exploration's lithium battery electrolyte, which was prepared for external licensing, had completed performance verification and was ready for discussions with manufacturers regarding licensing. Concurrently, Professor Zhang Mo's paper was published in the well-known domestic journal Functional Materials, garnering attention within the industry. Typically, paper reviews take at least 4 months. But Professor Zhang leveraged numerous connections to expedite the approval process, allowing the paper to appear ahead of schedule. It was anticipated that there would be a significant increase in manufacturers seeking to negotiate licensing partnerships in the near future. At this time, Chu Feng had already led his team to begin screening potential partners, preparing to launch the first batch of license production. On Wednesday afternoon, Lin Yu from Fanxing Technology informed Chu Qianlan that the core component of the mobile operating system, the system service block, had been developed. Upon receiving Lin Yu's message, Chu Qianlan discreetly slipped out the back door of the classroom and hurried to the R&D office at Fanxing Technology. Lin Yu was adjusting the system service block program with his team when he noticed Chu Qianlan's arrival and promptly stood to report, "Mr. Chu, the basic framework of the system service block is complete, and we are currently discussing its compatibility. At present, only the top-tier chips from Kao Tong and Lianfa can be adapted to our mobile operating system. Those outdated processor models will likely be unable to run our system." Chu Qianlan leaned closer to the display screen, his gaze scanning the flowing code and test data. "What you mentioned is not an issue at all. When we develop smartphones, we will certainly not utilize those outdated processors. Now that the system service block is complete, the next step is to develop the graphical system and the kernel. Do you face any challenges on your end?" Lin Yu flipped open his notebook. "While we have recently added quite a number of our D personnel, we are still lacking in numbers, particularly hardware engineers and graphical algorithm engineers. Moreover, we must also manufacture a variety of hardware necessary for the production of smartphones, which will subsequently be utilized for testing purposes. Naturally, if conditions permit, you may also procure a supercomputer, which would greatly facilitate our research and development processes." Upon hearing this, Chu Qianlan displayed no hesitation whatsoever, stating, "Identify the type of talent we require. I will have Zhang Jinshan handle the recruitment. As for hardware procurement, please present a list, and I will promptly organize the acquisition. Regarding the supercomputer, do you have a specific model in mind?" In truth, Chu Qianlan had already intended to purchase a supercomputer after the new year, so Lin Yu's suggestion felt like an advance acquisition. "I am not particularly familiar with this subject, but possessing a supercomputer would undoubtedly streamline our research and development efforts," Lin Yu remarked, shaking his head. "In that case, I shall find a solution. If we cannot locate one domestically, we will have no choice but to purchase from abroad, which may prolong the time frame." Chu Qianlan pondered for a moment before responding. After arranging the subsequent research and development tasks, he headed straight to Xinghai Exploration. In the laboratory, he found Professor Zhang Mo, who was conducting experiments with his students. "Professor Zhang, what is your relationship with the professors at the School of Computer Science? I wish to construct a supercomputer and wonder if they would be willing to undertake this project," Chu Qianlan inquired directly. Professor Zhang Mo raised his gaze from the experimental data. "A supercomputer? Do you realize the magnitude of the investment required, Mr. Chu?" The budget for just the processors and cooling systems alone would exceed tens of millions, not to mention the ongoing maintenance and electricity costs. Chu Qianlan pulled up a chair and sat down. Budget is not an issue. The crucial factor is the technical team. Does the School of Computer Science have professors proficient in parallel computing and chip architecture? After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Mo tapped his fingers on a laboratory table. A few years ago, Deep City University collaborated with Waterwood University to develop a large supercomputer, and many professors possess relevant experience. If you're willing to provide funding, their research teams would likely be eager to take on such a project, as it not only enhances their practical experience, but also secures research funding. Chu Qianlan felt a surge of joy. If a supercomputer could be built domestically, it would alleviate many complications. Then I kindly ask you to recommend a team for me. I am prepared to invest $30 million to construct a supercomputer, and if conditions allow, I hope it can be operational by the end of December. Professor Zhang's eyes widened in surprise. $30 million? Mr. Chu, such an enterprise-level supercomputer incurs substantial operational costs. The electricity alone would amount to over $1 million annually. Chu Qianlan chuckled lightly. I can certainly afford that expense. With a supercomputer, the R&D departments of all my companies can utilize it, significantly reducing development costs. Seeing this, Professor Zhang hesitated no longer. Since you have sufficient funds, I will contact the professors at the School of Computer Science tonight. This should not be difficult. I will provide you with results by tomorrow. That evening, Professor Zhang sent a message stating that Professor Li Sihua from the School of Computer Science was very interested in the supercomputer project and invited him for a detailed discussion in her office the following morning at 10 o'clock. After attending 2 classes, Chu Qianlan made his way directly to the office area of the School of Computer Science, where Professor Li's team was already waiting with preliminary plans. I never expected that Deep City University would have a student like you, Mr. Chu, Professor Li exclaimed with surprise upon their first meeting. Yesterday, Professor Zhang mentioned that a student from Deep City University wanted to build a supercomputer, and I thought he was joking. Seeing your youthful visage truly astonishes me. You are too kind, Professor Li. I merely possess somewhat advantageous innate conditions. Chu Qianlan humbly replied as he took a seat opposite Professor Li's team. In addition to Professor Li, there were 3 other individuals in the team, all of whom appear to be professors as well. This team likely included a dozen or so doctoral students. Mr. Chu, based on Professor Zhang's communication, we have analyzed your requirements. With a budget of $30 million, we can construct a medium-sized supercomputer utilizing domestic chips to meet the R&D needs of enterprises. According to our estimates, this supercomputer will have a peak computing power of approximately 5 trillion operations per second, which is sufficient for the R&D demands of large enterprises. However, establishing a supercomputer requires an efficient cooling system and ample power supply, necessitating the identification of an appropriate location in advance. As Professor Li explained, he unfolded a blueprint on the table. While Chu Qianlan was capable of assembling the hardware for the supercomputer himself, he lacked the necessary systems and software, and developing them would consume considerable time. Since he could resolve these issues with funding, he naturally preferred not to undertake them personally. After glancing over the blueprint, Chu Qianlan suddenly asked, what level of computing power does this represent within the domestic landscape? Chapter 76, Project Implementation Authorization. Professor Li pointed to the parameters on the blueprint, explaining the peak computing power of 5 trillion operations per second is roughly equivalent to the mid-tier level of supercomputers used in research at universities across long country, making it one of the top contenders among domestic enterprises. However, this is the limit of our mature solutions. While the supercomputers at major research institutions and universities boast higher computing capabilities, this is the result of constant technological and equipment updates. It's worth noting that the supercomputer developed by Deep City University in collaboration with Waterwood University in 2003 had a peak computing power of merely 150 trillion operations per second. Even at that level, it still ranks among the top 100 globally. Your supercomputer, intended for enterprise R&D, with its 5 trillion operations per second peak capacity, will be adequate for usage. Should it become outdated in the future, it can easily be replaced with a more advanced model, which is far more cost-effective than developing one from scratch. Chu Qianlan nodded. He would eventually involve himself in these technologies, but not at this moment. His gaze fell upon the blueprint. Based on this computing power estimate, what would the total power consumption be? Can a laboratory in Nanshan Science Park accommodate it? Professor Li retrieved another sheet of paper displaying the energy consumption analysis. At full load, the power requirement is approximately 800 kilowatts, and during idle periods, it is around 40 kilowatts, necessitating a dedicated transformer. While we have yet to contact Nanshan Science Park, given the size of the facility, The electrical design should certainly have some excess capacity. If necessary, we can increase the capacity, which is not a significant expense, including the cost of cable installation. The budget would be around 2 million. Once the power issue is resolved, we can proceed with the cooling system following a cold plate liquid cooling design. Chu Qianlan traced his finger along the cooling module on the blueprint. Will the software components be compatible with diverse R&D requirements? My company span various fields, including software, hardware, and machinery. Professor Wang, who is responsible for the software, interjected, we will pre-install a parallel computing framework that supports mainstream programming languages such as Python and C. However, validating various hardware with the supercomputer will require specific algorithm libraries, and the R&D team may need to provide parameters for debugging. Glancing at his watch, Chu Qianlan asked, if the project is entrusted to you, when will this supercomputer be operational? Processors and storage devices need to be sourced from domestic suppliers, which we expect to arrive within 2 weeks. Assembly and debugging will also take about 2 weeks, provided there are no delays with the site and power. We should be able to complete debugging by the end of next month, Professor Li mused. The end of December is acceptable. Chu Qianlan looked at the 4 professors. Do you have time to visit Nanshan Science Park to assess the site conditions and finalize the location for the supercomputer installation? If feasible, we can sign a contract this afternoon. Professor Li exchanged glances with his team members and nodded in agreement. Since Mr. Chu is quite eager, we shall conduct a site inspection now to expedite the project. During the journey to Nanshan Science Park, Chu Qianlan instructed Su Fong to contact the park staff. Half an hour later, a group of individuals, under the guidance of the staff from Nanshan, arrived at a 6-story experimental building. This edifice is situated closest to the substation within the park, facilitating the renovation process, and the budget for replacing cables is also manageable. As the staff led the group on a tour of the building, they elucidated its many advantages. After Professor Li measured the space, he activated the thermometer to assess the ambient temperature. The heat dissipation ducts could be laid along the exterior walls, and a dedicated power line could be connected from the park substation, presenting minimal construction challenges. Should a supercomputer be installed here, the assembly and debugging could be completed in a timely manner. With this in mind, let us confer with the company regarding the specifics of the project implementation. After Chu Qianlan's declaration, she accompanied 4 professors towards the nearby Xinghai Exploration Laboratory. Meanwhile, Su Fong remained behind to discuss the rental terms of the experimental building with the park staff. Following meticulous negotiations, both parties swiftly reached an agreement. All project expenses would be borne by Fanxing Technology, with the initial site renovation and specialized cable installation to be overseen by Fanxing Technology, while Professor Li's team would provide supervision. Various processors, storage devices, and components would be specified by Professor Li's team, who would then procure them. The installation, debugging, and training on operational methods would be the responsibility of Professor Li's team, which would also provide a year of technical support for the supercomputer. Should any equipment malfunction or software issues arise, Professor Li's team would need to dispatch personnel for resolution. Upon the successful debugging of the supercomputer, Fanxing Technology would be required to compensate Professor Li's team with a labor fee of 3 million. Although the remuneration seemed somewhat excessive, Chu Qianlan ultimately did not engage in haggling. Within the entirety of Shenzhen University, there are perhaps only a handful of professors knowledgeable about supercomputers. Engaging teams from other institutions would not only offend these individuals, but might also result in a higher price. According to Professor Li's team's estimates, the assorted hardware and software for the supercomputer would cost approximately 30 million, and with the initial site renovation and subsequent installation and debugging, the total expenditure would be around 36 million. When accounting for rent and the first year's operational costs, at least 40 million would be necessary, nearing the monthly profits of Xinghai Technology. Nonetheless, this was an unavoidable circumstance, whether Fanxing Technology was developing a mobile operating system or a future artificial intelligence system. A superior supercomputer was indispensable. Even if construction were deferred for now, it would remain a consideration after the new year. After finalizing the collaboration details with Professor Li's team, Chu Qianlan expedited the project's implementation. Su Fong efficiently completed the leasing formalities for the experimental building, and the construction team commenced site renovations the following day, while the laying of the dedicated power line and the establishment of the heat dissipation system began concurrently. Meanwhile, Professor Li's team refined the blueprints, compiled a list of components, and collaborated with Fanxing Technology to initiate the procurement of various hardware. At Xinghai Exploration, Chu Fong had already led his team to finalize the first batch of authorized contract for the electrolyte. Unfortunately, the authorized enterprises were relatively small in scale, with annual outputs not exceeding modest figures. Last year, The total production of lithium battery electrolytes in Manhwa was approximately 2,000 tons, with these companies accounting for merely 5% of that total. Fortunately, Chu Feng disregarded Chu Qianlan's directives and unilaterally raised the external authorization fee to 20% of the sale price. This decision, of course, was not without rationale. Chu Qianlan, along with Li Yong and others in the laboratory, were benchmarking their product against internationally advanced electrolytes. At this juncture, the international market was pricing electrolytes between 60 to 80,000 per ton, with production costs hovering around 40 to 50,000. In contrast, Xinghai Exploration's electrolyte had a production cost of merely 32,000. Thus, charging a 10% authorization fee appeared quite reasonable. However, due to restrictions on raw materials from abroad, the price of electrolytes in Manhwa had skyrocketed to 400,000 per ton. The production of electrolytes at Xinghai Exploration, free from such material constraints, yielded a staggering tenfold profit. Upon recognizing this, Chu Feng unhesitatingly doubled the authorization fee, feeling even that was somewhat insufficient. To further amplify profits, he had already set his sights on a large-scale lithium battery electrolyte manufacturer. Chapter 77, Breach of Contract Visitors from Fusong. In a large materials company in Yangcheng, several senior executives were convened for a meeting. Chairman, several manufacturers authorized by Xinghai Exploration last week have already commenced trial production. The performance fundamentals of their electrolyte are not inferior to ours, and its lifespan surpasses that of our product. Their raw materials are sourced domestically, resulting in production costs of merely over 30,000. With the current sale price, including the authorization fee, it totals only 110,000, which is significantly lower than ours. Upon hearing the market manager's findings, the expressions of the others turned grim. With new breakthroughs in domestic electrolyte technology, should we continue negotiations with Eagle Sauce? Their technology no longer holds an advantage domestically. The technology manager looked up at the chairman. Since their technology is no longer advanced, what is there to discuss? Withdraw immediately. Additionally, organize a team to go to Xinghai Exploration and obtain authorization for the new electrolyte production, preparing for production. The chairman decisively concluded, intent on adopting domestic technology. We still have several batches of raw material orders in Fusong. If we utilize Xinghai Exploration's technology, those materials will become redundant. The procurement manager expressed some concern. The chairman did not respond immediately, but turned to the production manager. Even without considering the deposit, our production costs exceed 20,000. Employing Xinghai Exploration's technology will not surpass 120,000. I believe we can breach the contract and forego the deposit. The production manager promptly provided his recommendation. In that case, let us issue a letter to the Fusong manufacturers, informing them that our company will no longer accept their lithium hexafluorophosphate. Other major domestic electrolyte manufacturers were also dispatching teams to Shinsher's Xinghai Exploration, preparing to secure production authorization for lithium battery electrolytes. A few days later, within the conference room of Kanto Chemical Company in Fusong, a gathering of high-ranking officials created a notably oppressive atmosphere. What is happening? Why are Manhwa enterprises willing to breach contracts rather than procure lithium hexafluorophosphate? Have they ceased production of lithium battery electrolytes? An elderly man at the head of the table inquired with a dark expression. Chairman, we have just received news that a Manhwa enterprise has developed a new electrolyte technology with remarkably low production costs. The most crucial detail is that this new electrolyte does not require our lithium hexafluorophosphate as a raw material, a minister explained as he rose. The atmosphere in the conference room instantly froze, and Kanto Chemical's chairman's fingers rapped heavily on the table. What kind of technology could possibly bypass lithium hexafluorophosphate? According to reports from Manhwa, a private enterprise named Xinghai Exploration based in Shunshur has developed a new electrolyte, with core components significantly differing from traditional electrolytes, completely eliminating the need for lithium hexafluorophosphate. The technology manager continued, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Their new electrolyte has a low production cost, comparable to our own production expenses. Presently, related enterprises in Manhwa are negotiating with Xinghai Exploration to secure production authorization. The chairman's expression darkened, and he suddenly turned to the sales manager. Immediately contact those Manhwa enterprises. As long as they continue to purchase our lithium hexafluorophosphate, we are willing to reduce the price by 50%. Losing the Manhwa market could jeopardize our factory's operations. The sales manager appeared hesitant. Chairman, those enterprises have even discarded the 30% deposit, unilaterally declaring a breach of contract. The cost of Xinghai Exploration's new electrolyte is too low. Even if we lower our price for lithium hexafluorophosphate, we will not have any competitive advantage. The Minister of Technology suddenly recalled something and abruptly raised his head. Chairman, we still have patent barriers. We can sue them. Damn it. The chairman slammed the table. By the time we win the patent lawsuit, our market share will have already vanished. The R&D department must produce alternative technology within 3 months. Immediately send someone to contact Xinghai Exploration, whether to buy out the technology or form a technological patent alliance. We must prevent the widespread dissemination of Xinghai Exploration's new electrolyte, even at a considerable cost. By the end of November, Zhang Jinshan finally managed to recruit a managerial staff member from a network company through a headhunting agency. This individual, named Du Guangbai, had previously served as a deputy general manager at a network company. During the interview, Chu Qianlan found him quite capable and decided to appoint him to oversee the daily operations of Xinghai Technology. Recently, the old tactics of the Goose Factory had resurfaced, frequently employing online trolls to launch public opinion attacks. Yet the impact on Xinghai Technology remained minimal. Over the past 2 months, the technology department of Xinghai Technology, following the planning provided by Chu Qianlan, developed a new game, Plants vs. Zombies. Additionally, they enhanced the Xinghai Tong online conference software by adding cloud storage capabilities, officially launching the Xingyun network disk software. Throughout November, the various businesses of Xinghai Technology steadily progressed, achieving a record turnover of 78 million, with over 61 million remaining after deducting various expenses. Even though Chu Qianlan's other companies incurred expenses funded by loans from Xinghai Technology, the funds in Xinghai Technology's account continue to grow. By early December, Chu Qianlan's fourth company had completed its business registration, and even Hengchuan Machinery, which manufacture robotic arms, had obtained its business license. At this point, Lu Chuan had completed all his senior year courses, and he, along with 3 roommates and 2 classmates, rented a factory in a small town not far from Huiqiangbai, intending to produce robotic arms there in the future. The location of the factory was less than 20 kilometers from Lu Chuan's hometown, allowing for the seamless arrangement of the old workers should he decide to acquire his family's old machinery factory. After half a month of adjustments, the precision of the robotic arms had reached 0.3 millimeters. Although it still fell short of the most advanced domestic standards, the gap was no longer significant. Despite holding a 70% stake in Hengchuan Machinery, Chu Qianlan did not seek operational control and had not even sent financial personnel to the company initially. This meant that the direction of Hengchuan Machinery's operations was solely determined by Lu Chuan. According to Lu Chuan's plan, he aimed to organize the production workshop within 2 months before the Spring Festival and recruit a group of technicians for training, preparing for the production phase. During this time, he continued to optimize the precision of the robotic arms, striving to meet market-leading standards. Chu Qianlan expressed support for Lu Chuan's ideas. The higher the precision of the robotic arms, the more competitive they would be. Xinghai Technology's mobile phone assembly workshop still relied entirely on manual labor for phone assembly. He intended to gradually upgrade the equipment and even add a mobile phone motherboard production line, planning for the future production of their own smartphones. However, all of this hinged on the robotic arms achieving sufficient precision to handle the tasks of phone assembly and circuit board soldering. That afternoon, Chu Qianlan suddenly received a message from Su Feng, stating that representatives from the Fusang Nation were visiting to discuss technical cooperation on electrolytes. Chapter 78, The Invisible Killing Move. On Saturday at 10 in the morning, Chu Qianlan, Chu Feng, and Liang welcomed Kenichi Matsumoto, the chief representative of Guangdong Chemical, in the conference room. The man was impeccably dressed in a suit, yet his eyes betrayed a hint of urgency. Chu, we hold great admiration for your company's technology, Matsumoto stated forthrightly, sliding a document across the table. This is our draft for a technical cooperation proposal. We are willing to pay 300 million Fusang yen to buy out the core formula for the electrolyte and additionally offer 3 patent licenses in the field of nanocoatings. While the nanocoating technology could indeed assist in the development of battery separators, it was merely beneficial to ordinary companies. Chu Qianlan had access to a technological library that could easily circumvent existing patents and replicate a new battery separator technology. Just like the current Xingyuan electrolyte, all patents would be under their control, impervious to external manipulation. Moreover, the offered sum of 300 million yen, equivalent to less than 20 million long coins, grossly underestimated Xingyuan Exploration's worth. Although the authorization for the electrolyte had only just begun and the patent fees had yet to be received, projections indicated that the company would not receive less than 20 million in patent fees next year, based on current pricing. Such a price to outright purchase the electrolyte formula was nothing short of fanciful. Furthermore, Chu Qianlan's development of the electrolyte formula was not solely for profit. It was also to stockpile technology, enhancing the competitiveness of their future smartphones. He tapped his fingers lightly on the table, smiling as he said, "Mr. Matsumoto, our company has no intention of selling the technology we have developed. If your company wishes to produce, we can discuss licensing, just like other manufacturers in Manhwa, for a patent fee of 20 of the selling price." Kenichi Matsumoto's smile instantly froze. His visit to Manhwa to meet Xinghai Exploration was not for production authorization. According to the chairman's directive, at all costs, he was to prevent Xinghai Exploration from continuing to authorize the production of the new electrolyte. Matsumoto suppressed his dissatisfaction, unconsciously rubbing the edge of the document with his fingers while maintaining a professional smile. "Chu, you should understand that Guangdong Chemical has been deeply engaged in the field of lithium battery materials for decades, possessing a comprehensive supply chain and patent layout. If your company insists on only discussing licensing, we will have no choice but to consider legal avenues to protect our rights." As he spoke, he pulled out another document from his briefcase and slid it across the table to Chu Qianlan. "This is our core patent list on the production process of lithium hexafluorophosphate. Although your electrolyte formula circumvents our material system, it inevitably intersects with our patents during production." Liang, curious, began to peruse the document, while Chu Qianlan merely glanced at it, remaining unfazed. "Mr. Matsumoto seems to have misunderstood. Our company only authorizes the production of the electrolyte. As for the production process and the methods employed, you should inquire with those manufacturers. Even if they infringe upon your patents, that would be their issue, not mine." Upon hearing this, Matsumoto's pupils contracted slightly, clearly not anticipating that his trump card would be of no use whatsoever. Yet, Chu Qianlan was correct. Xinghai Exploration only authorized the electrolyte formula and did not engage in production, making infringement on Guangdong Chemical's patents impossible, unless there were issues with the electrolyte formula's patent. But that was highly unlikely. After all, the basic components of the formula had changed, and the patents would most likely not be the same. At this juncture, Matsumoto suddenly donned a gentle smile. "Chu, our Guangdong Chemical is here to make friends. We do not wish to conflict with your company. Since your company is not prepared to sell its patents, would you be willing to collaborate with us in development? We can jointly establish a company. And as long as your company contributes the electrolyte patent, we will provide patents related to lithium battery separators and anodes and cathodes. With these patents, the company will possess the most advanced lithium battery technology, and the regulations of Longwa's lithium battery industry will be entirely dictated by us." Matsumoto spoke at length. Yet the crux of his proposal was to co-found a new company with Xinghai Exploration, subsequently monopolizing the Longwa market. Chu Qianlan's eyes twitched slightly. How would the shares of this company be allocated, and how would it operate? Such a scheme had been presented to him by Chu Qianlan before. In the past, when Fusang's daily chemical products sought entry into Longwa, they employed various methods to acquire stakes or take over Longwa's daily chemical brands. Subsequently, the Dragon Country brand was set aside for various reasons, ultimately allowing the Japanese chemical products to seize the market. It appears that Kanto Chemical is also intent on employing this tactic to discard its own Xinghai electrolyte. Shares are undoubtedly determined by patent value. As long as your esteemed company can present a sufficient number of patents, it can secure a greater shareholding. Kenichi Matsumoto pledged without hesitation. At first glance, this statement seems quite reasonable, yet upon closer reflection, one can discern the underlying traps. Acquiring a patent, from application to obtaining the patent certificate, requires a considerable investment of time. Xinghai Exploration has been established for merely 6 months, holding at most only patent acceptance notices, with not a single patent certificate in hand. Should this company truly come into existence, it will undoubtedly be under the control of Kanto Chemical. They merely need to sacrifice a fraction of their interest to cast aside the Xinghai electrolyte and continue monopolizing the raw material market for electrolytes in the Dragon Country with lithium hexafluorophosphate. The profits from this maneuver far exceed any expenditures associated with the joint venture. Chu Qianlan lightly tapped the conference table with her fingertips, casting an impassive glance over at Kenichi Matsumoto. "Mr. Matsumoto's proposal is intriguing, yet we are more inclined toward independent development. As for collaboration, let us consider it off the table." Kenichi Matsumoto's smile froze completely as he scrutinized Chu Qianlan, attempting to glean any hint of compromise from her expression. "Miss Chu, such stubbornness will lead to regret in the future. We possess formidable influence in the global lithium battery industry. Is your company merely planning to utilize its technology within the confines of the Dragon Country?" Chu Qianlan shook her head. "Mr. Matsumoto, your company does not monopolize the lithium battery sector. You do not require our electrolyte production authorization, whereas others may not share that privilege." Kenichi Matsumoto's countenance darkened instantaneously. He rose, adjusting the cuff of his suit with a hint of deliberate force. Miss Chu, you will pay the price for today, as decision. Grasping his briefcase, he strode out of the conference room, his polished shoes echoing sharply against the floor, accompanied by two aides. Chu Feng watched the retreating figures with a cold sneer. Is this supposed to be a threat? The Japanese are adept at playing both soft and hard tactics. Chu Qianlan replied nonchalantly, let us not concern ourselves with them. We shall proceed with our work according to our established rhythm. Once the laboratory presents the complete set of lithium battery patents, we will undoubtedly be poised to enter the international market effortlessly. At that moment, Liang, who had been silent until now, suddenly inquired, General Manager Chu, the research and development of the electrolyte is nearly complete. When can we embark on the next phase of research? Chu Qianlan did not respond immediately, but instead countered with a question. What has Professor Zhang Mo been up to lately? Is he still occupied with school projects? Chapter 79, Hard Public Opinion Litigation. The condition for Professor Zhang Mo's integration into the laboratory was that he could lead students in utilizing the lab for university research tasks. Chu Qianlan was not overly concerned, as a university research project would not consume substantial materials. Professor Zhang's project would likely require an additional month to conclude. However, our usage of the laboratory is staggered, so it would not cause significant delays. Upon hearing Li Yang's explanation, Chu Qianlan pondered for a moment. Please contact the park and lease the remaining floors of this experimental building to establish 2 large laboratories. The research and development of the electrolyte has already yielded profits, so we need to expand our scale. Engineer Li, you should set up the laboratory first, then proceed with the next phase of research. Additionally, the supercomputer will be completed by the end of the month. Please organize the previous experimental data for testing on the supercomputer, contrasting the real experiments with the supercomputer simulations, to prepare for subsequent simulations. Chu Qianlan returned to Xinghai Technology, instructing Lin Yu to prepare data for future use of the supercomputer in developing a mobile operating system. Currently, Xinghai Technology is continuously onboarding engineers recruited by Zhang Jinshan, with 2 project teams working on the kernel and graphics system, respectively. Although the kernel's code is limited, it is crucial as it manages underlying hardware and drivers, forming the key component of software-hardware integration. According to Lin Yu's estimates, the kernel will require nearly 4 months of development time. The graphics system, while comprising approximately 25% of the entire system's code, can be completed in 3 months. Liang estimated that, excluding the New Year holiday, the 2 ongoing projects for the mobile operating system would likely be completed by April of the following year, allowing an additional month or 2 for the development of the application framework. The initial version of the entire mobile operating system could be finalized by June. Days later, in the office of the chairman of Kanto Chemical, Kenichi Matsumoto was reporting on the details of the failed negotiations. Upon hearing the account, the chairman slammed his hand on the table. Baka, if the soft approach fails, we shall resort to the hard one. Contact the international students in the Dragon Country. Instruct them to disseminate information online about the safety hazards of the Xingyuan electrolyte and bribe a few so-called experts to question its technological stability. Kenichi Matsumoto frowned. Chairman, wouldn't such tactics be rather unscrupulous? Moreover, they could provoke regulatory investigations by the Dragon Country government. Regulatory? The chairman scoffed. As long as we offer certain incentives, who knows whom they might assist? If all else fails, we can always approach the embassy. Local officials in the Dragon Country are exceedingly reluctant to face diplomatic issues. Merely 5 days had elapsed since Chu Qianlan's meeting with Kenichi Matsumoto, when numerous posts suddenly emerged on the Dragon Country technology forums and blogs. Xingyuan electrolyte frequently ignites. Who guarantees user safety? The so-called domestic breakthrough is merely a capital scam. Can a company established for merely 6 months withstand scrutiny regarding its electrolyte formula? The so-called patent layout is simply a theft of foreign technology. Numerous industry insiders assertively claimed that the thermal stability of the Xingyuan electrolyte possesses fatal flaws, even attaching vague experimental videos. However, the external authorization period for the production of the Xingyuan electrolyte was not extensive, although the first batch of electrolyte had been produced. Lithium battery products had yet to appear on the market, leaving one to wonder where they obtained samples of the Xingyuan electrolyte. In her dormitory, Chu Qianlan observed the various posts on her computer, a faint smirk gracing her lips. Such blatant tactics are clearly not the hallmark of an internet company. She dialed Chu Feng's number. Chu, the company should issue a statement, including third-party testing reports on the electrolyte, demanding those who posted to delete their posts and apologize. Furthermore, Instruct the legal department to gather evidence and initiate lawsuits against those accounts that have undergone real name verification. Following the call, Chu Feng immediately took action, releasing a statement on the Xinghai Exploration official website within half an hour, accompanied by testing reports from the National Quality Inspection Center and 2 other third-party testing agencies. The data indicated that the thermal stability, cycle life, and other core indicators of the Xinghai electrolyte exceed international standards, particularly in extreme environments. The charging and discharging efficiency exhibited a markedly pronounced advantage. The announcement sternly demanded that the slanderous accounts delete their posts and issue apologies within a specified time frame, or legal proceedings would commence. The legal department simultaneously sprang into action, swiftly compiling a list of 22 slanderous accounts with real name verification, including several industry bloggers with follower counts exceeding 100,000. One individual's post garnered over 1 million views, featuring an image from a battery explosion incident a decade prior. The day after Xinghai Exploration issued its announcement, 4 individuals deleted their posts but did not apologize. It was evident that these accounts were merely riding the wave for traffic and bore little connection to the masterminds behind the scenes. In accordance with Chu Qianlan's directives, the legal department of Xinghai Exploration promptly drafted a lawsuit, preparing relevant materials to file against the 18 individuals with posts still active, as well as the 4 primary forums. In the Shenzhen Intermediate Court, however, the court required some time to determine whether to file a case, and the Ministry of Justice did not receive the receipt immediately. Thus, the company refrained from responding to the online posts. The uproar in public opinion, quelled for 2 days by Xinghai Exploration's announcement, reignited over the weekend. Chu Qianlan, observing the resurgence of rumors on the forum, could not help but smirk, pondering whether this group of individuals would still be so merry upon receiving a court summons. Old 3. Xinghai Technology is recruiting tomorrow. Li Meng and Zhao Qingqing are going for interviews. Did you give them a heads up? Zhang Lei inquired nervously as he returned to the dormitory from the company. Whether they qualify for Xinghai Technology has nothing to do with you. You aren't harboring feelings for them again, are you? Chu Qianlan, DZ. Zhang Lei's ears reddened slightly as he scratched his head in defense. What nonsense are you spouting? I was merely asking. Shireen mentioned they prepared thoroughly for this interview. Chu Qianlan opened her laptop and pulled up the personnel requisition list sent by Zhang Jinshan a few days prior. The company had recently relaxed its hiring criteria, and given their qualifications, as long as they weren't excessively nervous during the interview, their chances of being hired were quite high. Really? Zhang Lei's eyes brightened. Then he glanced at Chu Qianlan's screen, recruiting over 30 individuals at once. Xinghai Technology was making a significant move. There's no choice. The company has developed to this extent and can no longer afford to have one person perform multiple roles. Chu Qianlan sighed. Old 3. Aren't you attending the job fair tomorrow? Lin Shireen and her dorm mates will be going. Even Kong Linghua is tagging along. Recently, whenever Chu Qianlan returned home, her father, Chu Qianxiong, would mention that Kong Linghua's expenditure of 50,000 on a mobile system optimization project had spread throughout Huiqiangbei. This left Kong Linghua's father unable to hold his head high within the circle, and naturally, Kong Linghua received a stern reprimand. Just days ago, Liu Daoqing remarked that Kong Linghua had sought out Chun Li, the seller of the mobile system optimization project, hoping to cancel the project, but Chun Li refused his request. Let him go. It has nothing to do with me. I've been exceedingly busy lately. When would I have the time to accompany you all to the job fair? Upon hearing Kong Linghua's name, Chu Qianlan's emotions remained largely unaffected. He now owned 4 companies, generating annual revenue surpassing that of Kong Linghua's father's mobile assembly factory, creating a vast disparity that made confronting Kong Linghua uninteresting to him. The following day, Chu Qianlan and Du Ming headed to the company, while Zhang Lei and Liu Daochang accompanied the 4 from Lin Shireen's dormitory to the talent market. However, apart from Kong Linghua, who pursued Zhong Wushuang, there was also another suitor of Lin Shireen, Song Hao. In Chu Qianlan's view, although he had not given them prior notice, Li Meng and Zhao Qingqing's interview should pose no issues. Even if they did not pass the interview, when the HR department delivered the list to him, he could simply add their names. Of course, if it truly came to that, their prospects at Xinghai Technology would not be particularly bright. It was precisely this confidence that deterred Chu Qianlan from joining Zhang Lei and the others at the talent market. In his eyes, the matter had already become a foregone conclusion, rendering a visit to the talent market a mere waste of time. However, unforeseen events often transpire unexpectedly. Shortly after noon, Chu Qianlan received a phone call from Zhang Lei, and Lin Shireen's panicked voice echoed on the other end. Chu Qianlan. Zhang Lei and Liu Daoqing got into a fight and are in the hospital. You need to come quickly. Recognizing the urgency in Lin Shirin's tone, Chu Qianlan understood that trouble had arisen. Weren't you all at the talent market? How did a fight break out? Please elaborate. He shut his laptop and prepared to head downstairs. Lin Shirin hurriedly explained over the phone. After we finished at the job fair, we were looking for a place to eat. The gist of it is that after Li Meng and Zhao Qingqing submitted their resumes and confirmed their interviews for the next day, we went to a restaurant. Before the food had fully arrived, Zhong Wushuang, Lin Shirin, and the 4 women were harassed by 6 young men. Zhang Lei and Lu Daocheng stepped in, and a fight broke out. Outnumbered and trying to protect the 4 women, they ultimately ended up on the ground. The 6 on the other side were relentless, and they ended up stealing 5,000 yuan from Lu Daocheng before leaving. Upon hearing the details, Chu Qianlan's expression darkened. His grip on the phone tightened. "Where are you at the hospital?" "I will come immediately." Lin Shirin provided the address, her voice trembling. "Chu Qianlan, it seems Zhang Lei's arm is fractured, and Lu Daocheng is bleeding from his head. Don't panic. I'll be there shortly." After hanging up, Chu Qianlan called Du Guangbai, the deputy general manager of Xinghai Technology. "Director Du, please send 2 legal advisors familiar with civil law down. I'll be waiting for them in the underground parking lot." After hanging up again, he quickly made his way to the underground parking garage, his mind racing with thoughts. Although Zhang Lei and Lu Daocheng were fond of jesting, they were not troublemakers. Under normal circumstances, they would not resort to fighting. Moreover, Shenzhen is a bustling metropolis in Manhwa, known for its relatively good public safety. Such brawls were uncommon. In the underground parking lot, after picking up the 2 legal advisors, Chu Qianlan sped towards the hospital. En route, he briefly recounted the situation. One legal advisor furrowed his brow and remarked, "Chairman Chu, if both parties were fighting and your classmates sustained fractures, that would classify as minor injuries. If pursued through legal channels, it could result in a maximum of 3 years. The other advisor, however, shook his head. Since they stole 5,000 yuan, that could be classified as robbery, leading to a sentence of over 3 years. Chu Qianlan's grip on the steering wheel tightened, his gaze icy. "First, we will go to the hospital to ascertain the situation and gather favorable evidence. Given that the other party is involved in both intentional injury and robbery, we must pursue the maximum penalty." Minutes later, Chu Qianlan arrived at the hospital, his heart sinking at the sight of Zhang Lei with a plastered arm and Lu Daocheng with a bandaged forehead. Lin Shirin's eyes were swollen with tears as she rushed around with the medical records, while Zhong Wushuang stood coldly by the bedside, with Zhao Qingqing and Li Meng softly offering comfort nearby. Besides the 6 individuals involved, 2 police officers were present, taking statements from Kong Lingua and Song Hao. What exactly happened? Chu Qianlan approached Zhang Lei's bedside, his voice low. Lu Daocheng gritted his teeth. Those 6 guys started with verbal harassment, which Lin Shirin and the others ignored. They then escalated their behavior with increasingly vile language. "Old 2, and I merely retorted a few times, and they resorted to violence. In the end, they even stole my wallet, claiming it was for medical expenses, despite them not being injured at all. You all were injured. How come they aren't scathed?" Chu Qianlan pointed towards Kong Lingua and Song Hao not far away. During the fight, they merely put on a show and hardly participated. Zhang Li's face reflected disdain, but soon pain flickered across his features. "Mr. Chu, how about one of us goes to the restaurant to check on the situation while the other stays here?" A legal advisor in a blue suit suggested. To prevent the 2 from revealing their identities, Chu Qianlan had specifically instructed this on the way. This was why the legal advisor referred to him as Mr. Chu. Chu Qianlan surveyed the room before approaching Zhong Wushuang and the others. "Chairwoman Zhong, can any of you locate the restaurant where the fight occurred? The lawyers need to inspect the scene." Li Meng quickly interjected. "The restaurant is called Yuxianjuan, about 800 meters from the talent market. I'll take you there." "Miss, you can just take me there." The legal advisor in a green suit stepped forward. "It is imperative that we locate crucial evidence." As the 2 departed, Chu Qianlan issued a brief admonition. "You were the ones who reported the incident, correct? How long have they been here?" While speaking, Chu Qianlan turned his gaze towards the 2 police officers. "They arrived merely 3 to 4 minutes before you did, and after grasping the general situation, they commenced taking statements," replied Zhong Wushuang. "Did those 6 individuals exhibit any unreasonable behavior? And regarding the 2 students currently being questioned, did anything seem amiss at that time?" The legal counsel inquired. Upon hearing the questions, the women fell into contemplation, while Chu Qianlan appeared somewhat taken aback, puzzled by the legal counsel's line of questioning. As his eyes swept over Kong Lingua and Song Hao, he noticed a stark contrast in their conditions. Neither bore any visible injuries, yet Kong Lingua was disheveled and somewhat disheartened, while Song Hao, in sharp contrast, was impeccably dressed, showing no signs of having engaged in a brawl. There was nothing unreasonable. We had just entered the restaurant when those 6 ruffians barged in. The dishes hadn't even been fully served before they came over to harass us, and then the fight broke out, Zhong Wushuang recounted. I felt as though those 6 men were acquainted with Song Hao. During the scuffle, Kong Lingua, who had hardly intervened, was struck, yet Song Hao remained completely unscathed. Zhao Qingqing expressed hesitantly. As they spoke, the police approached Kong Lingua and Song Hao. "Who are you?" one of the officers asked. "I'm her classmate. Chu Qianlan does it?" Gesturing towards the company's legal counsel. "This is my lawyer." The officer's expressions shifted at this revelation. Lawyers are well-versed in various procedural matters and possess an intimate understanding of legal statutes. They are often reluctant to engage with such individuals during case processing. One officer, adopting a serious demeanor, stated, "After questioning these 2 students, we have grasped the basic circumstances, but in order to fully understand the details, we kindly request your cooperation in providing formal statements." The legal counsel suddenly stepped forward, asserting, "Providing statements is indeed necessary, but I wish to be present as an observer." The officers, seemingly prepared for this, agreed. To expedite matters, we will have one person narrate the events. If others have any objections or additional information, they may present it afterward. Another officer suddenly furrowed his brow, noticing a missing individual. "Where's the other party?" he asked. "She went to the hotel with my colleague. If there are no issues with the statement, she can return to sign it directly," the legal counsel replied succinctly. The officer produced a notebook and turned to Lin Shireen. "Would you kindly recount the events for us? We'll take detailed notes." Although Lin Shireen's voice trembled slightly, she conveyed the sequence of events with clarity. "After we exited the talent market, we intended to dine at Uxianjuan. Just after ordering, those 6 men entered and sat at the table next to us. Once Lin Shireen finished her account, an officer inquired, did they carry any instruments, such as clubs or similar objects? Lin Shireen shook her head, no, but there were too many of them. Zhang Lei and Lu Daocheng shielded us as we retreated, leaving us only to endure the blows. The officers continued their inquiries. Lu Daocheng's wallet was stolen. Can you ascertain the amount of money it contained? Over 300 yuan, though I can't recall the exact change. Of that 5,000 was withdrawn from the ATM yesterday. Lu Daocheng, lying in his hospital bed, asserted confidently. After meticulously recording this, the officer looked up at Lu Daocheng. Are you certain that there was 300 yuan in cash in your wallet? And that 5,000 was withdrawn just yesterday? Lu Daocheng nodded affirmatively. Indeed. I withdrew the money around 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon at the ATM. I still have the text message from the bank. As he spoke, he took out his phone and retrieved the message. The legal counsel took the phone to examine it and then handed it to the officer. This is crucial evidence that can substantiate the amount of the loss. According to the criminal law, the threshold for robbery is set at 3,000 yuan. And this case has already met the criteria for filing. At that moment, another legal counsel who had gone to the restaurant returned. He whispered into Chu Qianlan's ear. There are surveillance cameras in the restaurant. The hard drive has been retrieved for duplication and will be sent to you shortly. According to the footage, those 6 individuals entered the restaurant with a clear objective and exchanged subtle glances with Song Hao, indicating they are likely acquainted. Moreover, considering their attire and demeanor, they are evidently not common thugs. Chu Qianlan took out his smartphone and discovered that he had indeed received an email. But the 2G network was too slow to download the video attachment. After a moment of contemplation, he handed his phone to the legal counsel. Please find a location with Wi-Fi to download the file. After the legal counsel departed, Chu Qianlan turned his attention back to the 2 police officers. As everyone continued to piece together the events, the earlier legal counsel had suggested that Song Hao was familiar with those 6 individuals. But the implied glances were too abstract for Song Hao to deny. Unless those 6 could provide testimony, this matter would not implicate him. We have documented the sequence of events. Next, we will investigate the identities of those 6. If you uncover any new leads, please feel free to contact us. The 2 officers stated as they prepare to leave. Officers, please hold on. We have obtained the restaurant surveillance footage and are currently seeking a place to download it. We will be able to view it shortly. Chu Qianlan interjected hastily, preventing their departure. The officers paused, exchanged glances, and then retook their seats. The atmosphere in the hospital room grew tense, with all eyes fixed upon Chu Qianlan. A few minutes later, the legal counsel returned briskly, returning the phone. Mr. Chu, the video has been downloaded successfully, and the quality is clear, allowing us to see the events as they unfolded. Chu Qianlan opened the video, quickly fast-forwarding to the critical moment, then placed the phone on the table for all to see. As the 6 individuals engaged in the altercation with Zhang Lei appeared, the officers' faces visibly stiffened. The legal counsel beside Chu Qianlan directly queried, "Officers, do you recognize these 6 individuals?" One officer hastily denied, "They seem somewhat familiar. I believe I have seen them before. Can you provide us with the original version of this video? We would like to conduct an analysis to use as a basis for identifying the suspects." The legal counsel shook his head. "We can send you the video, but the hard drive is not available. If you require it, you may leave an email address." The 2 officers exchanged glances but did not pursue the matter further. One of them left an email address. "Senior Song, do you recognize these 6 individuals?" Chu Qianlan had intentionally observed Song Hao, noticing his evident anxiety when a surveillance video was produced. "Junior Chu, please do not make baseless assumptions. I do not know them." Song Hao quickly shook his head. Noting the unease in Song Hao's demeanor, Chu Qianlan pondered thoughtfully but refrained from pressing further, instead turning to the police officers. "How long will it take to ascertain the identities of those 6 individuals? Without knowing their identities, no action could be taken. Even if they wanted to file a lawsuit, the court would not accept it." The officers exchanged glances, and one finally responded, "We will expedite the process by comparing the surveillance screenshots with our database and conduct field visits to locate these 6 suspects as soon as possible. However, we cannot specify a timeline." The video revealed that several of the suspects were dressed in designer attire, clearly not the type to be common delinquents. Coupled with the officers' somewhat dismissive demeanor, this raised further concerns for Chu Qianlan. "Officers, my senior here works at Xinghai Technology. If you're unable to identify the suspects, I can leverage my connections to post a reward on Xingliao, and with the assistance of 1 million users, we should be able to ascertain their identities swiftly." Chapter 82. Coercion. The 2 police officers exchanged a glance, their expressions suddenly becoming somewhat awkward. The older officer cleared his throat and spoke. "Student Chu, we understand your feelings, but there are strict procedures in handling cases. Since we have surveillance footage as evidence, we will expedite the process." Chu Qianlan observed their reactions with a calm demeanor, already formulating a plan in her mind. "I hope you can act swiftly. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to investigate the culprit myself, and the commotion may become rather pronounced. I trust you, one team mind." The officers' faces darkened. Chu Qianlan's implication was unmistakable. If the police department failed to identify a suspect, she would resort to posting a reward on Xingliao. Should this matter escalate online, the department would undoubtedly face reprimands from their superiors, and someone might even bear the brunt of the responsibility. "Please remain calm, Student Chu. We will promptly identify the suspect." The older officer reassured her as he was leaving. The legal counsel whispered, "Mr. Chu, judging by the officer's reactions, it appears that one of those 6 individuals possesses a significant background. They must already be aware of each other's identities." Chu Qianlan nodded, her gaze icy. "Give them 3 days. If the police department has no results by then, we will post a reward on Xingliao. For the next few days, I need you to diligently check in with the police daily." After the 2 officers departed, the atmosphere in the hospital room grew heavy. Lin Shireen sat by the bed, clutching Zhang Lei's uninjured hand, her eyes filled with concern. Lu Daocheng leaned against the pillow, his complexion pale but his tone resolute. "Don't worry, third brother, we're not seriously hurt." Chu Qianlan patted his shoulder and turned to Song Hao. "Senior Song, are you truly unfamiliar with those 6 individuals? Your exchanges of glances in the footage were quite frequent." Song Hao's face paled as he stepped back. "I've said I don't know them. Don't make baseless accusations." After saying this, he glanced at Lin Shireen before turning and leaving the room. Kong Lingua surveyed the room, and, upon realizing no one was paying attention to her, sighed and exited as well. "Lin, what kind of person is Song Hao? What is his family background like?" Upon hearing Chu Qianlan's inquiry, Lin Shireen pondered for a moment before responding. "Song Hao has never mentioned his family situation, but he doesn't seem to lack money. He even carries an air of superiority, often looking down on others." Zhang Lei suddenly interjected, "This guy must be a 2nd-generation official. He boasted about his family background in front of me previously." "Chu, are you implying that Song Hao is acquainted with those 6, and today's incident relates to him?" Zhong Wushuang asked, perplexed. "Based on the surveillance footage, it seems likely. I will handle this matter and ensure a satisfactory resolution for you, so do not interfere further." After comforting the others, Chu Qianlan left with the legal counsel. She first obtained a medical record from the hospital and then called the instructor to excuse Zhang Lei and Lu Daocheng from classes. Once these tasks were completed, she returned to Nanshan Technology Park. That evening, Zhang Lei and Lu Daocheng remained in the hospital, while Lin Shireen and the other girls returned to the dormitory at Shenzhen University. The atmosphere in the girls' dorm was noticeably tenser than usual. "Do you think this afternoon's incident really involves Song Hao?" Li Meng bit the cap of her pen, her face filled with confusion. He always appeared so gentle. It's surprising to discover such treachery. Zhao Qingqing nodded, her eyes reflecting apprehension. Fortunately, Zhang Lei and Lu Daoqing intervened. Otherwise, we would have been at a loss. Zhong Wushuang slammed down her makeup remover pads, scoffing. It's highly likely that Song Hao orchestrated this. The security environment in Shenzhen has always been excellent. No one would dare to cause such a ruckus without protection. Sigh. Had I known, I would have allowed Song Hao to accompany us today. Lin Shirin sighed. This isn't your fault. Who could have known Song Hao harbored such malicious intent? By the way, Shirin, do you know those two lawyers? They are from Xinghai Technology's legal department. Li Meng suddenly asked. My work doesn't intersect with the legal department, so I don't know them. But why would they be at the hospital if they're from Xinghai Technology? Lin Shirin expressed her confusion. They must have been summoned by Chu Qianlan. When the police were about to leave, he threatened them using Xing Liao. It seems Chu Qianlan holds considerable influence over Xinghai Technology. Zhong Wushuang remarked. For us, this is a fortuitous development. By the way, Shirin, Zhang Lei broke his left arm to protect you. Aren't you concerned? Lin Shirin's ears reddened slightly. He was too impulsive. Next time we encounter such a situation, we should call the police first. Li Meng grinat, mischievosely. You call him impulsive. Yet when you were holding his hand in the hospital, you didn't feel impulsive at all. Li Meng. Lin Shirin picked up a pillow and threw it at her, causing an uproar of laughter in the room. In a KTV private room in the center of Shenzhen, several young men were gathered together drinking. If Zhang Lei and the others were present, they would recognize that the individuals drinking were the same six who had fought with them. Suddenly, the door to the room swung open, and Song Hao entered, closing the door behind him with a hint of irritation on his face. The six young men sitting on the sofa glanced up at him, and one with dyed blonde hair grinned and raised his glass. Song, is everything taken care of? Song Hao frowned and poured himself a glass of whiskey, downing it in one gulp. They called the police, so you all need to be cautious. What's there to fear? The blonde scoffed. We've done this before. Worst case scenario, we just pay a fine. This time is different. Song Hao turned to glare at them. They hired lawyers and obtained the surveillance footage. Zhang Lei's injury is at least classified as a minor injury. You also robbed him of his wallet, which constitutes robbery. Another youth clad in a trendy hoodie raised an eyebrow. Aren't they just a bunch of students? How much trouble can they cause? If worst comes to worst, we could just pay a bit more and use our connections to bury this. Song Hao rubbed his temples, his tone growing urgent. Zhang Lei's classmates brought in 2 lawyers from Xinghai Technology, and they've already secured the surveillance footage. If it gets posted online via Xing Liao, we will be in a precarious position. The atmosphere in the private room instantly darkened, leaving everyone at a loss for what to do. The hoodie-clad youth impatiently ran his fingers through his hair. Song, why not use your connections to hush this up at the police station? Upon hearing this suggestion, all 6 young men turned to look at Song Hao in unison. The police might not give them any leeway, especially since they feared Xinghai Technology's exposure of matter. As soon as he finished speaking, his phone buzzed. Hello, Dad. All right, I understand. I'll be home right away. Song Hao hung up, rising to leave the private room. My dad knows about this and wants me to come home immediately. You all should head back too. That video has already reached my father. Chapter 83. Turbulence, Surrender. Mediation. As soon as Song Hao left, the private room fell silent. The previously carefree 6 now wearing solemn expressions. The blonde fiddled with his glass, turning it in circles. What are we going to do? Song Hao might not be reliable. The youth in the hoodie kicked the leg of the sofa. This isn't something we can resolve on our own. Let us all go home and inform our elders about today's incident. They need to pressure Song Hao's father to handle this. This situation arose because of him, and his family must intervene. Let us move quickly, everyone. Spending a bit of money is acceptable, but we must ensure Song Hao's father resolves this. If we're truly charged with robbery, it could mean a minimum of 3 years. When Song Hao hurried home, the atmosphere in the living room was almost suffocating. His father, Song Mingshan, sat on the sofa with a grim expression, watching the surveillance footage playing on his laptop. As the mother stood by, rendered speechless, her anxious gaze remained fixed upon him. Kneel. The voice of Song Mingshan was as frigid as an icicle. Song Hao's knees buckled involuntarily, and he found himself kneeling before his father, his head bowed, unwilling to meet his father's piercing eyes. What a fine mess you've made. Song Mingshan slammed the mouse onto the coffee table, his voice laced with fury. Robbery. Assault. Do you comprehend the gravity of these actions? This could lead you straight to prison. Father, I never intended for it to escalate this far, Song Hao stammered, his voice trembling. I merely wished to teach Zhang Lei a lesson. I had no inkling they would call the police. A lesson? Song Mingshan abruptly rose, seizing the ashtray and hurling it against the wall. The sound of shattering porcelain sent Song Hao instinctively recoiling. Do you know that when the police department forwarded the video, they made it abundantly clear that this matter cannot be suppressed? If those 6 fools end up in prison due to your actions, you and I shall soon find ourselves sharing a cell. Song Mingshan then smashed a celadone teacup against the corner of the room, the brittle sound of breaking echoing as Song Hao shrank back another step. His mother gasped, wishing to intervene, but paralyzed by fear, her hands twisting anxiously in place. Cannot be suppressed? Song Hao lifted his gaze, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. Father, don't you know the director of the Communications Administration? With their intervention, Xinghai Technology would surely not dare to disregard them. Without their involvement, the police would have no pressure to act. Veins bulged on Song Mingshan's forehead. What are you even thinking? Even if Director were to intervene, he could only ensure that Xinghai Technology remains discreet. Do you truly believe they can withstand the pressure from the Goose Factory through overt means? Mark my words, if Director makes a call today, that surveillance footage will be splashed across major forums by tomorrow. Any hint of unfavorable news regarding my relationship with him will be sensationalized. These internet companies, all of them possess their own little armies. Their influence online is beyond your comprehension. Upon hearing this, Song Hao's complexion turned ashen, and he dared not utter a sound. After venting his frustration for some time, Song Mingshan finally calmed down. Old Song, what are we to do now? We can't possibly let Howard go to jail, his mother said anxiously. After a long pause, Song Mingshan replied, to protect Howard, we must ensure the safety of those 6 fools. Since they have already reported the incident, we can only find a way to obtain their forgiveness. Tomorrow, let those 6 fools turn themselves in and assert that the altercation and robbery were impulsive actions. I will arrange for someone from the police station to mediate. As long as we can secure the understanding of those 2 boys, we can minimize this issue. Having said this, Song Mingshan shot another glare at Song Hao, instructing him to convey to the 6 fools that if they wish to avoid prison, they must adopt a more conciliatory attitude. The expenses incurred this time, I will find another way to compensate them. At 10 o'clock on Monday morning, Chu Qianlan received a text from the legal team, stating that the 6 assailants had turned themselves in at the police station. In the afternoon, their families prepared to visit the hospital to negotiate compensation with Zhang Lei and Lu Daoqing. Chu Qianlan was not surprised by this development. If they were mere ruffians, they might have attempted to flee. However, since these 6 were not ordinary individuals, surrendering was the best course of action given the irrefutable evidence. If they could obtain the forgiveness of Zhang Lei and his companion, they would naturally face no repercussions. Conversely, if Zhang Lei and Lu insisted on pursuing accountability, their act of surrender would still afford them some leniency. After classes concluded in the morning, Chu Qianlan hurried to the hospital. Upon entering the ward, he encountered the 4 members of Lin Shirin's dormitory, along with 2 legal representatives. The 6 individuals have already surrendered. What are your plans? Are you considering a monetary settlement? Or will you proceed with formal charges to ensure they serve time? Although the matter was being handled by Chu Qianlan, the final decision still required input from Zhang Lei and the others involved. Given their financial backgrounds, it was entirely reasonable to anticipate compensation in the hundreds of thousands. While Chu Qianlan himself was unconcerned about the money, he recognized that others might not share his indifference. Ultimately, among the 2 dormitories, only he and Zhong Wushuang had any substantial means. Zhang Lei, cradling his arm encased in plaster, spoke up. Old 3, I refuse to let this slide. They didn't consider a settlement when they assaulted us. Why should we accept an apology and a sum of money now? He turned to Lu Daocheng, asking, Old 1, what are your thoughts? Lu Daocheng, reclining against the pillow, still appeared pale. I share Zhang Lei's sentiments. We were assaulted and hospitalized. If we simply accept compensation, it will set a precedent for others to walk all over us. Lin Shirin cast a glance at Zhang Lei's injured arm, a flicker of sympathy crossing her face. I, too, believe we should not let them off the hook easily. Li Meng slapped the bedside. If we settle for money, others will think we've been bought off, and we won't be able to hold our heads high at school. Zhong Wushuang crossed her arms and turned to the 2 legal representatives brought by Chu Qianlan. From a legal perspective, how strong do you think our case is if we pursue it? The older legal representative pulled out a stack of documents from his briefcase. Based on the evidence we currently possess, the 6 individuals are suspected of intentional injury and robbery, with ample witnesses and material evidence. Even with the mitigating factor of surrendering, they would still face a minimum 3-year prison sentence. Seeing the Group S agreement, Chu Qianlan nodded. It's good that you share a unified stance. My role is to advocate for your best interests. I want to interfere with your final decision. In the afternoon, The two legal representatives would remain to assist you in facing the mediation process. Assess their proposed terms before making your final decision. Chu Qianlan stayed in the ward for over half an hour before hurriedly returning to school to continue his classes. Meanwhile, Lin Shireen returned to Xinghai Technology to resume her work. The remaining Zhang Lei and Lu Daocheng were patients, while Zhong Wushuang and the others had no classes to attend, allowing them to stay. Shortly after 2 o'clock in the afternoon, a knock echoed through the room, and alongside 2 police officers, over 10 individuals entered the ward. The expressions of Zhang Lei and the others, who had previously appeared indifferent, instantly shifted. Chapter 84. Reconciliation and the Turn of Events. During the third class of the afternoon, Chu Qianlan suddenly received a text from the legal team, stating that Zhang Lei and the others had signed a letter of understanding. It was reported that the families of the 6 assailants had leveraged connections to reach the leadership of Shunshur University. The vice deans of the School of Management and the School of Physics personally attended, and given the substantial compensation offered, Zhang Lei and the others agreed to the reconciliation. Upon receiving this information, Chu Qianlan fell into a contemplative silence. While he could disregard the faces of others, the presence of the vice dean made it understandable that Zhang Lei and his companions chose not to pursue the matter further. After all, they were still students, and offending the vice dean would lead to difficulties in the future. Fortunately, the families of the 6 individuals did not abuse their influence and provided a compensation package that was deemed adequate. Zhang Lei and Lu Daocheng each received 1.5 million, while the others received 100,000 each, including Kong Linghua, who was not present. With Zhang Lei and the others willing to reconcile, Chu Qianlan naturally had no objections. He had previously stated that the ultimate decision lay with them. However, he did instruct the 2 legal representatives to ensure the handling of subsequent matters was thorough, leaving no room for future complications. Old 3, you won't hold a grudge against us for reconciling, will you? Lu Daocheng asked when Chu Qianlan arrived at the ward that evening. I've always maintained that the final choice rests with you. With generous compensation, combined with the pressure from the college leadership, reaching a compromise is entirely reasonable, Chu Qianlan replied, pulling up a chair to sit down, shaking his head. After conversing for a while, Zhang Lei suddenly inquired, this morning, Li Meng and Zhao Qingqing went for an interview at Xinghai Technology. Did they succeed? Chu Qianlan shot him a glance and replied irritably, I came straight here after class. How would I know the outcome? Rest assured, they will undoubtedly secure internships at Xinghai Technology. Upon returning to his dormitory that evening, Chu Qianlan discovered a new list of employee hires sent by the Human Resources Department in his Xingliao mailbox. To his delight, Li Meng and Zhao Qingqing's names were included among them. After informing Zhang Lei of this development, Chu Qianlan promptly closed his mailbox. However, his expression shifted to one of gravity upon reading a message from Chu Feng on Xingliao. Just days prior, Xingyuan Exploration had issued an announcement that silenced those who had disparaged its electrolyte, perhaps sensing the lack of tangible action from Xingyuan Exploration. Certain so-called industry insiders resumed their attacks. Posts claiming the electrolyte was unsafe began to proliferate across forums once more. Fortunately, as the workday drew to a close, the legal department of Xingyuan Exploration received notification that the Shenzhen Intermediate People's Court had accepted their case, and they could obtain the acceptance notice the following morning. Chu Qianlan instructed the legal department to dispatch someone to the court at the earliest opportunity to secure the notice and publish it on the company as homepage. He sent a message to Chu Feng on Xingliao. After a moment of contemplation, he also reached out to Qi Hong, the manager of the PR department at Xinghai Technology, requesting her to contact online commentators to disseminate the acceptance notice beneath the post that had defamed Xingyuan's electrolyte. Chu Qianlan, accustomed to managing work responsibilities during the night due to his absence from the office on weekdays, found that the company's management had long since adapted to this routine. Upon receiving his orders, the team would refrain from responding unless there were objections. The following morning, as soon as the legal department retrieved the acceptance notice, they promptly uploaded a scanned copy to the homepage, accompanied by the caption, Xingyuan Exploration has officially filed a lawsuit against online defamers. Legal proceedings have commenced. Subsequently, the PR department of Xinghai Technology sprang into action. Qi Hong directed the online commentators to inundate the comment sections of various defamation posts with screenshots of the notice. At this juncture, no words were necessary. The mere presence of the acceptance notice was sufficient to convey Xingyuan Exploration's resolve. In no time, the announcement of Xingyuan Exploration's lawsuit against online slanderers spread rapidly across numerous online forums. A multitude of posts maligning the electrolyte were swiftly deleted, as their authors feared being included in the lawsuit. Even several prominent figures who had already been sued by Xinghai Exploration began surreptitiously erasing their posts. Alas, the legal department had already preserved evidence. Deleting posts would not erase the reality of their slanderous actions. On a popular technology forum, a trending post titled "The Safety Concerns Surrounding Xinghai's Electrolyte Take a Turn." The official lawsuit against defamers sparked heated discussions among netizens. Front row for the drama. Many had long suspected the defaming posts were suspicious, noting that the wording was identical, clearly indicating organized online manipulation. Moreover, the sudden emergence of these posts suggested a puppet master pulling strings behind the scenes. Support corporate rights. The internet is not a lawless domain. Slanderers must be taught a lesson. Have you noticed that the top two defendants are from the land of the rising sun? They aren't the most famous, nor do they have the highest follower counts, yet they are placed at the forefront. Is there something more to this? I see the source of this public outcry now. Previously, the raw materials for electrolytes in the Dragon Country were monopolized by companies from the land of the rising sun. Now, with Xinghai's new formulation successfully breaking the deadlock, it seems this uproar is likely a deliberate attempt by these companies to maintain their monopoly by suppressing Xinghai Exploration. According to the notice, Xinghai Exploration's charges included defamation and damage to commercial reputation. If successful, the slanderers could face up to 7 years of imprisonment. This was a decisive warning. In an office in the Magic City, someone suddenly chuckled. "Manager, we've been sued again on the forum." Clearly, such occurrences had become commonplace, rendering the office staff nearly immune to shock. "What now?" a youth seated at the computer asked without lifting his gaze. "A company has been defamed, and while that company is suing the slanderers, they're also suing us for lax oversight." The youth scoffed. "We run a forum. Unrestricted speech is the freedom of netizens. Such matters require no intervention. As per usual, just send a legal representative." Meanwhile, in a hotel adjacent to Magic City University, 6 international students from the land of the rising sun wore expressions of deep concern. Tanaka Ichiro's visage was darkened. How could Xinghai Exploration act so unorthodoxly? Opting for legal recourse? The forum influencers we sought are now in a panic. If we mishandle this, we could face repercussions. Inoue's eyes flickered with anxiety. "My account has also been sued. If we lose, will the school expel me?" The foremost Japanese student, Sato, clenched his fist and slammed it on the table. Based on past experiences, companies would typically engage in public relations, issue a statement, and let the matter die down. Why is Xinghai Exploration so difficult to deal with? We can't worry about that now. Let us contact Kanto Chemicals. They must handle this. If all else fails, we may have to seek assistance from the embassy. Chapter 85. The Embassy Staff Shortages. Chu Qianlan was also monitoring the various discussions on the forums, and thus far, the voices maligning Xinghai's electrolyte had nearly vanished. In contrast, those well-known figures were now the subjects of ridicule from netizens. From the current perspective, this public outcry against Xinghai Exploration appeared to have subsided. Yet, Chu Qianlan understood that Xinghai's innovative electrolyte had shaken the foundations of several chemical enterprises in the land of the rising sun. Their covert maneuvers would not cease, and further developments were inevitable. On Thursday afternoon, Chu Feng relayed news that Kanto Chemicals had sent representatives once more, hoping to purchase the electrolyte patent at a high price. Chu Qianlan scoffed internally and replied, "Tell them the company does not sell patents. We only authorize production for enterprises. If they lack sincerity, they need not come." This time, Chu Qianlan had no intention of personally attending to their representatives. After several days of unfolding events, the forum influencers who had originally slandered Xinghai's electrolyte were beginning to feel restless. Some had already reached out to Xinghai Exploration, hoping for the withdrawal of the lawsuit. However, Chu Qianlan would not entertain such notions. As time passed, more individuals sought contact with Xinghai Exploration, particularly calls from certain departments in Shenzhen, hinting that they hoped Xinghai could remove the 2 Japanese students from the list of defendants. These individuals were unaware of Chu Qianlan's contact details and directed their calls to Chu Feng instead. This provided Chu Feng with an excuse to decline, merely stating that the company's owner insisted on pursuing legal action. By Friday, Chu Feng conveyed further information, stating that representatives from the Japanese consulate in Shenzhen wished to discuss the matter concerning the 2 Japanese students. Inform them that our conditions for withdrawing the lawsuit are a total compensation of 10 million in reputational damages from all defendants, alongside a public apology and the cancellation of their slanderous accounts. Should they meet these conditions, we will withdraw the lawsuit. Chu Qianlan pondered for a long time before proposing a condition that would be exceedingly difficult to fulfill. That's impossible. 10 million? Why don't you just go rob a bank? exclaimed a disgruntled Japanese consulate official upon hearing Chu Feng relay Chu Qianlan's terms. Que feng maintenant en passive expression. Recently, several international manufacturers were prepared to sign authorization contracts with us, but due to these rumors, they were forced to halt proceedings. The losses incurred by Xinghai Exploration cannot be compensated by a mere 10 million. The consulate official's face reddened as he spoke with a firm tone. Your company's exorbitant demands may hinder amicable relations between enterprises of our two nations. We hope to resolve this matter through diplomatic channels. Chu Feng shook his head expressionlessly. This is a legal issue, not a diplomatic one. We uphold the legal procedures, and we kindly request that you also respect our legitimate rights and interests. The consul, still unwilling to relent, inquired, when will your boss arrive? May I have the opportunity to meet with him? Chu Feng shook his head, stating, unless a significant event occurs. Our boss seldom visits the company. A government official, who had accompanied the consul from Fusang, remarked, isn't this about to escalate into a diplomatic incident? Is that not considered significant? If it becomes a diplomatic incident that pertains to the governments of our two nations, you should approach the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We, as a company, pay our taxes in accordance with the law. What is wrong with appealing against those who slander our company's reputation? Naturally, the negotiations between both parties yielded no results. The news swiftly reached the ears of several Japanese students studying abroad. Sato clenched his phone, seething with rage. 10 million. They have no intention of reaching a settlement. Inoue shook his head and analyzed. If a settlement were to occur, our costs would exceed 10 million. Do not forget, those forum bloggers rely on their accounts for their livelihoods. To terminate them, we will have to pay an even steeper price. Tanaka Ichiro paced back and forth in the room before abruptly stopping. This matter needs to be resolved by Kanto Chemical. At the very least, they must compensate Xinghai Exploration and those bloggers. Sato slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, yes, we must pressure Kanto Chemical to exert influence on the consulate. And we will also find ways to exert pressure on Xinghai Exploration. A dual approach to expedite a settlement. It is imperative to convey to Kanto Chemical that we are resolute in our determination, unwilling to be sacrificed. That evening, the internet was once again stirred into a frenzy. A batch of unverified accounts began posting, questioning the legitimacy of Xinghai Exploration's lawsuit, claiming that the exorbitant compensation was an act of commercial bullying. Some posts accused Xinghai Exploration of interfering with netizens' freedom of speech, declaring it a regression in history. Others even claimed that Xinghai Exploration was overly narrow-minded, jeopardizing the diplomatic relations between the two nations, asserting that they should not sue the Japanese students. Various opinions openly and covertly criticized Xinghai Exploration. Chu Qianlan had received the company's news early on, but it was not until after attending classes in the afternoon that she encountered the posts on the forum. These individuals were quite clever, utilizing accounts without real name verification. The posts were merely insinuations, without directly targeting Xinghai Technology. Regarding these individuals, Chu Qianlan felt powerless, as collecting evidence was too cumbersome, leaving her with no choice but to let it be. The following Saturday, Chu Qianlan arrived at the innermost experimental building of Nanshan Technology Park at noon. At this moment, over a dozen members of Professor Li's team were busily engaged in the large laboratory on the second floor. Upon stepping into the laboratory, she beheld the orderly arrangement of cabinets, the silver-gray racks adorned with a multitude of interfaces and cables, resembling a dormant mechanical beast. Professor Li, what is the progress on the installation of the supercomputer? When will it be operational? Professor Li, standing in front of a cabinet brimming with wires, heard Chu Qianlan's inquiry and pointed to the progress chart hanging on the wall. Ms. Chu, the core components of the supercomputer have been installed. We are currently conducting gradual power tests. Within 3 days, we will complete the debugging and enter the performance testing phase. Following his gesture, Chu Qianlan observed the progress chart, where critical deadlines were marked in red, indicating that all tasks were advancing as scheduled. How about the experimental data provided by Xinghai Exploration? Can it be utilized for the performance testing of the supercomputer? Chu Qianlan inquired again. The experimental data is not overly complex. It poses no significant pressure on the supercomputer. I have already communicated with Professor Zhang Mo, requesting him to provide more intricate experimental data. At this point, a glimmer of pride flickered in Professor Li's eyes, as if he were the one orchestrating the data rather than the supercomputer itself. You may decide these matters for yourselves. I simply hope the supercomputer can be established swiftly and put into operation. Chu Qianlan responded with a nonchalant demeanor. Ms. Chu, as the supercomputer approaches operational status, You will need to assemble a team of 10 to 20 individuals responsible for its operational management. This will facilitate basic training and the transfer of authority. Professor Lee reminded her with intent. I was under the impression that managing the supercomputer would require only 4 or 5 individuals. Chapter 86, Doctoral Students and Product Launch. Hearing Professor Lee's statement, Chu Qianlan was somewhat taken aback. Despite the supercomputer costing her nearly 40 million, it occupied only a little over 200 square meters. This led her to believe that it could be managed by a mere 4 or 5 people. In the initial phase of the project, Chu Qianlan had brought 4 technicians from Xinghai Technology to familiarize themselves with the supercomputer structure for future management. However, she now realized that those 4 individuals were utterly insufficient to manage a supercomputer. After a moment of contemplation, she turned to the busy technicians in the laboratory. Professor Lee, what do you think of the personnel drawn from Xinghai Technology? They participated in the construction of the supercomputer and are well acquainted with its hardware architecture and debugging processes. Professor Lee directly shook his head. Supercomputer operations require versatile talents who not only understand hardware maintenance and algorithm optimization, but are also familiar with data security and energy consumption management. Although your company's current technical staff understands the basic infrastructure, they lack specialized experience with supercomputers. I recommend hiring at least 2 project management personnel who are well-versed in the internal structure and operational principles of supercomputers, along with around 10 technical talents for operations, data management, and system management. Upon hearing this, Chu Qianlan did not immediately make a decision. Recruiting ordinary technicians would not pose a challenge for Xinghai Technology. But finding individuals familiar with supercomputers was exceedingly rare. In today's society, supercomputers remained a rarity domestically. Aside from technology-focused universities and national research institutes, there are very few in existence. Ordinary technicians had likely never even encountered one, let alone become familiar with them, just as she felt at a loss. Her gaze fell upon the bustling doctoral students. Professor Lee, are there any doctoral students among your team who are about to graduate? I would like to recruit a few of them to manage the supercomputer. Upon hearing her request, Professor Lee's face broke into a smile, as luck would have it. 3 of the doctoral students in the team are nearing graduation. They have participated in the entire construction process of the supercomputer and are very familiar with its hardware architecture, software systems, and debugging processes, making them fully capable of managing the supercomputer. Chu Qianlan's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she quickly replied, "That's wonderful. Professor Lee, could you please introduce me to them? I would like to discuss whether they are willing to join our company." Professor Lee nodded in agreement. "No problem. These students are all exceptionally talented. They have dedicated a significant amount of effort to the supercomputer project and should be eager to continue working with it." That afternoon, Chu Qianlan engaged in discussions with the 3 doctoral students in a laboratory. The first student, named Wang Jian, wore black-frame glasses and specialized in hardware debugging and fault diagnosis, ensuring the stable operation of the system. The second student, Li Na, sported a neat short haircut and focused on software systems and algorithm optimization, striving to enhance computational efficiency and delve deep into supercomputer performance. The third student, Wang Zhangyu, had an outgoing personality and concentrated on energy consumption management and data security, optimizing energy use and establishing protective systems. After conversing with the 3 doctoral students, Chu Qianlan was thoroughly impressed with their abilities and professionalism and promptly extended them job offers. Wang Jian and Li Na readily accepted, while Wang Zhangyu expressed a desire to work at a national research institute after graduation, declining Chu Qianlan's invitation. Each had their own aspirations, and Chu Qianlan did not take it to heart. Wang Jian and Li Na are currently able to uphold the operational team managing the supercomputer. Following Professor Lee's suggestion, Chu Qianlan has urgently tasked Zhang Jinshan with recruiting 10 technical professionals with relevant experience. Coupled with the 4 technical personnel that Fanxing Technology has preemptively assigned to the project team, the foundational structure of the supercomputer management team has been established. However, with Wang Jian and Li Na included, only 6 members are currently on duty. The remaining 10 will require some time before they can commence their roles. Meanwhile, the Kanto Chemical Company of Fusong and the consulate continue to toil over the withdrawal of their lawsuit, yet Chu Qianlan remains absent, with Chu Feng deferring responsibility, rendering them powerless. Although negative commentary regarding Xingyuan exploration frequently surfaces online, it has yet to incite significant repercussions. In the past few days, the first lithium battery, utilizing Xingyuan's electrolyte as a raw material and designed for a high-end electric vehicle, has been launched. Enthusiasts have conducted comparative experiments showing that lithium batteries with Xingyuan's electrolyte charge at a quicker pace, with the effects being particularly pronounced in low outdoor temperatures. Additionally, after operating at full power for half an hour, the temperature of lithium batteries using Xingyuan's electrolyte is notably lower than that of others, indicating a higher level of safety. Following the initial publication of these experimental results on forums, a plethora of bloggers, eager to garner attention, began conducting various comparative tests with Xingyuan's electrolyte lithium batteries. The subsequent results, once shared on forums, have decisively vindicated Xingyuan's electrolyte, showcasing its rapid charging, superior low-temperature performance, and heightened safety, thereby captivating the interest of numerous consumers and alleviating the apprehensions of many manufacturers seeking to acquire production authorization for the electrolyte. In the ensuing days, another wave of manufacturers initiated contact with Xingyuan Exploration, intent on obtaining production authorization for the electrolyte. According to Chu Qianlan's estimations, the cumulative production capacity of manufacturers signing authorization agreements with Xingyuan Exploration has surpassed half of the market share for lithium battery electrolytes. Furthermore, as the company continuously engages in external licensing, it is projected that Xingyuan's electrolyte will dominate over 90% of the lithium battery electrolyte market in the Dragon Country by 2008. Even more unexpectedly, a small factory from Han's country has approached Dragon Country to seek production authorization from Xingyuan Exploration, marking the first instance of a company under Chu Qianlan's purview engaging in foreign business. Seeing that public sentiment has not aligned with their expectations and hearing of the soaring market share of Xingyuan's electrolyte, Kanto Chemical has joined forces with several domestic competitors to commence a price reduction of lithium hexafluorophosphate. However, regardless of how much they lower their prices, the ultimate production costs for manufacturers still exceed those of Xingyuan's electrolyte. At this juncture, relevant production enterprises in Dragon Country are preparing to expand their output for export to other countries. As for the few international students within Dragon Country, they have long been forgotten by Kanto Chemical, with only personnel from the consulate occasionally monitoring their situation. Without financial support from Kanto Chemical, they are utterly unable to persuade Xingyuan Exploration to withdraw the lawsuit. Should the Dragon Country court rule against them, the repercussions would be substantial. It is worth noting that the initial detractors of Xingyuan Exploration were predominantly individuals they had contacted. If these individuals collectively testify against them, mere apologies or monetary compensation would not suffice. They could potentially face imprisonment. Chu Qianlan, naturally unaware of these developments, has merely instructed the legal department to monitor the case before redirecting his focus elsewhere. A week later, Chu Qianlan returned to the laboratory housing the supercomputer. Upon entering the laboratory, he found Professor Li conducting performance tests with his team, while Wang Jian and Li Na were fine-tuning the programs in front of the server cabinets. Mr. Chu, the supercomputer has completed its basic adjustments, and the stress tests have been finalized, Professor Li presented a report. Chu Qianlan skimmed through the report, inquiring about the results of the online adjustments and whether the discrepancies between simulated and actual experimental results were significant. His primary concern remained the supercomputer's tangible effectiveness. Over the past 2 days, we have conducted multiple simulations of lithium battery electrolyte experiments based on the data provided by Professor Zhang Mo. As long as the conditions and data are sufficiently precise, the supercomputer can replicate the experiments, yielding results closely aligned with those of actual experiments. Professor Li stated with evident pride. Chu Qianlan nodded and turned to Wang Jian, asking if there were any potential issues regarding hardware maintenance. No structural defects have been discovered thus far, but certain interfaces require regular inspections. Wang Jian adjusted his glasses and continued. We are developing a monthly maintenance manual to ensure the longevity of critical components. Chu Qianlan then shifted his gaze to Li Na, inquiring about the progress of software system optimization. Li Na brought up the monitoring interface, revealing that post-algorithm optimization, the supercomputer's speed in processing lithium battery molecular dynamic simulations had increased by 22, and they were currently adapting to various computational models for research scenarios. Chu Qianlan acknowledged this and noted that in the coming period, the supercomputer would need to collaborate with the company on numerous research projects, necessitating continued optimization of various computational model algorithms. Suddenly, he observed the sparse presence of team members from Professor Li's group within a laboratory. Professor Li, has your work been completed? Why are there so few of you here? Professor Li nodded, explaining that since the supercomputer had completed its adjustments, and with Wang Jian and Li Na present, training was no longer their responsibility. Once we hand over the various permissions today, our task will be considered finished. Upon hearing this, Chu Qianlan turned to Wang Jian and Li Na, noticing their lack of dissent. In that case, I will summon the technical lead from Fanxing Technology and Professor Zhang Mo to conduct a live simulation of an experiment, thus serving as a verification for the supercomputer. Professor Li agreed, stating, given the project as completion, a verification is indeed warranted. With Professor Li's approval, Chu Qianlan promptly called Professor Zhang Mo and Lin Yu, and within half an hour, both arrived in succession. Liang followed closely behind Professor Zhang Mo, carrying a substantial folder of experimental data, while Lin Yu brought along key technical personnel from Fanxing Technology, holding a laptop. Mr. Chu, I heard the supercomputer is now capable of simulating lithium battery experiments? Professor Zhang Mo immediately hit the ground running, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Indeed, Professor Li has already simulated several times based on your provided data, and we are now preparing to simulate the experiment once more to verify the performance of the supercomputer. Chu Qianlan gestured towards the operational supercomputing cabinet, requesting a complex electrolyte formulation dataset for simulation to be compared against actual experimental results. Professor Zhang Mo swiftly retrieved a document from Liang, extracting a sheet. This is the optimized electrolyte formulation containing new additives. It underwent 3 cyclic tests in a laboratory last month, and the data is all here. Lina skillfully input the data of the electrolyte components provided by Professor Zhang Mo into the supercomputer system, while Wang Jian monitored the hardware's operational status. Commencing the simulation of the lithium battery charge and discharge process, Lina clicked the confirmation button, causing the supercomputing cabinet's indicator lights to flicker in rapid succession, with the sound of the fans intensifying. Lin Yu leaned closer to Chu Qianlan, quietly inquiring, what is the computational power of this supercomputer equivalent to in terms of ordinary servers? Its peak computation capability reaches 50 trillion operations per second, roughly equivalent to the collective power of 3,000 standard servers, Chu Qianlan replied, his attention fixed on the monitoring screen. 10 minutes later, the simulation results were generated. Lina projected the data curves alongside Professor Zhang Mo's actual experimental data on the same screen. The discrepancy was within 3. Professor Zhang Mo scrutinized the screen, noting that this level of precision was more than sufficient to support preliminary theoretical validation, potentially saving considerable experimental resources in the future. Chu Qianlan nodded and turned to Professor Li, stating, Professor Li, your debugging work has been exceptionally executed. The final payment for the project will be sent to you on Monday. However, you must take responsibility for the after-sales service of the supercomputer. Rest assured, Mr. Chu, as this is our project, we will naturally see it through to the end. If there are any uncertainties, Wang Jian and Li Na can always consult us. We appreciate your hard work, Professor Shi. Chu Qianlan turned to Wang Jian and Li Na, urging them to maintain close communication with Professor Shi and thoroughly grasp the core operational and maintenance technologies. Wang Jian confidently tapped on the cabinet with his fist, assuring Mr. Chu, I have already created 3 mind maps detailing the hardware architecture of the supercomputer. If there is anything unclear, I will seek guidance from Professor Shi's team. Lina then pulled up a document, stating, I have compiled optimization notes on commonly used algorithms for the software component, which I will later synchronize with the RD team at Fanxing Technology. Once Professor Shi and his team transferred all permissions, they ceased operating the supercomputer and remained only to advise. After Chu Qianlan and the others completed the acceptance check, they departed from the supercomputer laboratory. Suddenly, Professor Zhang Mo spoke up. With this supercomputer, the materials provided by Mr. Chu will allow us to swiftly complete our validations. In half a year, we will master the entire suite of lithium battery patents. In this domain, no one will be able to stifle our progress. A slight smile graced Chu Qianlan's lips then. Professor Zhang, please draft the simulation plan promptly. The supercomputer will be ready for you starting tomorrow. Lin Yu's eyes lit up. Professor Li and his team are leaving tomorrow, right? I plan to simulate the system service module on the supercomputer. If there are any vulnerabilities, it will be wise to amend them in advance. The endeavor of Fanxing Technology to develop a mobile operating system had been kept under wraps. During this period, with outsiders present in the supercomputer laboratory, it was impractical for him to present the system's service module for validation. However, if Professor Li's team departed, he could boldly utilize the supercomputer. Chu Qianlan pondered briefly before responding. The withdrawal of Professor Li's team will occur within the next few days. There is no need for you to rush. In the future, Fanxing Technology will be responsible for the operation and management of the supercomputer. Currently, only your 2 departments will require frequent access to it. Please coordinate your schedules to avoid overlaps. As for the 2 smaller companies, if they wish to use the supercomputer, arrange their access for the evening when electricity costs are lower, thus saving them some expenses. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yu grinned and inquired, Mr. Chu, the supercomputer is quite a rare gem. Aren't you considering giving a name? Chapter 88. Planet 1, full marks. Upon hearing this, Chu Qianlan reflected momentarily. Let us name it Planet 1. I hope it will aid us in unlocking the mysteries of the universe. Lin Yu expressed surprise. Planet 1? Why not Star 1? Professor Zhang Mo also looked curiously at Chu Qianlan, as many perceive stars to possess a greater grandeur than planets, making them more fitting for a name. A smile emerged on Chu Qianlan's face. Once our independently developed supercomputer reaches a world-class standard, we shall call it Star 1. Zhang Mo and Lin Yu exchanged glances, both recognizing the ambition reflected in each other's eyes. Chu Qianlan's vision for scientific advancement had long surpassed that of an ordinary entrepreneur. His notion of independent development encompassed establishing a comprehensive supercomputer research and development system rather than merely purchasing and assembling equipment. The name Planet 1 is already quite formidable. Lin Yu remarked, I will label the supercomputer's database as Planet 1 in the coming days. Chu Qianlan shook his head, regarding such matters as somewhat trivial. He insisted on duplicating the Golden Shield security software and installing it on the supercomputer to protect against potential hacker attacks. The database of the supercomputer contained numerous company secrets, and its security must be prioritized. Lin Yu's expression turned serious, fully aware of the database's significance. Any breach could provide competitors with years of advantage. He promptly replied, Rest assured, Mr. Chu, I will personally transplant the core code of the Golden Shield security software and complete the deployment tonight. Suddenly, Professor Zhang Mo recalled something. Mr. Chu, while the supercomputer simulation can shorten the research and development cycle, certain experiments still require physical validation. Our upcoming research focus will shift from electrolytes to cathode and anode materials, and we will need to replace some experimental equipment. Chu Qianlan turned to Liang. Professor Zhang has been conducting experiments recently and may not be aware that the company is expanding the laboratory. If you have any needs, feel free to submit a list of equipment for procurement. After Chu Qianlan and Professor Zhang Mo discussed the supercomputer's usage plan for a while longer, they each took their leave. On Monday evening, Chu Qianlan and Du Ming visited the hospital to see Zhang Lei and Lu Daoqing. Upon their arrival in the ward, they found Zhang Lei reclining on the hospital bed, chatting with Lin Shirin, while Lu Daoqing had his eyes closed, listening to music through headphones. Lin Shirin noticed their entrance, set down the half-peeled apple in her hand, and greeted them softly. How was your recovery? When did the doctor say you could be discharged? Chu Qianlan casually picked up the medical record on the bedside table and began to browse through it. Lu Daoqiang removed his headphones. My injuries are relatively minor. Had it not been for accompanying him, I would have been discharged long ago. He gestured to his forehead, which had already had its bandages removed. Zhang Lei cast a disdainful glance at Lu Daoqiang. Accompanying me? You just don't want to return to school. How much longer do you plan to stay in hospital? In just over 10 days, the exams will commence. Du Ming remarked with a hint of amusement. Both had not performed exceptionally well academically, and after more than half a month away from classes, their chances of doing well in the upcoming exams seemed bleak. Zhang Lei wore a smug expression. The deputy dean has already granted us special treatment. This time, we will receive full marks for our usual grades. With such a foundation, failing is out of the question. Chu Qianlan raised an eyebrow, shifting his gaze from the medical record. Full marks for usual grades? It seems the deputy dean is quite generous this time. Lu Daoqing scratched the back of his head. After all, they have their own motives. Providing us some compensation seems reasonable. Chu Qianlan pulled a chair and sat down. Nonetheless, you still need to review the exam. Content yourself. Even if you receive full marks for your usual grades, you must score at least 34 points on the final exam to pass overall. Zhang Lei pointed to a stack of textbooks nearby. Don't worry, we are still quite diligent. Just then, Lu Daoqing leaned in with a conspiratorial tone. Old 3. I heard Lin Xingxue has returned to school and will be singing at the New Year's Eve party tomorrow. Did you know about this? Chu Qianlan shook his head. I'm not concerned with such matters. I haven't heard anything about it for a long time. Wasn't she said to be filming? Last semester, due to Lin Xingxue's slander against Chu Qianlan, their relationship had soured and they had naturally lost contact. Chu Qianlan had been preoccupied with company affairs and had not heard any news about Lin Xingxue in quite some time. When was that? I heard she performed well in the production team and even sang a theme song for the drama. After the drama aired in October, she was repackaged by Tianhai Entertainment and resumed her singing career. Lu Daoqing said with keen interest. Recently, he had moved his computer to the hospital and often discussed gossip with classmates. I see. Seems she is quite the troublemaker. Chu Qianlan shook his head, feeling no interest in Lin Xingxue at all. Aren't you worried about tomorrow's New Year's Eve party? What if she stirs up some trouble again? Zhang Lei asked curiously. What is there to fear? If worst comes to worst, I can report it again. The first time the school protected her. If there is a second, the school may not be able to shield her. Chu Qianlan, when his company was just getting on track, its influence was meager. If Lin Xingxue were to cause trouble for Chu Qianlan now, as long as he showcased his influence at Xinghai Technology, the school would likely refrain from intervening. On New Year's Day, 2008, Chu Qianlan did not go to the company, but returned home. Although it was a public holiday, the mobile phone assembly line at Xinghai Technology remained operational. Chu Qianlan continued to commute to the factory, returning only in the afternoon. The profits your company has amassed surpass mine by a considerable margin. Hence, there will be no dividends for you this year, he declared during dinner. At this moment, although the assembly of smartphones was thriving, the profit from each device was meager. The net annual profit of Xinghai Technology barely exceeded 100 million, lagging behind the revenue generated by Xinghai Technology in just the last 3 months. That is of little consequence, Chu Qianlan remarked nonchalantly, continuing her meal. How has your Xinghai Technology fared recently? Since the National Day holiday, I haven't seen any of your activities. Her mother, Li Yulian, inquired with curiosity. While home, she frequently browsed the internet, naturally keeping a close watch on her son's company. It can only be described as steady development. However, the potential of Xingliao is nearly exhausted, and the rate of new user registrations has been exceedingly slow. Our company has been focusing on promoting the Zihuatong network conferencing software, which caters to enterprises seeking paperless operations. The competition is minimal, making it a suitable avenue for expansion, Chu Qianlan explained after a moment of contemplation. Upon hearing this, Chu Qianlan immediately furrowed his brow. Xingliao is the foundation of Xinghai Technology. To neglect it while pursuing Zihuatong seems rather misguided, does it not? Father, instant messaging software is the Achilles heel of Goose Factory. Should I introduce new features to Xingliao, I would undoubtedly face repression once again. I intend to wait until the advent of smart devices before competing with Goose Factory. Chu Qianlan articulated her strategic plan. Before Chu Qianlan could respond, a brief news bulletin on the television caught his attention. Chapter 89, Making Headlines, Production Line. Our station has learned that Fanxing Technology has successfully constructed a supercomputer in collaboration with Shenzhen University at Nanshan Technology Park. This monumental achievement signifies the establishment of the first supercomputer funded solely by a private enterprise in Shenzhen. Thanks to her father's influence, Chu Qianlan's attention shifted to the television, where the news anchor was reporting on Fanxing Technology's supercomputer development. There were no visuals or interviews, only the anchor expounding on the supercomputer's utility and significance. Chu Qianlan was taken aback that her company, Fanxing Technology, had managed to make it to the local news broadcast. It was evident that neither her company nor Professor Li's team would disclose such information. The source of the news likely stemmed from Nanshan Technology Park, which belonged to a government department and had the potential to report such developments. Is this supercomputer truly of high technological caliber? They are praising it without even showing any footage. Father, the computational power of a supercomputer is astonishing. For instance, this supercomputer operates at 50 million times the speed of a standard computer. If all national population data were consolidated into a single database, it could perform a comprehensive search in merely 1 second, Chu Qianlan explained. Upon hearing her explanation, surprise flickered across Chu Qianlan's face. But what utility does rapid computational speed serve if it does not yield profits for the company? Chu Qianlan shook her head. Father, your understanding of high-tech products is rather superficial. For research-oriented enterprises, this supercomputer is immensely beneficial. It can significantly accelerate research and development while reducing costs. Given all these advantages, why has it taken Shenzhen's major companies so long to construct the first one? Is the construction of such a device remarkably challenging? Her mother, Li Yulian, inquired with evident curiosity. The supercomputer reported in the news had a construction cost nearing 40 million, with annual electricity and personnel expenses projected at around 3 to 4 million. For large corporations, such expenditures were hardly prohibitive. However, supercomputers became obsolete rather swiftly. While they might exhibit commendable performance now, they would likely become outdated within 2 years. You seem quite knowledgeable about this supercomputer, Chu Qianlan remarked, astonished as he gazed at Chu Qianlan. Indeed, Fanxing Technology is my company. The supercomputer was constructed in collaboration with the Department of Software at Shenzhen University. Chu Qianlan confessed without reservation. You were the one behind its construction. A glimmer of shock flickered in Chu Qianlan's eyes. But doesn't Xinghai Technology have no need for a supercomputer? Father, I am not solely involved with Xinghai Technology. I have also founded Xingyuan Exploration, Fanxing Technology, and an investment company. You must have heard of Xinghai Exploration, which specializes in licensing lithium battery electrolytes. As for Fanxing Technology, it currently does not have any products, Chu Qianlan stated with a hint of pride. At this revelation, Chu Tianxiong's chopsticks clattered onto the table, while a Yulian's spoon hovered above her bowl, green onions cascading from its handle. The couple stared at Chu Qianlan, eyes wide with disbelief, as if gazing upon an extraterrestrial. You mean to say that this supercomputer is your creation? Chu Tianxiong's voice trembled as he unconsciously rubbed the edge of the table. And you have 3 additional companies? Chu Qianlan calmly picked up a piece of rib, discussing it as if it were an ordinary matter. Xinghai Exploration focuses on researching lithium battery technology and has already achieved some results. Fanxing Technology is also developing mobile technology, primarily intending to utilize the supercomputer for our own purposes. Suddenly, Li Yulian reached out and pressed her hand against her son's wrist. Xiaolan, where did you acquire such substantial funds? Tianxiong Technology's dividends total only 5 million, while this supercomputer alone has cost 40 million. Mother, my Xinghai Technology is quite profitable. In December alone, it generated a profit of 68 million. The expenses of the various companies are currently covered by Xinghai Technology, Chu Qianlan replied, extracting a tissue to dab her mouth. Starting this month, the patent licenses from Xinghai Exploration will also begin to yield profits. Everything is progressing favorably. Chu Tianxiong scrutinized Chu Qianlan, his eyes a mixture of astonishment and confusion as he spoke in a hushed tone. The lithium battery technology developed by Xinghai Exploration is the same one that recently caused a stir online regarding the Xinghai electrolyte. Chu Qianlan noted that yes, our electrolyte formula has circumvented the material embargo imposed by the land of the rising sun. At that time, Kanto Chemicals was engaged in a propaganda war against us. As Chu Tianxiong resumed eating, he picked up his chopsticks and inquired, why didn't you inform me sooner? After years in the mobile industry, my connections and resources could have been of assistance. Chu Qianlan shook her head. Father, our company's technology is cutting edge. Kanto Chemicals can only delay the launch of our technology. It is impossible for them to completely thwart us. Moreover, I possess an internet enterprise. So when it comes to public relations, they're no match for me. Very well. Your enterprise has grown to such an extent. You undoubtedly have your own ideas. However, remember that running a business requires stability. A company is not just your asset, but also the livelihood of your employees. Chu Tianxiong sighed, imparting his advice. Chu Qianlan's ventures were beyond his comprehension, leaving him unable to provide any substantial guidance. Father, have you ever considered transforming the production line at Tianxiong Technology? We could employ robotic arms to handle some of the repetitive tasks, Chu Qianlan suggested. Upon hearing her proposal, Chu Tianxiong immediately shook his head. If we let the robotic arms do all the work, what will happen to the idle employees? We can't just dismiss them, can we? Many of Tianxiong Technology's employees had been with the company for 4 to 5 years, and he was reluctant to let them go so easily. Chu Qianlan promptly offered a solution. It's quite simple. We can reorganize the surplus employees to form an additional production line. At that moment, as the counterfeit phone market surged, orders were pouring in, and the factory's production of smartphones would soon be swiftly acquired by intermediaries. An additional production line could generate hundreds of thousands in profit each month. We could attempt this, but the scale must not be too large. By the way, why this sudden interest in the factory? Is there an ulterior motive? Chu Tianxiong eyed his son with suspicion. Some time ago, I invested in a robotic arm development team, and they're set to commence production after the new year. I intend to procure a batch under the name of Tianxiong Technology, allowing them to refine their skills. Chu Qianlan did not hide her intentions and stated her purpose directly. Are you suggesting that Tianxiong Technology be used as a guinea pig, and we should fund the purchase of the robotic arms? Upon discussing company matters, Chu Tianxiong's expression immediately turned serious. Father, I merely wish to make the purchase in the name of Tianxiong Technology. The funds will, of course, be provided by Xinghai Technology, and you will only need to oversee the usage. Chapter 90. Transformation after the exam concluded. Chu Tianxiong set down his chopsticks and fixed his intense gaze on Chu Qianlan. Are you saying that we will procure the robotic arms under the name of Tianxiong Technology, with the funds coming from your company, and we will only be responsible for testing? Chu Qianlan noted, picking up a piece of green vegetable. The development of robotic arms necessitates testing in real-world scenarios, and Tianxiong Technology's production line is perfectly suited for an upgrade. It is mutually beneficial. As for the funds I provide, they will ultimately circulate within our enterprise, and no outsiders will profit. Li Yulian observed the serious discussion between the father and son and quietly set down her spoon. You two carry on. I shall prepare some fruit. Chu Qianlan tapped his fingers on the table, lost in thought. Indeed, Xinghai Technology's assembly line faces rising labor costs. And introducing robotic arms to replace repetitive tasks could enhance efficiency and alleviate the pressure from surging orders. After a moment of silence, he suddenly inquired, "What is the name of the robotic arm team you invested in?" Manhwa Machinery. Chu Qianlan retrieved her phone and pulled up the latest parameters for the robotic arms sent by Lu Chuan. The repeat positioning accuracy they developed has reached 0.15 millimeters, approaching the pinnacle of domestic standards. It is anticipated that after the new year, this accuracy will achieve 0.1 millimeters, matching that of high-end domestic robotic arms. Chu Qianlan scrutinized the parameters on the screen, his eyes flickering. This precision is indeed suitable for assembling mobile phone motherboards. Implementing this in the factory could save a significant number of laborers. However, the displaced workers will also need to be accommodated. Chu Qianlan, brimming with confidence, reiterated that establishing a new production line would naturally absorb the displaced workers. If there are adaptable young individuals, they could be trained to debug the robotic arms. Such tasks cannot solely rely on the manufacturers. Chu Qianlan finally nodded. "I agree to this proposal. However, let's be clear. The first batch will consist of only 20 units, initially deployed for the screen assembly process. If the results meet expectations, we can gradually expand the implementation." "No problem." Chu Qianlan extended her hand, sealing the agreement amicably. Chu Qianlan gazed at his son, as if seeing his younger self, filled with passion upon arriving in Shenzhen. At that moment, Li Yulian approached with a platter of fruit and said, "Xiaolan, your father may not express it verbally, but he has always held you in high regard." Chu Qianlan cleared his throat and picked up a piece of apple. "Don't pay heed to your mother's nonsense. By the way, when can we expect the robotic arms from Manhwa Machinery to arrive?" "Before the second month of the lunar calendar." Chu Qianlan picked up a grape, noting that Lu Chuan and the team were still engaged in research, working to further enhance the robotic arm's precision. After a casual exchange, Chu Qianlan suddenly asked, "Dad, since the mobile phone licensing has been completely abolished, are you not considering producing your own brand of mobile phones?" Chu Qianlan sighed and shook his head. "The costs of producing brand-name phones are exorbitant. Just the testing fees exceed 300,000. Moreover, products must be held in inventory for over a month awaiting network certification. Our factory cannot bear such turmoil." Although the mobile phone licensing has been lifted, the formal process for network testing remains a cumbersome affair. New mobile phones, upon production, must undergo various tests. These seemingly normal procedures pose a burden for smaller manufacturers. Testing a single model can cost around 300,000, and if that model does not sell well, recovering the testing costs becomes impossible. After much contemplation, Chu Qianlan decided not to disclose his plans to create a mobile phone until the operating system was released. Chu Qianlan would not believe that Chu Qianlan could manufacture a smartphone. This perspective was one he did not wish to change, nor did he desire to engage in a dispute over it. During this visit home, receiving his father's approval for the installation of robotic arms at Xinghai Technology marked the achievement of his objective. The following morning, Chu Qianlan attended school, as usual. After New Year's Day, various courses began to dwindle, indicating that final exams were approaching. In the days leading up to the new semester, he had already mastered all the knowledge points. For him, the exam was merely a formality. Typically, he was either replicating artificial intelligence or studying materials from the technology library. After nearly a year of dedicated study, his grasp of knowledge had far surpassed contemporary societal standards. Regrettably, despite mastering much information, he struggled to translate it into reality. His singular hope now was to rapidly replicate artificial intelligence and establish numerous laboratories at the opportune moment. This way, his advanced technologies would have a legitimate source. As the exams drew near, Zhang Lei and Lu Daochang finally discharged from the hospital, returned to Shenzhen University. Even though they had crammed for half a month in the hospital, they still felt somewhat anxious about the impending exams. Zhang Lei spent his days memorizing formulas in the dormitory, while Lu Daochang frequently sought out Du Ming for key points. Recently, company affairs have been progressing steadily without major incidents. Online, the Goose Factory occasionally stirred up some drama, but the public relations department of Xinghai Technology promptly addressed these matters, ensuring the company remained unscathed. Chu Feng from Xingyuan Exploration occasionally received calls from the consulate of Fusang, hoping that Xingyuan Exploration would withdraw its lawsuit against Fusang students. Despite pressure from the consulate and Kanto Chemical, Chu Qianlan remained resolute. Moreover, they were now abandoned, with few taking the initiative to assist them. Even the Fusang consul, who frequently called Chu Feng, merely conducted routine business. According to the legal department, They were now awaiting court proceedings to ensure the opposing party's defeat. Chu Qianlan had initially expected Kanto Chemical to persist in creating disturbances. However, he was taken aback to learn that Kanto Chemical had allied with other similar enterprises in Fusang to lower the price of lithium hexafluorophosphate. In a short span, they had stabilized the sales of lithium hexafluorophosphate. Nevertheless, several smaller companies had approached Manhwa to seek production licenses for electrolytes. This indicated that Kanto Chemical lacked the capacity to dominate the market in their own country. Before long, other electrolyte manufacturers from various nations would seek production licenses as well. By that time, Kanto Chemical would find itself in dire straits. Time swiftly moved to January 10th, when the final exams at Shenzhen University officially commenced. Chu Qianlan completed all subjects with ease, even submitting several papers ahead of schedule, prompting the invigilators to cast curious glances in his direction. Zhang Lei and Lu Daocheng also breathed a sigh of relief, although they were still unaware of their precise scores. Their perfect scores in regular assessments would likely ensure their success in the exams. Once they reconvened in the dormitory, the atmosphere was relaxed. The semester had effectively concluded. Have you three purchased your tickets? What do you plan to return home? Chu Qianlan. Chapter 91. Inspection of Hunchuan machinery. Lu Daocheng promptly produced a train ticket. I didn't return home during the summer, so I intend to head back a bit earlier now. I've already bought a ticket for tomorrow afternoon. What about you two? Du Ming shook his head. I have yet to complete my current tasks. If I leave now, it will delay the overall project progress. I estimate I won't finish the project for another half-month before I can return home for the new year. Zhang Lei's eyes glimmered as he suddenly turned to Du Ming, expressing, since I have returned home so early and have nothing to occupy my time, I might as well stay at school and keep Old Fourth company for a while. No sooner had he spoken than the gazes of several people turned towards him. What are you scheming? We see right through you. You simply wish to be with Lin Shireen, so why bother with excuses? Lu Daocheng scoffed. Zhang Lei's ears flushed crimson. Yet he still insisted. Nonsense. I am merely exhibiting the spirit of unity and camaraderie by staying back with him. Du Ming rolled his eyes, retorting, come on. You're definitely going to pick up and drop off Lin Shireen every day, and I might just be your third wheel. Lu Daocheng chimed in. What if Old Fourth goes home, and you still have to wait for Lin Shireen to finish her holiday? Zhang Lei's thoughts were laid bare, and he ceased to conceal them, declaring, so what if I wait? This is for my lifelong happiness. Naturally, I must be diligent. At this juncture, he abruptly turned to Chu Qianlan, inquiring, Old Third, when does Xinghai Technology break for the holidays? Chu Qianlan replied solemnly, due to the unique nature of Xinghai Technology's products. We do not take a holiday during the new year. Not taking a holiday during the new year is quite cruel. Are you a miser? Zhang Lai exclaimed in disbelief. My surname is Chu, so you should refer to me as Chu the Miser. Chu Qianlan playfully. Will you be playing games during the new year? Do you wish to use the Xingliao software? If all the employees of Xinghai Technology are on holiday, what will you use? With a mocking glance, Chu Qianlan posed a question back to Zhang Lai. But it can't be that all employees have no holiday, can it? Shireen is merely an intern. Her position isn't pivotal, so she should have a break, right? Zhang Lei's tone was laced with anxiety. Old Second, you really are quite dim. Old Third is just teasing you. Lu Daocheng laughed derisively. Although Xingliao must operate during the new year, as long as there are staff on duty to maintain the servers, it suffices. Lin Shireen works in management, and there will be no business during the holiday period. Zhang Lei suddenly realized, glaring at Chu Qianlan, all right, Old Third. You're quite the trickster. Chu Qianlan waved his hand with a smile. I was just messing with you. The company will surely arrange shifts. Only a few core technical positions will remain on duty, while administrative roles will take their holidays. Lin Shireen's internship is in the administrative department, so naturally, she will be granted time off. Zhang Lei patted his chest, exhaling a long breath. You nearly scared me to death. I thought Shireen would have to spend the new year at the company. Chu Qianlan began to gather his usual belongings, chuckling, look at you, so eager. Hurry up and think of ways to make your girlfriend happy during the winter break. Starting today, I'll be moving back home. For Chu Qianlan, returning home was akin to remaining at school, as he would still need to go to the company during the day. Early the next morning, instead of heading straight to the company, Chu Qianlan drove to Hunchuan Machinery near Huiqiangbai. Although he owned a 70% stake in the factory, he had only known its location and had never actually visited. The factory rented by Lu Chuan was modest and rather rudimentary. Without spotting the Hunchuan Machinery sign, he would have struggled to find it. As Chu Qianlan's car approached the factory gate, Lu Chuan and his roommate walked over. Senior Chu, I didn't expect you to come today. The factory environment is quite simple. I hope you don't mind. Lu Chuan, dressed in a slightly oil-stained work uniform, was followed by three similarly attired young men, all wearing awkward smiles. Senior Liu, you're too kind. What is easy in manufacturing? Chu Qianlan dismissed the concern, recalling how Xinghai Technology had started under even worse conditions. Upon entering the factory, a pungent mixture of machine oil and metal greeted him. Rows of machines stood neatly aligned, while a handful of workers were busy fabricating parts required for the robotic arms. This is our ordinary components production workshop. Most of the mechanical parts for the robotic arms can be produced here. However, precision sensors and motors still need to be procured externally, Lu Chuan explained. Chu Qianlan merely glanced around, not lingering on the machinery, for this was not the key aspect of production. The group continued onward to the isolated research and development area. This is our core team. This is Old Zhou, responsible for mechanical structure design. This is A Lin, who handles the electrical control system. And here is Xiao Wu, skilled in algorithm optimization. There were over 10 individuals, but Lu Chuan only introduced a few, evidently the core members. Hello, President Chu. They greeted in unison, their hands still smeared with oil. Chu Qianlan nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze drawn to a robotic arm in the corner, which was precisely screwing a bolt into the hole of a simulated motherboard, the precision displayed on the screen stabilizing at 0.12 millimeters. Is this the latest debugged prototype? Chu Qianlan leaned in for a closer look. This robotic arm just completed the full process test yesterday, and its precision has been further enhanced. Observing the robotic arm's structure, Chu Qianlan nodded in satisfaction. 0.12 millimeters was already quite competitive. What is your production speed for such robotic arms? He inquired. If we push to the limit, we can assemble about 25 units each month, Lu Chuan replied, gesturing towards the workbench. However, since the core components rely on external procurement, particularly sensors and precision reducers, the supply cycle can take up to 45 days. While we could order in advance to mitigate this, the robotic arms cannot simply be produced and immediately used. They require a series of assembly and debugging to function properly. We just recruited a batch of debugging personnel, and they are currently in training. With our current manpower, we can only debug about 10 robotic arms each month. At this revelation, a flicker of disappointment crossed Chu Qianlan's eyes. According to Lu Chuan, the maximum output of 10 robotic arms per month seemed a bit lacking. Not showing any dissatisfaction, he observed the robotic arms for a while longer, offered a few technical suggestions, and then followed Lu Chuan to his office, accompanied by several management personnel from the company. Senior Lu, Fanxing machinery has been operational for over a month now. Do you have any thoughts on this? Chu Qianlan inquired as soon as they entered Lu Chuan's office. Zuni Oju, I plan to continue research and development over the next 20 days before the new year, aiming to enhance precision to 0.1 millimeters while training a batch of debugging personnel for the robotic arms. After the new year, we'll produce a few robotic arms for external sale. Lu Chuan stated without hesitation. I have secured an order for 20 robotic arms, requiring you to debug them before the Lunar New Year. Is that feasible? Hearing that Chu Qianlan had brought an order, Lu Chuan and several management personnel were taken aback. Lu Chuan's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Chu Qianlan. 20 units? Before the Lunar New Year? He instinctively turned to the calendar on the wall, noting that only 50 days remained until the Lunar New Year. One of his classmates hesitantly chimed in, President Chu, if it's just about producing robotic arms, that is not a big issue. However, once the equipment arrives, it will certainly require debugging. Debugging 20 robotic arms might take nearly 2 months. Is there no other solution? Chu Qianlan scanned the group. Another manager bit his lip. Unless we redeploy our D personnel for debugging. While this would expedite the process, it would undoubtedly slow down our D. Lu Chuan interjected. Debugging the robotic arms requires a high level of technical expertise. Excluding the holiday, we only have 40 days, making it challenging to train those newcomers. Silence enveloped the office. Could we negotiate with the client? Perhaps we could deliver 10 units for debugging first and postpone the remaining 10? Chu Qianlan shook his head. The order is placed by Xinghai Technology, which is my father's company. Although the production line renovation is not urgent, we should strive not to delay. What difficulties are you encountering in debugging the robotic arms? And why is the training of new personnel progressing so slowly? Lu Chuan retrieved a training manual from the drawer and turned to the page featuring the debugging flowchart. Mastering the intricacies of robotic arm calibration necessitated a comprehensive understanding of servo motor parameter calibration, sensor calibration, and multi-axis linkage error compensation, among a dozen other skills. Newcomers were required to undergo a minimum of 50 practical training sessions before they could operate independently. However, we currently possessed only 3 debugging prototypes, which impeded our progress. He pointed to the red annotations on the flowchart. Merely the foundational joint torque adaptive adjustment module involved dozens of parameters that required repeated testing. Novices could easily cause the robotic arm to go awry due to improper parameter settings. Just last week, one prototype suffered damage to its reducer due to debugging errors, which delayed progress by 3 days. Chu Qianlan meticulously perused the training manual for debugging personnel, her brow slightly furrowed. The requirement to learn such a multitude of skills to debug a robotic arm seemed excessively cumbersome. Upon hearing Chu Qianlan's remark, Lu Chuan and his colleagues appeared perplexed. Isn't robotic arm debugging typically this way? One of Lu Chuan's classmates inquired, still well-versed in the various technologies related to robotic arms despite his transition to a management role. Chu Qianlan shook her head, asserting that if someone thoroughly grasped this training manual, they could independently develop a simple robotic arm. Who would still wish to work as a debugging technician? If I were to create a dedicated debugging software for you, it could significantly simplify the complexities of robotic arm debugging, effectively resolving your challenges. Chu Qianlan's vision was straightforward, to encapsulate the intricate debugging processes into a series of simplified parameters. She proposed segmenting the robotic arm's operations into several major movements, each of which would enable the 6 axes of the robotic arm to collaborate seamlessly. The debugging software would display the real-time relationship between the robotic arm and its parameters. By continuously adjusting the parameters of the 6 axes, the robotic arm could execute a major movement. Consequently, by sequentially adjusting the other required movements and stipulating completion times, debugging the robotic arm would become a straightforward endeavor. As Chu Qianlan elaborated on the capabilities of the debugging software, Lu Chuan and his colleagues began to exhibit a glimmer of excitement in their eyes. Are you suggesting the development of a visual debugging interface that transforms complex parameter adjustments into graphical operations, similar to adjusting character actions in a game, where one can control the joints of the robotic arm by simply dragging sliders? Lu Chuan's voice brimmed with barely concealed enthusiasm. Chu Qianlan nodded in affirmation. Precisely. We will encapsulate the underlying logic of torque calibration and error compensation into algorithmic modules. Debugging personnel need not comprehend the principles. They merely need to adjust slider values based on real-time feedback. For instance, the joint torque adaptive adjustment can be represented as a progress bar, wherein excessive values would automatically trigger a protective mechanism. Lu Chuan's classmates' eyes lit up at the prospect. In this manner, newcomers would only need to familiarize themselves with the interlinked effects of a few key parameters to commence debugging. It's akin to driving a car. One need not understand the workings of a transmission to drive. Lu Chuan mused. The debugging software could facilitate virtual simulation capabilities, rendering the number of prototypes no longer a bottleneck. Newcomers could first simulate the debugging process on a computer, and once proficient, they could engage with the actual machines, swiftly becoming capable of independent debugging. The atmosphere in the conference room suddenly became lively, with several individuals huddled together, animatedly discussing the nuances of the debugging software. After a considerable time, Lu Chuan cast a worried glance at Chu Qianlan. If such debugging software is developed, completing our orders would not pose a challenge. However, creating this software will require a substantial amount of time and funding. Won't it? Chu Qianlan waved her hand dismissively, her gaze settling on the robotic arm model atop Lu Chuan's desk. Funding and time are not obstacles. I will assemble a technical team from other companies specifically tasked with developing this debugging software. Over the next few days, please compile the command instructions for each movement of the robotic arm, along with the parameters for other motors and sensors. Tomorrow, send someone to Nanshan Technology Park to join the project team and participate in the software development. Absent unforeseen circumstances, this simulation software will be completed before the year's end. After the holidays, you can familiarize yourself with it and utilize it for debugging the robotic arms. Lu Chuan exchanged glances with several management personnel, their eyes brimming with astonishment. What they initially believed would require months of development time would, under Chu Qianlan's organized technical team, only take 20 days. Lu Chuan gazed at Chu Qianlan, his eyes filled with gratitude and admiration. Chu, you're truly a benefactor in our time of need. With this debugging software, the advancement of Hengchuan machinery will be unstoppable. Chu Qianlan smiled. We are all part of the same enterprise. Mutual assistance is only natural. Please expedite the organization of the relevant parameters to ensure the project team can proceed smoothly. Subsequently, Chu Qianlan and Lu Chuan discussed additional details. As they approached the exit of Hengchuan machinery, Chu Qianlan introduced Lu Chuan to Planet One, encouraging him to explore utilizing supercomputing for research and development. After departing in his vehicle, instead of heading to Nanshan Technology Park, he drove directly to a residential complex. As the exquisite car came to a halt before a dilapidated apartment building, the sign of Dajiang Drone Company swayed slightly in the cold wind, indicating that he had arrived at his destination. "Why have you come here so suddenly?" Wang Tao asked, surprised to see Chu Qianlan entering the office. Chu Qianlan had previously invested 2 million in Dajiang Drone Company and had not been heard from since. This was Wang Tao's first encounter with Chu Qianlan at the company since accepting the investment. "It's a holiday, so I thought I'd check on the company's progress and bring you some good news."